Kakashi's transformation and the political storm in Konoha. Kuroto carefully observed Kakashi's physical state, noticing a remarkable transformation in his demeanor. While Kakashi's usual lazy and tired expression remained, his aura had shifted entirely. He now exuded a sharp, dangerous edge, a stark contrast from his previous self. This can't be solely because of his realization about Obito. Could it be due to his training with the Flying Thunder God technique? Kuroto mused, curiosity flashing across his face. Having done extensive research on the Flying Thunder God technique himself, Kuroto knew that mastering this teleportation-based jutsu put immense strain on the user's body. Though difficult to quantify, the physical burden it inflicted was undoubtedly among the highest of any technique. As far as Kuroto could tell, the only comparable strain on the body came from training in the 8 inner gates. A testament to this was the fact that only the Reikage and Tsunade Heim had successfully endured the intense physical toll of the Heavenly Transfer Technique, another high-level spatial transfer jutsu. This explained why even individuals with high talent in spatial ninjutsu struggled to master the Flying Thunder God technique. The sheer physical strain was often too much to bear. However, for those who endured it, the benefits were substantial. Due to the extreme pressure exerted on the body during spatial travel, practitioners of the technique inevitably developed enhanced physical endurance and superior chakra control. In a way, mastering Flying Thunder God was not just a jutsu, it was a full-fledged body-strengthening regimen. That must be why Kakashi, despite training in the Flying Thunder God for only a few months, appears to have undergone a complete rebirth, Kuroto concluded. Although losing his Manjikyu Sharingan was a mixed blessing, it did remove the immense chakra drain it caused. If Kakashi could perfect the Flying Thunder God technique to the same level as Minato Namikaze, his combat strength would increase exponentially, far beyond what he had achieved in the original timeline. As Kuroto was lost in thought, Guy suddenly broke the silence. Kakashi. Kuroto. Hokage-sama isn't in trouble, is he? Hearing Guy's concern, Kakashi let out a silent sigh and shook his head. Over the past few weeks, Kakashi had spent considerable time with Asuma and had gained a clear understanding of Konoha's current political turmoil. The problem wasn't just the discontent of the villagers, the real pressure came from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. In an effort to accelerate Konoha's reconstruction, the daimyo had allocated substantial funds from his treasury. The burden of this fell onto the people of the Land of Fire in the form of increased taxes, leading to widespread dissatisfaction. Dissatisfied with Hiruzen's inability to prevent Konoha's destruction, the daimyo had grown frustrated. Making matters worse, Danzo had manipulated the situation, convincing the daimyo that Hiruzen was unfit to lead. As a result, the daimyo, who had once worked in harmony with Hiruzen, retracted his political support and began demanding answers. And that wasn't even the worst of it. The casualty count exceeded 2,000, with countless others injured. The public outrage was immense. Even though Hiruzen had fought valiantly, the blame for Konoha's devastation ultimately fell on his shoulders. It was his decision to lure Akatsuki into attacking, and the catastrophic consequences of that plan had cost the village dearly. In their grief and anger, many villagers sought an outlet for their frustration, a sentiment that was carefully fueled by unseen hands working in the shadows. Then came the final blow, the kidnapping of key figures. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Niji, and Naruto Uzumaki had all been abducted by Orochimaru and Kakuzu. This disaster further strained Hiruzen's relationships with both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Though neither clan explicitly supported Danzo, they also withheld their support from Hiruzen, a clear indicator of their stance in the unfolding power struggle. With all these factors combined, Hiruzen's position as Hokage had never been more precarious. Shursui sighed, his face etched with concern. I really hope Hokage-sama can pull through this. Having nearly lost his Manjikyu Sharingan to Danzo's treachery, Shursui deeply distrusted the old war hawk. The thought of Danzo assuming the Hokage seat was an alarming prospect. Shursui had already expressed his stance to the Uchiha Patriarch, but the clan's official position was neutrality. Given that both Jiraiya and Tsunade were aligned with Hiruzen, the Uchiha Patriarch opted to maintain the political balance, avoiding direct involvement in the internal power struggle. The Uchiha clan of this timeline was vastly different from the one in canon. With Shursui alive and thriving, and widely regarded as one of the strongest shinobi among the 5 great nations, the Uchiha name carried considerable weight. Additionally, due to the external threats posed by Akatsuki and Amatsukami, the Hokage faction had stopped suppressing the Uchiha clan, instead courting their support. With their enhanced reputation, the Uchiha were untouchable, and because they had declared neutrality, other major clans followed suit, further isolating Hiruzen. This left Danzo free to push forward his political ambitions. As the Umbu base buzzed with discussion, the Umbu commander entered the room, delivering an important announcement. In 6 days, Konoha would hold a vote of confidence to determine whether Hiruzen would remain Hokage or be forced to step down. Only special jonin and above were permitted to vote, a decision that did not surprise anyone. Kakashi sighed, his expression grim. I didn't think it would escalate to this. Despite his earlier confidence in Hiruzen's ability to weather the storm, it seemed that the tide had already turned. Regardless of the outcome, this vote would forever alter the political landscape of Konoha. Guy Shursui and the other Umbu members shared uneasy expressions, each wondering how this power shift would impact both Konoha and the larger shinobi world. Kuroto, however, remained unmoved. He had no intention of interfering, regardless of who won. In fact, if necessary, Kuroto was willing to temporarily support Danzo. For his Keki-I Genkai absorption ritual to proceed, Danzo needed to become Hokage. The required resources and manpower had long since surpassed what Danzo's disbanded root division could provide. Without the authority of the Hokage, the ritual would face delays of months, possibly years, something Kuroto couldn't afford with Nagato's looming threat. With this in mind, Kuroto left the Umbu base, heading home with a thoughtful expression. Danzo insisted on delaying the vote for 6 days. He's planning something, Kuroto deduced. The most logical explanation was that Danzo intended to stage a dramatic rescue of Hinata and Naruto. If Danzo successfully retrieved the hostages, it would bolster his reputation enough to legitimize his claim to the Hokage seat. And Kuroto was more than willing to let him try. A growing tension with Akatsuki. With the vote of confidence set to take place in 6 days, Kuroto left the Umbu base and returned home. However, upon stepping onto his lawn, his eyes immediately landed on a familiar sight. A piece of parchment nestled within the bamboo grass, precisely where he had found previous messages. Again? And so soon? Kuroto muttered, his brows furrowing. The frequency of these messages was increasing, a clear indication that Akatsuki was growing impatient. Though displeased, Kuroto retrieved the parchment, noting once again that it contained a set of coordinates. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to investigate the location. Maintaining contact with Akatsuki served 2 purposes: ensuring Niji's temporary safety and allowing Kuroto to monitor Akatsuki's movements. Since he couldn't establish direct contact with Shinichi, who was undoubtedly under strict surveillance, this was his best option for gathering intelligence. The marked location was not far from Konoha, and it didn't take him long to reach it. A meeting in the shadows. As Kuroto arrived, he sensed movement within the tall grass nearby. With his Byakugan activated, he focused on the source and noted a presence approaching. Is Akatsuki finally sending someone to meet me? Until now, every interaction had been one-sided. Kuroto merely left behind intelligence scrolls without ever meeting an actual operative. If someone was being sent now, it meant that Obito and Akatsuki had developed some level of trust in him, an important step in his deception. Moments later, a white figure emerged from the shadows. Kuroto's gaze swept over the pale humanoid with greenish hair and yellow eyes. It was immediately clear. This was not a standard white Zetsu clone but one of Kagaya's original creations from the 100,000-strong Zetsu army. Even after years of research, Kuroto found their existence bizarre. If they were originally human, as theorized, then logically each individual should retain some semblance of their past personality. Yet, they were all eerily identical, their mannerisms and speech patterns indistinguishable. Suppressing his thoughts, Kuroto addressed the figure. Who are you? The Zetsu studied him briefly before replying, Hyuga Kuroto, I am the one assigned to collect intelligence from you. You may call me Josetsu-sama. Kuroto stared at the creature blankly. Josetsu-sama? He's actually serious? Though mildly amused, he decided to ignore the absurdity and got straight to the point. When will I get what I want? Josetsu shrugged, his expression unreadable. Our leader is not satisfied with the information you have provided thus far. If you wish to receive what you desire, you must offer something of greater value, perhaps intelligence on Amatsukumi's next movements, such as when they plan to appear in Konoha, how many will come, and so forth. Kuroto's expression darkened. Are you kidding me? Josetsu shook his head. You misunderstand. This is simply how Akatsuki operates. We deal fairly. If you expect compensation, you must provide something of equal value. The intelligence you have given us thus far does not match what you seek in return. Kuroto's tone grew ice-cold. You think this is a game? I already told you, the only one privy to such classified information is Hokage-sama himself. Josetsu nodded thoughtfully. Exactly. Since Hokage holds such information, you should find a way to steal it. That would be a fair. Swish. Before Josetsu could finish, A silver flash streaked through the air. A sharp, searing pain shot through his right shoulder as his entire arm was severed, the limb dropping lifelessly to the ground. You! What are you doing? Josetsu staggered back, his wide eyes locked onto Kuroto's unsheathed Kusanagi no Tsurugi, now resting just an inch from his throat. Kuroto slid the blade back into its sheath, his voice cold and authoritative. Listen carefully. Deliver this message to your so-called Madara. My patience is limited. If he expects me to continue feeding him information, he will first return my disciple unharmed. If Akatsuki cannot demonstrate sincerity, then do not expect me to take further risks. Josetsu, still reeling from the sudden attack, quickly recovered and attempted to reassert control. Don't forget, we still have records of all the intelligence you've provided. If we make these public, you will be branded a traitor. Before he could finish, the cold steel of Kuroto's sword pressed against his neck. Go ahead. Do your worst. Kuroto's eyes glowed ominously in the moonlight. My terms are final. If Akatsuki wants me to risk everything by stealing classified intel, then they must first meet my conditions. I understand that cracking the caged bird seal will take time, and I am willing to wait. However, my disciple's safety must be confirmed immediately. Return him first, and I will cooperate. Otherwise, I will not move an inch. Josetsu froze, processing Kuroto's words. The presence of Kusanagi's blade so close to his throat left no room for further threats. Seeing his silence, Kuroto repeated himself. Did I make myself clear? Josetsu quickly nodded, reluctant to provoke him further. The reasons were threefold. He lacked the strength to challenge Kuroto directly. Even if they exposed his treachery, it would be of no significant benefit to Akatsuki. Replacing him with another spy would only reset the problem without resolving it. Satisfied, Kuroto lowered his blade, allowing Josetsu a moment of relief. I will relay your demand to our leader, Josetsu finally conceded. Perhaps he will agree to release your disciple. However, regarding the caged bird seal, if you truly want assistance with it, you must provide us with actionable intelligence. There will be no room for negotiation on that matter. Without waiting for a response, Josetsu quickly sank into the ground, retreating into the shadows. As he vanished, a single thought echoed in his mind. Why does this man scare me so much?
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After confirming that the flustered Josetsu has left, Kuroto stepped forward and picked up Josetsu's right arm that he had cut off not long ago. The sudden act of cutting of Josetsu's arm was not just out of anger or whim, but it was actually a planned and calculated move, with a solid reason backing it up. And the reason why Kuroto cut off Josetsu's arm is that he needed it to be used on Danzo. To obtain the maximum data from Danzo, the longer he persists in the ritual the more beneficial it is for Kuroto, so to make sure that he extracts maximum benefit out of Danzo, he has to solve some of Danzo's physical problems so that he doesn't die instantly during the ritual. Although Danzo was able to somehow transplant Uchiha Shin's right arm into himself, it is not made up of Danzo's flesh after all, so it will inevitably become another unstable factor in the ceremony. To make sure that this unstable factor doesn't create that much of a problem, the best option would be to replace that entire arm itself, and if that arm is to be replaced, it has to be replaced with an arm that remains consistent with Danzo's body, as well as have Hashirama cells in it. And is there a better option compared to Zetsu's arm? Zetsu's arm would be most suitable for him because not only will Zetsu's arm replace Shin's arm without inducing any unstable factor for various reasons, it will also strengthen Danzo's aging body, which will help Danzo bear the heavy strain of ritual, and help him persist longer. Therefore, Kuroto decided that that arm should be replaced with Zetsu's. And for that, Kuroto initially considered cloning an entire right arm using the cell tissues of white Zetsu's clone, but cloning Zetsu's cells is a very laborious process because of the presence of Hashirama cells in them. Moreover, if he were to give a cloned arm to Danzo, it would also expose a Matsukami's cloning technology to Danzo and Orochimaru, which would be problematic as Orochimaru might be able to figure out more things about a Matsukami, and Kuroto can't have that. So after some consideration, especially after this Josetsu guy came in front of him, Kuroto decided to use Josetsu's arm for that process, and so he did what he did at Novel Bin at. Of course, now how to hand over this arm to Danzo is also an issue, as neither can he, nor can Homusubi directly go to him and advise him to use this arm as a replacement, but it is still not that big of an issue as this work can be left to Naomi. Once Naomi is instructed, she will deliver this arm to Danzo. Having decided so, after Kuroto sealed Zetsu's arm in a scroll, he then disappeared from this place and decided to go and meet Naomi. At the same time, somewhere else in the Land of Fire, Similar to Hyuga Kuroto, Uchiha Itachi, who was called upon by the Akatsuki organization, arrived at an isolated place. Worried about Sasuke's safety, Itachi actually arrived quite early, and seeing that there was no one present nearby, Itachi decided to wait. After a while, Josutsu, whose arm was cut off by Kuroto, appeared in front of Itachi with a flustered expression. Itachi was disappointed when he saw that the person who came to meet him is not the masked Uchiha of the Akatsuki, but just one of those Zetsu beings. Having learned his lesson in front of Kuroto, this time Josutsu didn't try to intimidate or play around with Itachi, and directly said, "You can call me Josutsu, and I am responsible for contacting you from now on. The suspects you have given us the last time are under investigation, but the possibility of them being members of a Matsukami is quite less. As such, we need you to investigate in more depth and figure out other Uchiha who could be Homusubi." Obviously, the information Itachi previously handed to Akatsuki was not instructed by Kuroto, it was Itachi's own investigation. Being one of the Homusubi himself, Itachi is obviously aware of the exact identities of all the Homusubi, but still, Itachi decided to investigate if there were any Uchiha who went missing since Konoha was established. After carrying out his research, Itachi didn't find many people who went missing. Strangely, the ones who went missing in some war, the status of most of them was indeed confirmed, as their corpses were searched and discovered by the search team of the Uchiha clan, so not many suspects exists in reality. In the truest sense, if you ignore the Uchiha brothers who were kidnapped by a Matsukami, and Uchiha Iragi who was kidnapped by Akatsuki only to be used in Hiriko's Chimera ritual, then there were only 2 Uchiha clansmen whose final status was never confirmed. But the one who can be suspected to be Homusubi is naturally Uchiha Obito, who sacrificed himself to save Kakashi and Rin at the Konobe Bridge. Understanding so, Itachi asked with a calm expression, "What about the information I gave last time? Has the masked man ruled out the suspicions of Uchiha Obito being Homusubi?" After all, the description of Uchiha Obito's death according to the testimony of Heitake Kakashi and Nohara Rin was that Uchiha Obito was buried by rocks. However, strictly speaking, neither of them actually witnessed Uchiha Obito's death. Moreover, his body was never found either, so logically speaking they cannot rule out the possibility that Uchiha Obito is still alive if he was by some miracle rescued or captured by someone. Especially after Akatsuki organization became active in the shinobi world, the presence of the masked man of Akatsuki became a big mystery, but when he stole the Mangekyou Sharingan in Kakashi's eye, many people began to doubt that he is Uchiha Obito. Although the masked Uchiha of Akatsuki claims to be Uchiha Madara, there are very few people who are willing to believe his claim, and Itachi is more than certain that he is Uchiha Obito. It's just that Itachi is unable to figure out why Uchiha Obito, who was known for his cheerful and optimistic nature, became so strange. Although Itachi is unable to figure out the exact reason, he can still guess that it must have been something so deep that shook all his beliefs. Because Itachi knows that everyone who was awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan must have experienced something very painful in their life. When faced with Itachi's question, Josutsu was not sure how to answer, so he laughed haha and changed the topic. "The reason I am asking this to you is that other than that male Homusubi, there is also a female Homusubi in the Amatsukami organization. Do you have any suspects who might possibly be her? You know, the female Homusubi of Amatsukami also has the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. Finding her shouldn't be that difficult for you, right?" Itachi stared at Josutsu for a moment, and said, "I have investigated all the possible suspects. Although there were many people from our clan who went missing during the First, Second, and Third Great Shinobi War, we were still able to confirm the status of most of them after investigation, so not many suspects exist. Other than Uchiha Obito that I told about not long ago, 2 Uchiha brothers who were kidnapped by a Matsukami a few years ago, 1 Uchiha who was kidnapped by Akatsuki for the Chimera ritual, there was only 1 female Uchiha whose death was quite a mystery even to us. If my guess is correct, which it is, then this particular female Uchiha might just be the person behind the Homusubi mask." Josutsu's eyes brightened, and he asked, "Who is she?" Asked by Josutsu, Itachi took out a scroll from his cloak and said, "The results of my investigation are in this scroll, and I can give this to you, but..." While eyeing the scroll, Josutsu asked, "But what?" Itachi's expression became serious and he said word by word, "I want Akatsuki to return my brother first." Josutsu frowned. "What?" Itachi said, "This is my condition, return my brother, and I will give this scroll." Josutsu hesitated. Obviously he cannot decide such a matter. As if Itachi understood Josutsu's thoughts, he said, "You can ask the masked man. I am sure he will consider my words, and just in case, to make sure that I am not deceiving you, I am going to give you the name of the person I am talking about. Uchiha Nairi, remember this name and tell it to Uchiha Madara, and see if her name rings any bells." Yup, Itachi decided to use Uchiha Nairi, as her death is still a mystery for the entire Uchiha clan. How exactly did Uchiha Nairi, the creator of Izanami, died is something no one in the Uchiha clan is aware of. Perhaps the current Uchiha patriarch may know, but Itachi is not sure if his father knows how Uchiha Nairi died. As such, he decided to include her name in the scroll as well. As for the issue of whether masked man will not believe that the female Uchiha of Amatsukami is Uchiha Nairi, it's not Itachi's problem. The masked man will believe if he wants to and he will not believe if he doesn't want to. Itachi was only asked to investigate and he did that exactly. Besides, who is Masked Man to claim that Uchiha Naori is not Homusubi? After all, the Masked Man claims himself to be Uchiha Madara. If he can be Uchiha Madara, then why can Uchiha Naori not be the female Homusubi of Amatsukami, the base of Akatsuki organization? Out of nowhere and without any warning, suddenly an extremely painful cry penetrated through the rock walls and resounded throughout the underground base, shocking both Sasuke and Niji, who were busy in a training fight, causing them to stop their training and look at each other in shock and confusion. Sasuke asked Niji, "Did you hear that too?" Niji nodded with a horrified expression, and then with his activated Byakugan he tried to search the location from where the cry was coming, only to be left disappointed because that place is probably out of the range of what he can perceive currently. As such, he was unable to confirm it. Regardless, even he could not see the person in question, he could still feel the pain and despair that the cry was carrying. In fact, to Niji, it didn't feel that the cry belonged to a human, at least not one human. It felt as if hundreds of people or probably ghosts were crying in pain and despair. Seeing that Niji was unable to find anything, Sasuke turned towards Shinichi, who was seemingly unaffected by the sound and was calmly sitting on a rocking chair with a dry twig in his mouth, and asked, "Shinichi-san, what's the matter with this sound? Are you Akatsuki shinobi torturing weak people?" Shinichi opened his left eye and said with a lazy expression, "Even if we are torturing ordinary people, it's irrelevant to a bunch of brats who can't do anything, so shut your mouths, and continue to train without getting distracted by every little thing." You. Sasuke was annoyed at Shinichi's response, but understanding that Shinichi was indeed correct, he decided to tacitly shut his mouth and continue to train, at novel bin at. The same was the case with Niji, although he was curious, he didn't try to explore things he shouldn't know because of his weak strength. After reprimanding Sasuke and Niji, Shinichi looked in the direction of the gate of the dungeon cell with a thoughtful expression on his face. "So it's finally time, huh?" Somewhere else at the base of the Akatsuki organization, Konan looked solemnly at Sasori and Kakuzu, then questioned, "How is his situation?" Sasori shook his head with a helpless expression, and similarly, Kakuzu also fell silent as he glanced into the sealed room behind them. The previous cry filled with pain and depression came from the sealed room behind the two of them, and the source of the cry was none other than Hiriko, who is sealed inside the room behind them. After being saved by the Masked Man, Hiriko was brought back to the base and sealed here. Back at the battlefield in Konoha village, although the Masked Man managed to save Hiriko from the last blow of Fujin, the damage that was dealt with him by Fujin was already done, and those injuries that were a result of the disintegrating characteristics of all killing ash bones are not something that can be treated or healed so easily. If it was some normal shinobi in place of Hiriko, it would have been instant death because of instant disintegration of his body, but because Hiriko is slightly different, he was able to delay the death and heal himself. Hiriko has mastered Yomi's dark medical ninjutsu, and using that he was able to survive for quite a long time by the continuous use of dark medical ninjutsu. However, given how grave Hiriko's injuries were, even if he somehow managed to heal them, he could not escape the backlash caused by the unstable chimera buds in his body. And the moment he lost control over the unstable chimera buds, he was decapitated, his organs began to decay at an extremely fast speed, and his entire chakra pathway disintegrated within seconds. With all this damage, he lost complete control over the chimera buds in his body, and those same chimera buds took control of his body. Sort of like a shinobi version of Venom, Spider-Man reference. But unfortunately for Hiriko, even the Venom version of chimera buds was not that smart, and all it did after taking control over Hiriko's body was further destroying Hiriko's body. So, within just a few minutes, Hiriko, who might have survived, became messed up and gooey. When Obito returned to Akatsuki base and took out Hiriko from his Kamui dimension, not just him, all members of Akatsuki were surprised at Hiriko's condition that was nothing but a mess, and they were not even sure what to do with him. In fact, what happened with Hiriko was actually within Kuroto's expectations. Considering how forcibly Hiriko absorbed his targets during the ritual, Kuroto had predicted that something of this sort will happen. His doubts were only confirmed when during Fujin vs Hiriko battle he felt chimera buds gaining control over Hiriko. So, Kuroto has been sure that after Fujin vs Hiriko battle, Hiriko would no longer remain alive and most definitely die. And to make sure such a thing doesn't happen with him, Kuroto is taking extreme precautions and risks. The fact that he is cooperating with Danzo, and is even going as far as to reveal several of his theories to them, is all for the sake of eliminating the hidden dangers that the Chimera Jutsu carries, because he doesn't want to end up the same way Hiriko did. Anyway, all that aside, receiving no reply from Sasori and Kakuzu, Konan, who was unwilling to give up, questioned again, is there really no other way to save him? Hiriko is Nagato's worshipper and follower, and his strength is also the third strongest within the Akatsuki organization, so Konan is not willing to give up on him so easily. Sasori said with a helpless expression, he is no longer Hiriko, aside from the physical damage, even his soul is broken and distorted to the point that it can no longer be saved. All I can do for him now is turn him into a puppet without any soul, that's the only thing possible, other than that, there is no other way. Konan sighed after receiving Sasori's explanation, and then looked at Kakuzu. Kakuzu also shook his head and said, I can't do anything either. For my Earth Grudge technique to work, He has to be alive and he has to be a human? That's no longer the case. In fact, I am surprised that he was able to survive this long, but it won't work anymore, and we can't do anything for him even if we want to do anything for him. In fact, from a certain perspective, it can be said that the chimera buds that are in Hiruko's body are somewhat similar to the earth grudge in Kakuzu's body, but of course, they have somewhat different functions, and the chimera buds in Hiruko's body are too terrifying when it comes to assimilating the flesh and blood of others. As far as Kakuzu considers, putting that kind of stuff in one's body is equivalent to signing a death agreement, because if the person in question doesn't pay attention and let down their guard for even a moment, then it will start to take control over the body of the user. Seeing that Body Sasori and Kakuzu have given up on Hiruko, even if she was unwilling, Konan had to accept this fact, and after a sigh, she asked, then what will happen to him? Will he just continue to do what he is doing at this moment? Through the small observation glass in the gate, Sasori looked inside and said while shaking his head, I don't know, and I am afraid no one can answer this question. It's possible that the gluey substance that has shown some signs of intelligence will evolve and change into an intelligent species capable of working together with us, and it's also possible it will become an uncontrollable monster that only wants to destroy everything. Of the people left in the Akatsuki organization, no one can actually predict what will become of the chimera buds. In fact, no one in the shinobi world could tell what will become of the chimera buds, because no one truly understands what is the true extent they can evolve into. The Chimera Jutsu of Hiruko has actually opened a gate to the realm of gods, and as the first user of Chimera Jutsu, whether that thing will become an uncontrollable monster or an almighty god is not something the likes of mortal can guess. Regardless of what happens, that thing is no longer Hiruko, and it will no longer be Hiruko. Just when Konan was troubled and helpless in regards to Hiruko, in another room of the base of the Akatsuki organization, Josutsu, who has just returned to the base after his meeting with Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Itake near Konoha village, was reporting the conditions proposed by the two of them. It seems I underestimated the two of them, muttered Masked Man after having listened to Josutsu's narration, but his expression under the mask clearly told that he wasn't so surprised by the sudden conditions posed by Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Itake. White Zetsu on the side asked, what are you going to do? Are you going to agree to their terms? After crossing both his arms over his chest, the masked man thought about it for a while, and then said, since Uchiha Itake claims to have collected some useful information, then we can return his younger brother to him to get that information, and since we are going to return Itake's younger brother, then it should be fine to return Hyuga Kuroto's disciple too, otherwise, he won't rest easy while collecting the intelligence. It is a well-known fact that both Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji were together kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization, so, what Akatsuki should do is either keep them together as hostages or release them together, otherwise, it would be impossible to reassure both Uchiha Itake and Hyuga Kuroto at the same time. Zetsu asked again, are you sure you want to let go of the two of them? The masked man nodded, let them go together, these two kids are of no use to us anyway, they are too young to do anything for us. Obviously, the masked man doesn't give any importance to the two kids no matter how talented they are. In fact, in his opinion, they are of no value to him, so if they can be used to reassure the two spies, and make them feel credible to work together with and for the Akatsuki organization, then that is more than enough. Moreover, there is also the fact that the deal with Orochimaru failed, as the cunning snake did not take the bait. In fact, it was quite strange to not find Orochimaru in any of his bases. The Kiri squad of the Akatsuki organization spent a lot of effort to raid all of the bases of Orochimaru, but no matter how much effort they put in, they were unable to locate Orochimaru. And not just Orochimaru, they were unable to locate any of Orochimaru's subordinates either. Although this is quite baffling, regardless, the deal with Orochimaru cannot be done is already confirmed, the hostages cannot be exchanged and thus obtaining the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki cannot be done for some time, so there is no point in keeping these children here. As such, it is better to just let them go back to their homes, to Konoha. White Zetsu nodded, alright, then questioned, do you want me to implant something in their body? Using that implant we will be able to control the two boys whenever we want. The masked man thought about it, then shook his head, we can but it would be useless. After being rescued, both of them will be thoroughly examined, so whatever we implant in them will not go unnoticed, so just leave them as it is. If that's the case, then I will make the necessary arrangements. After speaking so, Zetsu and Josutsu sunk into the ground and left the base of the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru's base. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Kabuto respectfully greeted Orochimaru who had just returned from Konoha. Orochimaru-sama, welcome back. Orochimaru nodded lightly, then while walking inside the base, he questioned in a casual tone, did something happen while I was away? After wiping the sweat off his forehead, Kabuto thought how to answer, and then said, a few days after you left, the Kiri squad of Akatsuki was able to somehow locate this base and launched a surprise attack here. In order to prevent the capture of the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, I had no choice but to take the two kids with me and hide in the Ryokai cave. As soon as he heard that Kabuto took the two of them into the Ryokai cave, Orochimaru came to a sudden stop and while staring at Kabuto, he asked again, did I hear that correctly? You went to the Ryokai cave, and took the two kids with you. Under the sharp gaze of Orochimaru, Kabuto lowered his head, and then nodded nervously, why, yes. Orochimaru-sama. Interesting, Orochimaru muttered and retracted his gaze. Then, while continuing to walk inside, he questioned, "So, what did the three of you do in the Ryokai cave?" Kabuto followed behind Orochimaru while narrating his experience of visiting the Ryokai cave from the very beginning to the very end, of course, because he was not aware of the exact details of Naruto's senjutsu training under Ishikashima Haime's guidance, so he could only say that Naruto is suspected of having learned the senjutsu, not how he learned, or the exact process. Orochimaru was taken aback when he heard that Naruto is suspected of having learned senjutsu, and muttered with a thoughtful expression, "If this is true, and if Naruto really did learn senjutsu and mastered it at such a young age, then his skills and abilities have to be re-evaluated." Out of curiosity, Orochimaru decided to first check out Naruto's situation, and his overall progress, and as such, he together with Kabuto came to the area where Naruto was training. From a distance, Orochimaru was able to see Naruto sitting in the lotus position on the ground, and scratching his head and muttering in confusion, "How could it be? Why is it not working? Obviously, I was able to do it every time when I was there." Kabuto looked and Orochimaru said with a helpless expression, "This is the situation, Orochimaru-sama. Although, they say that he has mastered senjutsu, when I asked Naruto to show it to me, he was unable to use it. So, I am not sure." The reason why Kabuto told that Naruto is suspected of having learned senjutsu, and not managed to learn senjutsu is that when they were at the Ryokai cave, Naruto claimed to have learned it, and it was not only Naruto, even Ichikashima Haime, who was in charge of training Naruto, also stated that Naruto has successfully learned Sennin mode, and what he needs now is just practice to increase his proficiency in it. But after they left the Ryokai cave, and when Naruto tried to enter Sennin mode, he was unable to do so. As such, Kabuto was not sure what to think about this situation. Such a situation gave Kabuto a completely new understanding of Naruto's unreliable nature, and Kabuto even developed an unreliable impression of Ichikashima Haime, wondering whether she really taught Naruto or not. Orochimaru, who is more experienced than Kabuto, didn't judge that Naruto is unable to enter Sennin mode. Instead, he took a step forward and carefully observed Naruto's state while Naruto sat motionlessly. Orochimaru also asked several questions from Naruto, and after completing this set of steps, Orochimaru nodded with a smile. "So, that's the reason, it makes sense, at novel bin at. Kabuto with frowned eyebrows also observed Naruto's state, but unlike Orochimaru, he was unable to judge anything, and therefore, questioned Orochimaru, "Orochimaru-sama, have you found the crux of the problem?" Orochimaru looked at the surroundings and explained, "The foundation of senjutsu, sage art, and Sennin mode is the natural energy present in the heaven and earth. The reason why Hyuga is able to partially control sage arts, and also talk with birds and animals is that his body is capable of absorbing natural energy. So, communicating with natural energy, being able to feel it and absorb are the fundamentals of sage arts, which Naruto-kun has indeed learned. The main reason why Naruto-kun is unable to enter the Sennin mode here but was able to enter it at the Ryokai cave is that the density and concentration of natural energy present here is not as high as compared to the 3 unexplored sage regions. Of course, with enough practice, he should be able to enter Sennin mode even here without much difficulty, but it will take a lot of time and effort, especially for him when the Kyuubi sealed inside him is towing him down." After hearing Orochimaru's reasoning, and understanding the crux of the problem, Kabuto realized the answer, and realizing so, Kabuto couldn't help but mutter, "So, it means that Naruto has indeed learned sage arts." Orochimaru nodded with a solemn expression, and said in a deep tone of voice, "Yes, I didn't expect this little guy who is not even capable of learning a basic clone jutsu can manage to learn something so difficult as senjutsu. Perhaps this is fate. He is the child of those two, and similar to them, there is indeed a field of expertise where their child is as talented as them, or perhaps even more talented than them." Kabuto was overjoyed after hearing Orochimaru's words, and said, "This is great. Since Naruto-kun has managed to learn senjutsu, then with him in our hands, we should be able to explore senjutsu with relative ease, and figure out a safe method of learning it." But unfortunately for Kabuto, he had to be disappointed because Orochimaru shook his head. "I am afraid this is no longer possible for now, as the two children have to be handed over to Konoha immediately." Kabuto was taken aback, and asked, "What? Surely you are joking, Orochimaru-sama?" Orochimaru shook his head. "I am extremely serious. Well, it's part of the deal I made with Shimura Danzo, but you don't have to worry. We are only handing over the two kids to Danzo. If we are careful enough, we can always remain in contact with Naruto-kun, especially with his simplistic mind." Kabuto nodded with a sigh. "I see, it can't be helped then." Orochimaru nodded, and while patting Kabuto on the shoulder, he instructed, "Make all the arrangements, and the performance of the rescue of the two kids must look extremely realistic, as if the two of them were indeed rescued by Danzo." After speaking until here, Orochimaru paused slightly, and as if he suddenly remembered something, he added, "Also, make sure to instruct Naruto-kun to not disclose the fact that he has learned senjutsu." Understanding the agreement between Orochimaru and Danzo, Kabuto didn't ask anything else, and went straight to complete the instructions he was given by Orochimaru. Half a day later. Boom 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 boom. In a certain valley, continuous explosions reverberated and could be heard from miles away, as the war between shinobi commenced. With Shimura Danzo in the lead, a group of shinobi quickly raided an underground base that was hidden somewhere in this valley and started to eliminate all the enemy shinobis. In the midst of the battle, some of Danzo's men who were disposing of enemy shinobi managed to find Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Kuroto locked up in a secure prison cell. And as soon as the two hostages were found, both of them were quickly transferred to Danzo's side. Looking at all the fierce shinobi around him with each one of them wearing a strange mask, Naruto, despite how ignorant and dull, and despite not understanding the situation he was in, didn't dare to act recklessly or out of line. He remained silent and on guard against those around him, and he was just trying to protect Hinata who was shivering in fright and hiding behind him. Danzo didn't care about the thoughts of the two children, and he was only looking at them as the key to becoming Hokage, so as soon as he knew that the plan has succeeded, he ordered, "The targets have been rescued, now quickly eliminate all the enemy shinobi and take over their base." With Danzo's order, his men speeded up their offensive, and not long after all the enemy shinobi were eliminated and the entire base was taken over. Of course, several of Danzo's men also died in the process, but without paying any mind to them, the rest quickly returned to Konoha in order to announce the successful rescue of the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi and their victory over the rogue shinobi Orochimaru. Did you all hear what I heard? Yesterday, Danzo-sama personally leads some shinobi, and managed to rescue the daughter of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, as well as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Yes, I heard about it too, it happened last night. It is said that the two of them were rescued from Orochimaru's secret base. If that cunning snake hadn't escaped at the last moment using that kid as the hostage, he would have been killed by Danzo-sama. Sigh, it's a pity, if only. SHHH. On the streets, at the tea shops, in the alleys, and at many other places, people were gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and discussing the recent events. The topic of discussion was obviously what happened just yesterday night, where Shimura Danzo personally led a team of Konoha shinobi, and he not only rescued the eldest daughter of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan as well as that kid, he also killed countless rogue shinobi under Orochimaru, then captured his base, and thus returned after gaining a major victory over Orochimaru. What's coincidental is that the two children that were kidnapped by Orochimaru were rescued by Danzo on the night before the day on which the vote of confidence is supposed to be held. So some witty people can obviously understand the implication of this rescue operation, especially since the news of the rescue operation was immediately made public through various means. Considering that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki was rescued and brought back to the village, such an important piece of information should have been kept secret from everyone in order to avoid attracting the attention of the Akatsuki organization, but such an obvious thing, that should have happened, did not happen. Not only the information was not kept a secret, but it was in fact made public in just one night and was spread all over the Konoha village. As a result, in just one night Shimura Danzo's popularity soared all over the village, and in the hearts of Konoha villagers, the admiration for Danzo suddenly skyrocketed, and he became the main subject of the talk of the town. Up until a few days ago, the Konoha villagers had only heard that there existed someone by the name of Shimura Danzo in the advisory board of Sandaime-sama. As for what kind of person he was, what all things did he do for the village, what did he sacrificed for the village, and so on, such details were a complete mystery for everyone. In fact, not just the ordinary Konoha villagers, but even most of the Konoha genins and shinin, as well as some jonin were also unfamiliar and unaware of the kind of existence Shimura Danzo was. And among the people who were aware of the kind of existence Elder Danzo was, they only knew that he was the leader of some secret Umbu unit that used to go by the name of Root. Other than this information, they knew nothing else about Shimura Danzo. So, basically, Shimura Danzo was a big mystery for everyone as no one knew anything about him. Obviously, this was because Shimura Danzo had always lived in the shadows of Konoha village, so his prestige in the hearts of Konoha villagers was not that high. As such, even if Sandaime Hokage is forced to step down by the means of vote of confidence, taking over the position of Hokage won't be so easy for Danzo. After all, 2 of the 3 legendary Sunin, Tsunadeheim and Jiraiya are present in the village. The prestige of Tsunadeheim and Jiraiya far surpasses Danzo, and this is the reason why Danzo enacted the rescue operation of the 2 children. Undoubtedly, under vigorous propaganda, this self-directed and self-enacted last-minute rescue operation has had a very good impact on Danzo's reputation. People of Konoha are currently emotionally frustrated due to repeated defeats and the loss of loved ones, so they desperately need some good news about Konoha's victory in order to vent out their suppressed emotions. Shimura Danzo coincidentally brought such a victory to the village, and as a result, he immediately won the hearts of many Konoha villagers. Hokage office. Sandaime Hokage clasped his hands behind his back and stood in front of the glass window looking at the reconstructed village with a thoughtful expression on his face. Because of the good planning, the layout of the reconstructed village is more reasonable than before, and various areas have been spread out. Although this increased the total cost of reconstruction, it is still worth it. After all, in a little over a month, the entire village was reconstructed back to the prosperous and bustling state. At this time, Jiraiya and Tsunadeheim arrived in the Hokage office, but unlike Sandaime's thoughtful expression, both Jiraiya and Tsunadeheim had gloomy expressions on their faces. Whoosh! Before either of the 3 could speak anything, suddenly, an Umbu arrived in the office, and reported, "Hokage-sama, the voting has begun." Sandaime nodded lightly, and waved his hands. "I heard it, you may leave." The Umbu quickly bowed to Sandaime, and disappeared from the Hokage office. After the Umbu shinobi was gone, Tsunadeheim questioned with a frowned expression, "Sarutobi-sensei, are you just going to leave him as is?" The him in Tsunade Haim's words is obviously Danzo, who is the root cause of the vote of confidence farce that is currently being held in the village. Sandaime sighed lightly, and said with an exhausted tone, the position of Hokage not only carries power, but it also carries the responsibility of safeguarding the village, as well as expectations of too many people. Since Danzo is so hellbent on becoming the Hokage, let him try. Jiraiya asked, but sensei, would it really be appropriate to hand over such power in the hands of someone like Danzo? Sandaime turned his attention on Jiraiya and said with an unhappy tone, isn't all this happening because either of you is unwilling to carry on this responsibility? As soon as Sandaime pointed out this fact, Jiraiya turned his head and started to whistle nervously. Even before Danzo started to manipulate the public opinion against him, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already decided to carry on the blame of the destruction of the village on his shoulders and wanted to step down from the position of Konoha's Hokage. He wanted to let Tsunade Haim succeed him as the Godame Hokage. Tsunade Haim, or better yet, Senjutsu Tsunade is the best candidate to take over the position of Konoha's Hokage, whether in terms of prestige, strength, or background. As the granddaughter of Shadaime Hokage, she can succeed as the Konoha's Hokage without any problem, but it's a pity that Tsunade Haim refused to become Hokage. Because Tsunade Haim's younger brother Noeke and her lover Dan died because they wanted to become Hokage, as such, Tsunade Haim has a deep aversion towards becoming Hokage. Sandaime was sort of helpless because of Tsunade's choice, and he could only turn to Jiraiya, but Jiraiya also refused without any hesitation. He, who prefers to be free and unbound by any chains, obviously wouldn't want to be tied down by the chains of responsibility that the Hokage has to carry. Moreover, Jiraiya also carries the guilt of not properly guiding Nagato, and as such blames himself for all the act of terrorism caused by the Akatsuki organization. And because of this, he also refused to succeed as Konoha's Hokage. Since both his disciples refused, Sandaime was left completely helpless. He looked at both his disciples standing in front of him with a headache and felt more tired. Even he knows that he is getting old, and as such, whenever he would face any problem that he is unable to solve, Hiruzen would subconsciously think of Konoha's yellow flash, that man who could have become the greatest Hokage Konoha could have had, unfortunately, died too young. Helpless, tired, and exhausted, Sandaime could only sigh at the situation and think of the past days. Time passed minute by minute and the three people present in the Hokage office fell into silence. No one spoke anymore and they were quietly waiting for the final result of the voting. After a few hours, several people, including Shimura Danzo, Yudiden Koharo, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikako, as well as other patriarchs of the major shinobi clans came to the Hokage office. Struck. Danzo stroked his crutch on the ground to attract the attention of the three present in the Hokage office, and then declared, Hiruzen, the result of the vote of confidence has come out. And unfortunately, the number of votes in your favor is far less compared to the votes against you. As such, you must step down from the position of Konoha's Hokage. Yudiden Koharo didn't want the matter to escalate too much, and as such, she took over the conversation from Danzo, then said, Hiruzen, from here on, you are no longer Konoha's Hokage, and a new Hokage will be selected for the village in your place. Of course, considering your experience and qualifications, and everything you have done for the village, you will be given a position as an elder in the advisory board. Sandaime nodded lightly, I see, if that's the decision of the majority, then it can't be helped. He wasn't much surprised by the results of the vote of confidence. After all, Konoha village was destroyed overnight. No matter how high his reputation may have been in the hearts of everyone, the responsibility of failure cannot be shirked, and he has to bear this responsibility on his shoulder. As such, Sandaime calmly accepted the result of the vote of confidence. Elder Koharo continued, as one of the elders of the advisory board, you naturally have the qualification to nominate a candidate for the position of the next Hokage. Do you wish to nominate someone? At the proposition of nominating a candidate, Sandaime glanced in the direction of Tsunade and Jiraiya. However, both of them avoided his gaze, clearly indicating to not nominate them. If Sandaime had died, then driven by a sense of responsibility, one of them may be willing to stand up and take the mantle Hokage along with all the responsibilities that come with the position, but because he is still alive, so neither of the two is willing to tie himself or herself to the position of Hokage. Obviously, this was also within Hiruzen's expectations, and he could only remain silent at this time. And seeing Sandaime standing silent, even Elder Kohara sighed and said nothing. In fact, not just Sandaime, even she is also authorized to nominate a candidate for the position of Hokage, but similar to Hiruzen, she has also encountered the same problem. There are no suitable candidates who are willing to take the position of Konoha's Hokage at Novel Bin Adat. Jiraiya and Tsunade Haim, who are both suitable, are unwilling to take that position. Meanwhile, the shinobi of the younger generation such as Kakashi, Asuma, and others lack the required strength and prestige required to become the Hokage in the current tangled situation of Konoha and the shinobi world. Seeing that both Hiruzen and Koharo fell silent, Danzo took a step forward and after noting everyone's expression, he stated, I nominate myself as the candidate to the position of the Godame Hokage. As soon as Danzo made his declaration, Uchiha Patriarch narrowed his eyes for a moment, but after a little deliberation, he chose to remain silent, expressed his neutrality. Although Shimura Danzo has always been hostile to the Uchiha clan, he is a weak old man after all. This time he has declared complete enmity with the major Hokage faction in order to take over the position of Hokage. As such, Fugaku believes that even if he becomes Hokage, he wouldn't dare to express open hostility to the current Uchiha clan, especially not with the presence of Uchiha Shisui in the Uchiha clan. Similar to the Uchiha Patriarch, even the Hyuga Patriarch narrowed his eyes for a moment. However, similar to Uchiha Patriarch, he too remained silent, the reason being that Shimura Danzo rescued his elder daughter not long ago. As such, Hyuga Hayashi owes him a favor and can't question him, not openly at least. And similarly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudiden Koharo, Senjutsu Nade, as well as Jiraiya also remained silent. Seeing everyone's silence, the patriarchs of the other shinobi clans under the lead of the Nara Patriarch also remained silent and did not oppose Shimura Danzo's nomination of himself. The result of this meeting turned out that in the silence of everyone, Shimura Danzo became the only Hokage candidate fighting for the position of Godame Hokage. Kuroto leisurely walked through the bustling streets and paid attention to the conversation of the village folks. At this moment, there were several discussions going on all over Konoha about the results of the second vote of confidence that was held yesterday. The second vote of confidence was held to determine whether Shimura Danzo is credible enough to become the Hokage. According to the operative rules of Konoha village, only after passing the vote of confidence will a candidate be allowed to take the position of Hokage. This is nothing strange, and that's why even if Shimura Danzo was the only Hokage candidate for the position of the Godame Hokage, he still had to go through the vote of confidence to be elected as the Godame Hokage. So naturally, the vote of confidence was held and all the shinobi above the rank of Special Jonin were allowed to vote. After the voting was completed, the result of the vote of confidence was calculated. But when the result of the voting was announced, everyone was taken aback and some couldn't help but laugh. The result of the voting was something that nobody, or perhaps only some, had expected. The result was funny because Danzo, despite being the only candidate competing for the position of the Godame Hokage, was still defeated by a very big margin, which is completely ridiculous. And this defeat of Shimura Danzo has become a hot topic of discussion in the village today. Listening to the funny comments of several drunkards, Kuroto couldn't help but chuckle lightly. From the moment he chose to become the root, the shadow of Konoha, he had drifted so far away from the light, that the position of Hokage is no longer within his sight. Although the Konoha shinobi were dissatisfied by Sandaime Hokage and at his inability to protect the village, which led to the destruction of the village and over 2,000 deaths, they still didn't want someone like Shimura Danzo, who hasn't left a very good impression on the most, to become the next Hokage of the village. Many people can say that for a very long time, Shimura Danzo has been doing his best to build his momentum, but in such a short period of time, it is impossible for him to reverse the negative impression he has left on the most Konoha shinobis he has interacted with so far. Moreover, there was also a question ringing in the minds of everyone. Where was Shimura Danzo on the night the Akatsuki organization attacked Konoha? Where was Shimura Danzo on the night Kyuubi attacked Konoha? It is said that no matter how many acts of goodness one does, just one wrong action is more than enough to ruin them in the eyes of people, and of course, this doesn't work the other way around. So how can Danzo, who has done so many wrong actions over the years, reverse all those actions with just one act of goodness? The result of the vote of confidence has clearly proven this. And as such, Danzo was not elected as the Godame Hokage. Of course, Konoha must have a Hokage, and since Sarutobi Hiruzen had already resigned, so the next Hokage, or better yet leader, had to be selected. And obviously, because Danzo was the only Hokage candidate, so despite failing the vote of confidence, he was able to take over the power over the village using the support of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. As per daimyo's instructions, Shimura Danzo is appointed as the temporary Hokage agent for a period of 1 year, and he has to show visible results in this 1 year. Until then, the power of Konoha will be distributed among the temporary Hokage and the advisory board consisting of village elders. As for whether Danzo can officially succeed as the Godame Hokage, it will depend on what all things he did in this 1 year, and if he is able to win in the next round of vote of confidence that is going to be held a year later from now. So, despite failing to become Hokage, Danzo still managed to gain some power over the village. After becoming the temporary Hokage, Danzo made several changes one after another. Obviously, these changes were not for the benefit of the village, rather they were to consolidate his power and authority over Konoha. Among the several changes made by Danzo, he removed some of the most senior shinobi from the Umbu department who are considered Sarutobi Hiruzen's subordinates. These shinobi are mostly the squad leaders, including Hyuga Kuroto, Uchiha Shisui, as well as several others. Because he has been removed from the Umbu department, Kuroto is now on his way to the Umbu base, to complete the follow-up procedure related to the handover of his position as the squad leader of Team Aro. When he received the notice of being ousted from the Umbu department, Kuroto was the least bit surprised, because he had long since anticipated this situation. Most of the senior Umbu shinobi like him, Shisui, and several others that are removed by Danzo were all personally recruited by Sandaime Hokage during his reign over Konoha, so obviously, they are all considered Sandaime's supporters and are loyal to Sandaime Hokage. Unless the person taking over the village is truly succeeding Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime's loyal and trusted subordinates will obviously be removed or transferred into other departments at Novel Bin Adat. Moreover, Kuroto is also very happy that he no longer has to fulfill his duties as an umbu. After all, the identity of umbu is not only no longer helpful to him, but in fact, it is quite burdensome and tiring these days, as he has to spare a lot of time and energy to complete the umbu missions assigned to him, which he will no longer have to if he leaves the umbu department. As such, leaving the umbu department is not necessarily a bad thing for him. And that's why he is here. After completing all the procedures, as soon as Kuroto walked out of the base, he encountered his 4 subordinates from the Team Aro. Kuroto noticed that Ui Kurane, Gecko Heiate, Uchiha Itaki, and Uzuki Yujeo seemed to be waiting for him, and as such, he asked with a casual smile, "Were you people waiting for me?" Cough cough, Heiate was the one who stepped forward, and said, "Captain, we too have decided to resign from the umbu department." As Heiate stated, both Kurane and Yujeo nodded along with him, only Itaka was silent and expressionless. Obviously, Danzo couldn't remove all the members of the umbu department at once as it would push the entire umbu department into chaos, so only the squad leaders like him and Shisui were ousted. Meanwhile, others were either only transferred into other teams or left as they were. Therefore, Kuroto's former subordinates aren't affected for the time being. "If it is because of me, then you people don't have to resign from the umbu," said Kuroto with a calm face. Although Sandaime-sama may no longer be Hokage, he is still the head of the advisory board. And there he would definitely need the support of his trusted and loyal subordinates. As such, the 4 of you should continue to work in the umbu department. Having resigned from the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is now the head of the advisory board. The advisory board consists of 3 elders including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditen Kohara, and Senjutsu Nade who took over that position following the death of former elder Mitokado Homura. But, it seems that Kurane wasn't completely satisfied. But before Kurane could finish her words, Kuroto interrupted her and said while looking in the direction of the Hokage building, "Shimura Danzo-sama may have been appointed as the temporary Hokage agent, but I have a gut feeling that he won't be able to stay in that position for very long, so don't worry about the political mess, and leave it to concerned people." Then he took a pause and added in a low whisper, "Besides, even if I have resigned from the umbu department, I would still need eyes and ears on the inside matters. And you people will become my eyes and ears, is that reason enough?" Asked by Kuroto, the 4 members of Team Aro nodded lightly, clearly expressing that all 4 of them are loyal to him. Kuroto smiled slightly, and after giving a brief nod, he passed the 4 of them and left in the direction of the Hokage building. Looking at the back of Kuroto from the distance, Kurane couldn't help but mutter to herself, "I have a feeling that he knows something, but as always, his behavior is a complete mystery." Heiate said, "Since Captain has ordered us not to resign, then let's continue as is. Our team is also not split or transferred or changed so we don't have to worry about these issues." Yujeo nodded lightly, and then immediately added, "Yes, and since we don't have any task today, we should go to practice now. Moreover, Captain is also no longer part of Team Aro, so we have to work on filling that strength gap. After all, we can't allow the reputation of Team Aro to fall, else it would bring shame to the captain." At the thought of training, Kurane immediately forgot what she was thinking, and nodded with an excited expression. "Yes, Itaka-kun, I also want your insight on this genjutsu I have been trying to master." Itaka nodded lightly stating that he didn't have any problem. "In that case, we should go to our regular training field." Only Heiate was helpless, and said with a helpless expression, "Hey, you guys, it's a rare day off, shouldn't we rest for the day?" As soon as Heiate spoke, he was subjected to the murderous gaze of a pair of ladies. In this situation, he could only gulp in nervousness and stated with an awkward smile, "We can train, after all, it's a rare holiday, we shouldn't waste such a good opportunity." Both the ladies nodded, and Itaka smiled seeing Heiate's helplessness, as the team of 4 proceeded to the training field. Somewhere in the land of grass, a teenage boy with blonde hair tied in the form of a ponytail and wearing the forehead protector of Iwagakur was standing on top of a giant rock as he curiously looked at the piers of the bridge not too far away with a thoughtful expression on his face. After a while, his lips arched in a smirk as he muttered to himself, "Finally, I found them all." The teenager's gaze was fixed on several bricks on the piers of the bridge. Supposedly, those particular bricks are the weak links of the entire structure, and should those bricks be destroyed with enough impact, the entire bridge will follow suit and collapse without putting any extra effort. After the teenager figured out the weak links, he stretched his hands into his shinobi bag that was tied around his waist, then a few seconds later he brought it out and opened it wide. Strangely enough, as the teenager opened his palm, something akin to a mouth became visible and it immediately spitted out several small white spiders. Holding the small white spiders in his hand, the blonde-haired teenager excitedly looked at the people that were starting to cross the bridge, and then he tossed those spiders into the air. The spiders seemed to have some sort of intelligence, as without needing any guidance, they accurately landed on each of those particular bricks. With all the preparations completed, the teenager waited for a while, and as soon the people on the bridge reached the halfway point, he waved the hand sign and shouted, "Katsu." With the teenager's action, the white spiders started to expand, and immediately after that they exploded like exploding tags and destroyed those bricks. The moment all the bricks were destroyed, the piers could no longer hold the weight of the bridge and soon the entire bridge collapsed into nothing but rubble, thus burying everyone that was present on top of it at the time of the collapse. After finishing his job, the blonde-haired teenager nodded with a proud expression, and then walked away while muttering to himself, "That, my friend, is true art." About 100 meters away from the collapsed bridge, 3 masked figures that were hiding observed all the moves of the blonde-haired teenager, and when they noticed that he was easily able to blow up the entire bridge using his artistic creations, they nodded to themselves and said, "Report this information to Mizukage-sama immediately. We have managed to locate the target in the land of grass." From the symbol on their masks, it is not difficult to figure out that these 3 masked shinobi are Kirigakure Umbu, who was assigned the task of finding that teenager by their Mizukage-sama. As the other 2 Kirigakure Umbu were about to nod, suddenly, the blonde-haired teenager stopped on his track and glanced in their direction with an excited gaze. Being subjected to the hot gaze of the blonde-haired teenager, the 3 Kirigakure Umbu suddenly had an ominous feeling, as their instincts were telling them that something is not right. At this moment, one of them noticed a small spider white crawling over the back of his companion. The appearance of the spider was exactly the same as the spiders that were used by the teenager to blow up the bridge. Understanding this, he immediately realized the danger and tried to warn that guy, but before he could speak anything suddenly an explosion occurred. Boom! The explosion was soon followed suit by 2 more explosions. Boom! Boom! Looking at the burning flames and rising smoke, the teenager smiled, and without giving them any more attention, he walked away, seemingly not interested in finding out the identity of the people who were spying on him for the past few hours. At Novel Bin at Konohagakure, inside the Hokage building. After putting aside his tobacco pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at all the Umbu squad captains that have been ousted by Shimura Danzo, and said in a gentle tone, "I hope all of us can understand the reason for the transfer from the Umbu department." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen is no longer Konoha's Hokage, as the head of the advisory board, his office is still inside the Hokage building. And strangely enough, although Shimura Danzo has been appointed as the temporary Hokage agent, he did not take over the Hokage office in the Hokage building. Instead, he moved his base of operation back into the underground fortress of the original root base. Many people found this behavior of Danzo quite strange, but Kuroto found it excusable. After all, Danzo has transplanted not only several Sharingan but also the Hashirama cells, so he tries his best not to make that many public appearances so that his secret remains a secret. After all, for a shinobi with good sensory skills or with dojutsu, noticing the chaotic chakra flow in Danzo's body is not that difficult, and if someone notices such a thing in Danzo's body, it could turn really bad for Danzo. The only reason why he hasn't been caught up until now is that whenever he makes any public appearance, Danzo makes sure to impose several strong seals on his body in order to cover up the traces of his chaotic chakra flow to make sure that no one notices it, but imposing such a seal is extremely painful, and also limits his strength a lot. And imposing it every time is not something one would want to do. As such, he chose not to appear in public all that much. Therefore, even after becoming the temporary Hokage, his exposure rate in front of everyone did not increase all that much compared to before. Obviously, people are wondering why is this the case, but no one is able to figure it out. Anyway, all that aside, in the face of the helpless comfort of Sarutobi Hiruzen, all the squad captains expressed their understanding. Meanwhile, one of the squad captains eagerly asked, "Sandaime-sama, now that we are no longer part of the Umbu, what will we do? I mean, I feel sort of uncomfortable having nothing to do all of a sudden." "Don't worry, although you people are no longer part of the Umbu, we will not such excellent shinobi idle around, the village needs you all, and as such, all of you will now be transferred to different departments according to your field of expertise," answered Sarutobi Hiruzen. Someone nodded, "That would be helpful." Sarutobi Hiruzen then turned towards Uchiha Shisui, and questioned, "I heard that the rescue team of the Uchiha clan ran into the members of the Akatsuki organization, and they managed to rescue Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji, is that correct?" Shisui nodded, and explained, "Yes, while searching for Sasuke, the rescue team accidentally ran into a 2-man cell of the Akatsuki organization, and coincidentally enough, that 2-man cell of Akatsuki was carrying Sasuke and Niji with them. Apparently, they were responsible for the exchange of hostages with Orochimaru, but because Orochimaru never appeared there, they had no choice but to return back to their base. At that time, the rescue team appeared there and using the number advantage luckily rescued the 2 kids. The so-called coincidence was obviously planned. There was no hostage exchange with Orochimaru. The whereabouts of that 2-man cell carrying Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Niji was told to Kuroto and Niji by Zetsu, and using that information, the Uchiha rescue team was able to coincidentally rescue both Sasuke and Niji. This was obviously done by Obito to appease Kuroto and Itachi, as well as get the information that Itachi promised them. After Sasuke and Niji were rescued, Itachi gave Akatsuki what they wanted, although, whether it is what they need or not is yet to be known. Regardless of the ins and outs of the matter, the fact that Sasuke and Niji were rescued and brought back to the village was indeed good news, and their arrival back in the village also eased a lot of tense nerves. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed in relief. "With this, all the 4 children have been rescued. I feel at ease," Shisui said in an apologetic tone. "It is our incompetence that made you worried, Sandaime-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. "That's not the case, but anyway," then said, "Now that matter has been resolved, let's get back on the subject at hand." As he stated, he passed scrolls to almost all the former squad captain, except for Shisui and Kuroto. The former squad captains respectfully took the scroll, and waited for Sandaime to continue. Hiruzen nodded and said, "These scrolls contain your transfer letters, and they will also give each of you all the details related to the departments each of you all are transferred to. Do well, I expect great things from all of you. As you command Sandaime-sama." Each of them nodded and then left the Hokage building. Now, only Hiruzen, Kuroto, and Shisui were left. Both Kuroto and Shisui were confused about the situation, and stood silent. At this time, the gate of Elder Hiruzen's office was knocked, and a familiar voice came from the other end. "Sandaime-sama." Hiruzen nodded. "Come in." With Hiruzen's nod, the gate was opened, and a familiar guy, in green tights and jonin vest walked in. "I was summoned, Sandaime-sama." Hiruzen nodded. "Yes, I called you Might Guy. This is related to your transfer as well." Kuroto, Shisui, and Guy looked at each other, given the situation, although they are able to understand that they will continue to work together, how and where is not very clear. In fact, even Kuroto is not sure. Sandaime noted everyone's confusion and wait, then he picked up his tobacco pipe, and said word by word, "The Ninja Academy has been rebuilt, and I am going to arrange the three of you to work in the academy from here on. The Ninja Academy has been rebuilt, and I am going to arrange the three of you to work in the academy from here on. And I don't think I need to mention the reason as all three of you are smart enough to figure out the reasons, so." As soon as Kuroto heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's unexpected words, his expression changed slightly, and he tried to figure out Sandaime's thoughts and intention behind such a decision. Hyuga Kuroto, Uchiha Shisui, and Might Guy are Jonins who were once part of the Team 11 that was considered as the strongest Umbu squad. After they left Team 11, each of them led their individual Umbu or Jonin squads. Even if that was the case only for a few months, the individual strength, experience, and loyalty of the all three of them cannot be denied. So, it can be said that Kuroto, Shisui, and Guy are some of the most trusted and strongest subordinates of Sarutobi Hiruzen. And as mentioned repeatedly, on the bright side, Uchiha Shisui is in fact considered as the strongest shinobi on the side of Konoha. Even if Hyuga Kuroto and Might Guy cannot be considered on the same level as Uchiha Shisui, they are considered strong Jonin class shinobi nonetheless. So, it makes sense that Sarutobi Hiruzen is appointing the three of them to teach in the Ninja Academy. Obviously, the three of them are not transferred to the Ninja Academy just to teach the students there. The main duty of the three of them will be the protection of the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, that is Uzumaki Naruto, who will also be entering the academy. After all, the current shinobi world is much more complicated and dangerous compared to the same time in the canon. And Naruto, who is the Jinchuriki, has to be protected at all costs. Apart from this reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen also took the advantage of the opportunity provided by Shimura Danzo and decided to transfer his trusted subordinates into the Ninja Academy in order to strengthen his control over the Ninja Academy to make sure that the academy comes under his control, which is a very good political move. It must not be forgotten that just because Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Neji were taken away from the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen lost the support of the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan, which caused him to lose the vote of confidence and caused all the political mess in the village. Obviously, he can't allow such a thing to happen again and again. He has already learned his lesson from this mistake and decided to make suitable arrangements to ensure the safety of all the children at the academy. After all, apart from Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hyuga Hinata, several other children such as Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Koji, Abarame Shino, Inizuka Kiba along with several other kids with important identities will be entering the academy from this year. With Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, heirs, and important members of major shinobi clans, the safety of the Ninja Academy is now given the top priority in the village and no mistakes are allowed. And it makes perfect sense to have some of your best subordinates given such an important duty. Now obviously, the three of them wouldn't be transferred without giving them suitable positions. After all three of them are Jonin and have either served as Umbu squad captains or as the Jonin squad leaders, so Sarutobi Hiruzen understands that appropriate positions are necessary, especially for Uchiha Shisui and Hyuga Kuroto, for they represent the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan. As such, he asked, "The Ninja Academy currently lacks the principal. Who of you wants to serve as the principal of the Ninja Academy?" And inadvertently glanced in the direction of Uchiha Shisui. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned all three of them, at the bottom of his heart, he was hoping for Uchiha Shisui to take that position. There are two main reasons why Sandaime wants Uchiha Shisui to serve as the principal. First is obviously Shisui's strength. On the night Akatsuki organization attacked Konoha, Uchiha Shisui showed extremely strong combat effectiveness. He was the only person in the village who was able to interfere in the fight between the leaders of the Akatsuki organization and the Amatsukami. Not only did Uchiha Shisui fight against Tobi, the guy that single-handedly defeated the 5 Kage, but also protected Killer Bee and Yagura Karatachi from the clutches of the Akatsuki organization and from the meteorite that was summoned by the leader of the Amatsukami. At this moment, except for Uchiha Shisui, no one in Konoha is capable of going against the Super Kage class shinobi, so Shisui is the best bet Konoha has who can at least protect the future generation. And as such Sandaime wants Shisui to be the principal. The second reason is that since Shimura Danzo has been appointed as the temporary Hokage, so feud with the Uchiha clan is inevitable, and Sandaime can foresee that if Danzo remains in power for very long, the relationship with the Uchiha might again deteriorate. So placing Shisui on high-level position is a good political move as it will stabilize the mood of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, given how active the name of the Uchiha clan is in the shinobi world at this point in time, they have to be given some rights and power. And making Shisui the principal is the best solution. But it's a pity that these were just Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, and they were bound to fail. Because as soon as the question of becoming the principal of Ninja Academy came, both Shisui and Guy immediately turned their eyes towards Kuroto, who was standing in the center. Sandaime was a little surprised by the implication of Shisui and Guy's actions, but as an experienced and qualified politician, he understood the thoughts of the two, and immediately after covering up his surprise he lightly smiled while looking at Kuroto and asked, "Kuroto-kun, would you be willing to serve as the principal of the Ninja Academy?" Kuroto hesitated a little, but after thinking a little he nodded, if that it is Sandaime Hokage-sama's command. Elder Hiruzen nodded in lightly, and said, "In that case, I appoint you as the principal of the Ninja Academy." Kuroto bowed and said, "I shall do my best to stand up to your expectations, Sandaime-sama." Obviously, there is a reason why Kuroto accepted the job as the principal of the Ninja Academy. Firstly, he wouldn't have to run all over the shinobi world to complete missions, that has been the case for the past few years, and since he will not have to run all over the shinobi world, he will get to experience some slow life and also allow him to focus more on his project Godhood. Apart from getting to live some slow life, Kuroto will also be able to get close to the reincarnations of Asura and Indra, which will definitely be helpful in the long run. Additionally, the post of the principal of the Ninja Academy is also a high-level position in the village, although not on the same level as the Hokage, the elders, the patriarchs of major shinobi clans, or the Jonin commander. It is on the same level as the department heads. Commander of the Umbu Department, head of the Intelligence Division, head of the Sealing Squad, head of the Medical Division, captain of the Konoha Military Police Force etc. are on the same level as the principal of the Ninja Academy. Becoming the principal of the Ninja Academy will increase Kuroto's authority, political influence, as well as overall status. After becoming the principal of the Ninja Academy, Kuroto will also be allowed to participate in the council meetings. As such, Kuroto agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded towards Kuroto, then immediately said to Shisui and Guy, "Shisui-kun, I shall appoint you as the vice principal of the Ninja Academy, and Might Guy will be the chief examiner. The two of you will help Kuroto-kun manage the academy. As per your command, Sandaime Hokage-sama." Both Shisui and Guy nodded together at novel bin at. With that out of the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed a scroll to Kuroto and explained, "This is the list of all the trainees joining in this session. Because of Akatsuki's attack a few months ago, the Ninja Academy was destroyed and the teaching for the new session never began and was delayed for several months. Therefore, we have decided to merge two sessions this year, and start with a grand entrance ceremony. The trainees in this session will be far more than all the previous sessions, so you have to pay more attention." "I understand," nodded Kuroto, and after taking the scroll, he started to say the list of the trainees. As Sarutobi Hiruzen said, although the entrance ceremony was held for Niji and Shin's session because Akatsuki organization attacked the same night and destroyed the village, therefore, the trainees of Niji's session couldn't formally enter the academy and start their training as shinobi. Now that the Ninja Academy has been rebuilt, the village administration has decided to merge Niji and Suzuki's session, which might be an interesting turn of events according to Kuroto. While looking at the list of trainees that are to be admitted from this session, Kuroto noted that some names were especially highlighted and were marked to be paid special attention during their time in the academy because of their higher talent, potential, and important background compared to the rest of the trainees. These were none other than Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Kiyomi, Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Niji, Shin, Shikamaru Nara, Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Ino, Inuzuka Kiba, Abarame Shino, Kurama Yakumo, along with few other names. Seeing these especially highlighted names, Kuroto chuckled inwardly and then closed the scroll. Even in the Ninja Academy, there is no equality in the truest sense. On the surface, it may seem that all students are treated equally, but that's on the surface. In reality, trainees with a special background are naturally given more attention and care compared to the rest of the trainees without any background. But it's not so strange and fully understandable if you think about the fact that the children of major clans generally have higher potential compared to the children of the civilian background. Of course, there are unconventional cases such as Namikaze Minato and Might Guy, but those are just exceptions and their case doesn't apply to the majority, as such partiality and favoritism are completely expected. In fact, if such partiality is not shown, then the children of the major clans might not even enroll in the Ninja Academy, which would deeply affect the overall strength of the village, so, it is not only understandable but also necessary. Anyway, putting this matter aside for now, after Kuroto folded back the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, "I don't think I need to remind the three of you that the goal of Akatsuki organization is the 9 Baijus, and since Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, is also enrolling in the academy, so he will naturally be targeted by them. His safety must be given top priority over everything else. The three of you must work together to ensure Naruto's safety. We can't allow him to be taken away this time. It would put the safety of the entire shinobi world at risk. Understand? Yes, all three responded with a nod. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen put away the serious expression and said, "Now the three of you may go and prepare. In 3 days from now, the grand entrance ceremony has to be held, and several senior officials of the village will be present at the entrance ceremony, so make sure that everything is proper and fully displays Konoha's recovery." Kuroto nodded. "I understand. Please rest assured, Sandaime-sama. I will make all the arrangements." Elder Hiruzen nodded with a satisfied expression and dismissed Kuroto, Shisui, and Guy. Kuroto, Shisui, and Guy excused themselves from the Hokage building. After leaving the Hokage building, Kuroto pondered for a little, then instructed both Shisui and Guy to take care of their personal matter and after that meet him at the Ninja Academy in order to start making all the preparation for the grand entrance ceremony that is to be held 3 days later. Shisui and Guy both went towards their home. Meanwhile, Kuroto himself made his way towards the Hyuga clan. Obviously, along with the entire village, the territory of the Hyuga clans has also been reconstructed, and after coming to the Hyuga clan, he walked in the direction of the Patriarch's mansion. As soon as Kuroto came to the Patriarch's mansion, he was welcomed inside by Hyuga Natsu, the maid of the Hyuga clan, and the Hyuga Hanabi's caretaker, and soon met with the Hyuga Patriarch. Firstly, Kuroto congratulated Hayashi for the safe return of Hinata, and they discussed his transfer. Hyuga Hayashi said, "I heard about the recent changes in the Umbu department. Did your team too?" Kuroto nodded, and explained, "Yes, as Shimura Danzo-sama was appointed as the temporary Hokage agent, he made several changes in the Umbu department, and along with several other Umbu captains, I too am no longer part of the Umbu department." Hayashi sighed. This wasn't very good news, then asked, "So, are there any other arrangements for you from Danzo-sama?" This question was important because if Kuroto is no longer part of the central administration of the village due to changes in power, Hayashi will have to figure out what to do for Kuroto. Kuroto nodded and said, "Yes, there are some arrangements, not from Danzo-sama's side, but from Elder Hiruzen's side. He transferred me to the Konoha Ninja Academy, and appointed me as the principal." Hayashi was taken aback when he heard that Kuroto was appointed as the principal of the Ninja Academy. "Did I hear that correctly? You are appointed as the principal of the Ninja Academy?" Kuroto nodded, "Yes." Hayashi's expression changed quickly and he sighed in delight. "This is very good news. The Konoha Ninja Academy is part of the Central Administration Department, like Konoha Hospital, Intelligence Division, Mission Allotment Division, Barrier Division, Military Police etc. And in terms of overall influence, it is, in fact, better than the other departments as all Konoha shinobi graduate from the Ninja Academy. So, becoming the principal of the Ninja Academy is equivalent to having a certain influence over the entire future generation of the village. Now that Kuroto has become the principal of the Ninja Academy, it means that the influence of the Hyuga clan over the entire village and other major shinobi clans will greatly increase. Moreover, since Kuroto has become the principal of the Ninja Academy, he can also participate in the high-level meetings as someone in charge of one of the top administration departments of Konoha. In this way, the number of Hyuga allowed to participate and speak in high-level meetings will become 2, surpassing the number of representatives of the Uchiha clan which is only 1, and this greatly relieves the Hyuga Patriarch. Seeing Hayashi's delighted and ecstatic expression, Kuroto felt pity for him, and sighed inwardly. The reason for such an action is that he can sense the pressure on the shoulders of the Hyuga Patriarch. Whether in Konoha village or in the entire shinobi world, as the name of the Uchiha clan has become louder and louder with the repeated appearance of the Mangekyou Sharingan users, the power and reputation of the Uchiha clan have increased more and more. But compared to the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan has made no such impact on the shinobi world. Although Hyuga clan is said to be on the same level as the Uchiha clan, in the past few years this situation seems to have completely changed. And these changes are making the Hyuga Patriarch feel extremely pressurized. Not to mention the Hyuga Patriarch, even the ordinary Hyuga clansmen have started to feel strange and skeptical glances from the other villagers, with the meaning whether Hyuga clan is really as powerful as the Uchiha clan, or is it just all exaggeration. From one perspective, it is all true, and from the other perspective, it is just an exaggeration. In fact, as long as the Hyuga clan doesn't compare itself with the Uchiha clan, then the Hyuga clan is without a doubt an extremely powerful shinobi clan. It's a pity that the Hyuga clan has no one strong enough to rival the Uchiha clan, not on the surface at least. This is the key problem, and this problem has not developed just recently but has been a major issue for a very long time. Hyuga clan seems to have never had anyone who can be compared to the likes of the Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Then as if he suddenly thought of something, Kuroto asked Hayashi, "Patriarch, I wish to read the history and the classics of our clan, may I?" Hearing such a request out of nowhere, Hayashi was taken aback, his eyes condensed slightly and he looked at Kuroto with a doubtful expression. Seeing Kuroto's calm expression, Hayashi felt that this shouldn't be a problem. Considering Kuroto's current status and influence, for whatever reason Kuroto wants to read the history and the classics of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi has no real reason to pose any objection to Kuroto's request, so after thinking about it for a while, he nodded. "All right, I will arrange someone to take you to the Forbidden Library." Hearing a positive response from Hayashi, Kuroto smiled and expressed his gratefulness. Thank you for accepting my request, Patriarch. In fact, Kuroto has desired to read this information for a very long time, and making this request from the Hyuga Patriarch is one of the reasons for his visit this time. Kuroto believed that since his status has been elevated by several levels at once, his request shouldn't be denied. As for the reason why he desired to read the history and the classics of the Hyuga clan, there are two reasons. First is naturally to see if he can find some information about the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The actions of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon made Kuroto quite worried, so Kuroto wants to find the passage to the moon, and there is a possibility that he can find such information in the classics of the Hyuga clan. As far as Kuroto knows, in the canon, Otsutsuki Tonari contacted Hayashi in private before attacking Konoha, kidnapping Hanabi, and starting the annihilation attack on the Earth. It's highly likely that that wasn't the first contact between the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Throughout the millennia, the two sides must have contacted each other several times. So, it won't be strange if the Hyuga clan has some method to contact them, or maybe some information that might prove to be helpful for Kuroto. As such, he wants to read the classics of the Hyuga clan. And the second reason is related to Kuroto's doubts about the strength of the Hyuga clan. Kuroto knows that Hyuga clan is indeed on the same level as the Uchiha, Senju, Kagaya, and the Uzumaki, but this is because of his foreknowledge from his past life. The same doesn't apply for everyone in the shinobi world, yet Hyuga clan is treated on the same level as the rest of the clans despite the fact that no one as strong and talented as Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama seems to have appeared in the history of the Hyuga clan. This is quite strange if you think about it. After all, due to the continuous reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra and Otsutsuki Azura, every 3 to 4 generations later, a strong shinobi will appear in the Uchiha clan. This was the case with Uchiha Madara, then with Uchiha Sasuke and so on, so it makes sense if the Uchiha clan stands at the pinnacle of the shinobi world along with the Senju clan, at novel bin at. But no such case applies to the Hyuga clan. So, how can the Hyuga clan be compared as equal to the Uchiha clan? Kuroto, who knows about the potential of the Hyuga clan, believes that the answer to this question of his is hidden in the history of the Hyuga clan. In the past, the Hyuga clan must have had some incredibly strong clansmen who could fight on even terms against the Mangekyou Sharingan awakeners of the Uchiha clan. And such strong Hyuga shinobi must have appeared after every 3 of 4 generations. This is the only logical explanation, otherwise, it is impossible for the Hyuga clan to stay on the same level as the Uchiha clan because, with the current strength and performance of the Hyuga clan, an Uchiha who has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan and is capable of using Susanoo alone is capable of single-handedly destroying the Hyuga clan. If the Hyuga clan was always this weak, it would have been destroyed centuries ago by the Uchiha clan. After all, the pride and arrogance of the Uchiha clan will not allow them to tolerate the existence of the Hyuga clan that is being compared to them despite not having equivalent strength. So, the question is, what is the cause of the weakening of the Hyuga clan? Is it because the Hyuga clan lost something? Or are there some other secrets that no one, not even the Patriarch and the elders, are aware of? Kuroto such thoughts in his mind, Kuroto made his way towards the newly built Forbidden Library. The member of the main family who is responsible for guarding the Forbidden Library looked deeply at Kuroto, and asked with a solemn voice, Hyuga Kuroto, what are your true intentions behind checking the history and classics of our clan? Kuroto faintly glanced at the person in question, and questioned with a confused expression, do I even need a reason to know the history of our clan? The member of the main family was speechless by Kuroto's words, although he didn't want to accept it. He couldn't find any fault in Kuroto's words, and since Patriarch has already approved of Kuroto's request, so he had no choice but to allow Kuroto to walk in, but he didn't forget to warn Kuroto, go in and read all you want, but never forget the reason why the branch division exists. Kuroto nodded non-committal expression, then without paying any attention to him, he stepped inside the Forbidden Library to find the answers to some of his questions. Uchiha clan. While Kuroto was going through the history of the Hyuga clan, a clan meeting was being convened at the Uchiha clan. Patriarch Fugaku sat in the middle of the hall with his arms folded over his chest, and with a rigid expression on his face, he observed every Uchiha shinobi present in the assembly. Several major changes have happened in the village in a very short time, such as the resignation of Sarutobi Hiruzen as the Sandaime Hokage, then the appointment of Shimura Danzo as the temporary Hokage agent, along with several other things. In order to discuss strategies on how to cope with all these changes, this meeting has been convened by Fugaku. Originally, Shisui just came to the Uchiha territory to take care of some tedious things before heading off to the Ninja Academy, but as soon as his presence was noticed inside the Uchiha clan territory, he was summoned by Fugaku to attend the meeting. Although Shisui was in an extreme hurry, in the face of Fugaku's order, Shisui was sort of helpless and had no choice but to come to attend the meeting. After a while, everyone was settled and several issues were discussed. Fugaku turned towards Shisui and questioned in a deep voice, Shisui, I have received reliable news that you are one of the 3 candidates for the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy. Is that correct? As soon as other Uchiha clansmen heard Fugaku's words, they were all surprised and then became excited. Back when Nidame Hokage Senju Tobirama came into power, the Uchiha clan was confined within the Konoha military police force, and since then, regardless of how many sacrifices Uchiha clan makes for the sake of the village, regardless of how much an Uchiha contribute to the village in times of war or through any other means, and regardless of how much strength and prestige an Uchiha shinobi earned, his ultimate destination would be the Konoha military police force. No matter what the Uchiha clansmen tried, they were not allowed to enter other administration departments. But now that Shisui has become one of the 3 candidates for the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy, this undoubtedly shows the time when the Uchiha clan will be breaking out of these chains, and confinements are coming. The Hokage faction has to relent and allow the Uchiha clansmen to enter other administration departments. This means that Uchiha will truly be able to become part of the village and no longer remain so isolated, hence the excitement. Even before Shisui could nod or deny, Fugaku continued in an unquestionable tone, "Shisui, you must get the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy. It is very important to the Uchiha clan." Even the other Uchiha clansmen were directing ardent gaze towards Shisui. In the face of everyone's burning gazes, Shisui shook his head with an embarrassed expression. "I am sorry everyone. Patriarch, just before I returned back to the clan territory, the person who will be holding the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy has been determined. Kuroto-san from the Hyuga clan has been chosen as the principal." "What?" Fugaku frowned upon hearing this news, and he couldn't help but be disappointed. Although he wanted to question some things from Shisui, considering his prestige, he chose not to do so at this moment. But the other Uchiha clansmen were not the same as Fugaku, and they immediately started clamoring. "From the Hyuga clan? What qualifications do they have? How dare they compete with us Uchiha? They are just censor class. Damn it, it's Hyuga Kuroto again." A few years ago, too, it was Hyuga Kuroto who defeated Shisui in the special Jonin exam, then it was him again who defeated Shinichi and Iragi. Every time this Hyuga Kuroto interferes. Not just him, it must be the strategy of the Hokage faction. They just wanted us to think that Shisui might get the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy, but in reality, they don't want the Uchiha clan to get out of the Konoha military police force. This is why they deliberately gave the position to the Hyuga Kuroto. Otherwise, what qualification does he have against Shisui? Hyuga Kuroto wouldn't even be able to handle Itaki, let alone Shisui. Yes, we can't accept such a decision. This is clearly discrimination and suppression of the Uchiha clan. If we give in here, the Hokage faction will again start to push us to the corner of the village. As different people started to let out their dissatisfaction, the meeting hall became noisy with curses for the Hokage faction, Hyuga clan, Hyuga Kuroto, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing that the situation was turning worse every second, Shisui hurriedly tried to explain, "Don't take it the wrong way, even if I was given the position, I would have taken the initiative to give up the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy because I believe Kuroto-san can do the job much better compared to me. It had nothing to do with Hokage faction trying to suppress the Uchiha clan or anything. Shisui, you don't need to force yourself to give us an explanation. Humph, do you think we will believe this bullshit? And what are you talking about? He can do the job much better compared to me. Do you think he is better than the Uchiha clan? Shisui, stop taking the side of the Hokage faction every time, even you know what they view us Uchiha. Everyone within the Uchiha clan knows that Shisui takes the side of the Hokage faction, according to them, so no one within the clan accepted his explanation. They didn't even bother to listen to him. According to the Uchiha clansmen, the Hokage faction just didn't want the Uchiha clan to get involved in other administrative units of the village. As such, they didn't give the position to Shisui, who is the most qualified. And the explanation Shisui is giving is all a lie. He is taking the responsibility on his shoulders to dispel everyone's dissatisfaction. Seeing that the situation wasn't going anywhere, Shisui was left with no other choice but to sigh and sit back with a helpless expression on his face. At this time, one of the radical Uchiha spoke to Fugaku, "Patriarch, we must not accept this decision. We must do something so that the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy is handed over to Shisui." Incited by the radical Uchiha, another Uchiha stood up and said, "Yes, this is what our Uchiha clan deserve. The current Uchiha clan has 5 Mangekyou Sharingan users. The village has to learn to not respect us for our strength. Compared to us Hyuga clan is nothing. They don't deserve this position." Obviously, this Uchiha shinobi counted 2 Homusubi, masked Uchiha of the Akatsuki, Shinichi, and Shisui when he spoke to 5 Mangekyou Sharingan users. From a certain perspective he is indeed correct, but to count all of them as Uchiha at this point in time is pretty idiotic. However, strangely enough, all the Uchiha clansmen except for a few smart ones present in the meeting hall agreed with him. They don't seem to care about the fact that those 5 Mangekyou Sharingan users belong to 3 different camps. Even the Uchiha Patriarch, although he didn't speak it outright and had a calm face, was very dissatisfied and unhappy by this decision. The thought of a junior from the Hyuga clan becoming the head of an administrative unit, and sitting in the same position as him, the captain of the Konoha military police force, didn't make him feel very good in his heart. Sitting in the corner of the meeting hall, listening to everyone's contempt and ridicule of the Hyuga clan and Kuroto, as well as complaints and dissatisfaction towards the leaders of the Hokage faction, Itaka felt uneasy in his heart. No one in Konoha is aware of the true power of Kuroto better than him and Shisui. The mere fact that Kuroto, who was capable of evolving his Byakugan into Tenseigan, a higher-level dojutsu that was never even heard in the shinobi world alone, proves just how talented he is. Moreover, the Tenseigan is not just a higher-level dojutsu, it's a very powerful dojutsu that can rival even the legendary Rinnegan, the Eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The only reason why the Uchiha clan can be as proud as they are is that Kuroto doesn't seem to have any intention of earning false worship or reputation. Otherwise, the current Hokage of Konoha would have been Kuroto without anyone opposing this decision. Looking at all the Uchiha bad-mouthing Kuroto, he couldn't help but really pity them. Itake feels funny when he imagines their reaction if they were to learn that of the 5 Mangekyou Sharingan users, 4 are working for Kuroto and are considered his subordinates. Ha ha ha, thankfully, Kuroto-san is broad-minded and doesn't care about what other people think of him, otherwise. Thinking so, Itake felt relieved in his heart. At the same time, the short-sightedness, arrogance, unneeded pride among the clansmen made worried about them. In the noisy hall, helpless Shisui and Itake looked at each other with similar expressions on their face, and both shook their head with a sigh, as both of them could feel each other's dilemma. Surrounded by the fanatical, radical, arrogant, and proud kinsmen, both of them felt out of place. After a while of getting bored, the meeting finally ended, and as soon as it did, both Shisui and Itake excused themselves. They didn't want to stay here a minute longer as they felt sort of breathless and suffocation. Coming to their secret training field, Itake said to Shisui, I searched through Suzuki's memory. During his stay at the base of the Akatsuki organization, Shinichi protected him and even gave him formal training. Hearing such news, Shisui wasn't surprised, and said, Shinichi was inserted into the Akatsuki organization as a spy by Kuroto-san. In the future, when he leaves that organization, he will be able to return back to the village. His return will help us keep the radicals in control, and even if he doesn't want to return back to the village, he can stay at Amatsukami's base. Itake nodded. I have started to think that the Uchiha clan needs more calm and wise people, those who don't just act on their emotions, rather think things through before speaking or doing things like Tsukii-san. If Tsukii-san were to join the Uchiha clan maybe. However, before he could finish his words, suddenly the sound of rapid footsteps coming closer to them was heard, which caused Itake to stop midway and look in the direction of the guest. As Itake and Shisui turned in the direction from where the sound of footsteps was heard, 2 children appeared out of the bushes and rushed straight towards Itake. The 2 kids were none other than Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Kiyomi. Holding the breathless Suzuki and Kiyomi, Itake crouched down and gently asked, Suzuki, Kiyomi, what happened? After catching their breath, Suzuki was the one who spoke first. He pointed in the direction of the Uchiha clan territory, and said with a worried expression, Nii-san, some of our clansmen have gone in the direction of the Hyuga clan with angry expression. They said they are going to teach a lesson to Niji-sensei. Suzuki is actually not familiar with Kuroto, but because of his friendship with Niji, Suzuki knows that Kuroto is Niji's sensei, so he is sort of worried about him, and out of friendship with Niji, Suzuki wanted to help Niji's sensei. Itake was taken aback. What? Kiyomi nodded with a serious expression. Yes, Itake and Nii-san. I and Suzuki and Nii-san were in the market with Mikoto Ka-chan, and suddenly 7-8 people from the clan started clamoring that they are going to teach someone named Hyuga Kuroto a lesson. Some elders tried to calm them, even Mikoto Ka-chan tried to stop them, but they didn't listen and rushed out. At novel bin at. Currently, Mikoto Ka-chan has gone home to inform Fugaku-sama about this, and she sent the 2 of us to find Shisui and Nii-san and you, so that the 2 of you can stop them before it's too late. Shisui sighed with a helpless expression. Sigh, why are they causing so much trouble? Itake had the same expression, and said, well, let's take a look. I just hope that we have enough time to stop them before it's too late. At the same time, in the secret library of the Hyuga clan. Sure enough, the relationship with the Kagaya clan was exactly as I had assumed. Looking through the genealogy of the Hyuga clan, Kuroto found that during the Warring States period, there are records of marriages between the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan, although it's quite strange that only the women of the Kagaya clan got married to the men of the Hyuga clan, not the other way around. It was perhaps done to prevent the outflow of Byakugan. Anyway, after reading these records of marriage, Kuroto can indeed confirm that the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan had a close relationship and that the 2 clans are blood relatives that are descendants of the same ancestral origin. But with the establishment of Konoha, Kirigakure, and other shinobi villages, and several wars that took place that led to the death of countless shinobis, the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan became distant, estranged, cold, and tense because of the enmity and hatred between the 2 shinobi villages. All this information was already within Kuroto's expectations, so it did not surprise him all that much, and he continued to go through the history of the Hyuga clan with the hope that he will find something that would help him reach an answer to his question. This is. And not long after he did stumble upon something. As he was looking at the records of the population of the Hyuga clan, Kuroto quickly noticed that in the millennium-year-long history of the Hyuga clan, the population of the Hyuga clan was mostly maintained in the numerical range of 3,000 to 4,000. There were even times when the population of the Hyuga clan reached as high as 5,000 to 6,000. That was perhaps the most prosperous time for the Hyuga clan, and during those times, the Hyuga clan was comparable to the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, in terms of population at least. But for some inexplicable reason, after reaching the peak value of 5,894 about 3 centuries ago, the population of the Hyuga clan started to decline and has been decreasing since then. The decline is so serious that at this point in time, the number of Hyuga clansmen alive is only about 700, including all the men, women, and children from both the main family and the branch family. In just 3 centuries, the population of the Hyuga clan has decreased from 5894 to 1200. This is a highly concerning matter. This decrease in population of the Hyuga clan may not have attracted that much attention considering the decline was slow and steady and happened over a period of 3 centuries. But when Kuroto read entire genealogy in 10 minutes, he felt this slow and steady decline quite strange. Is it really because of the war? Muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. The war between clans and nations has always been the major cause of the decline of the population among the shinobi clans. The former greatest clan, the Senju clan, is the prime example. After the establishment of Konoha village, during the First Great Shinobi War, and Second Great Shinobi War, the shinobi of Senju clan took lead in all the battlefronts and suffered most casualties. The death rate of the Senju clan reached such a high point that the number of men in Senju clan declined heavily and male-to-female ratio was greatly affected. Low male-to-female ratio along with the policies implemented by Shodaime Hokage with the intentions of thoroughly integrating the Senju clan into Konoha resulted in a large number of intermarriages between the women of Senju clan and ordinary villagers, which further lead to the dilution of the Senju blood and the decline of Senju clan. The decline of the Senju clan is so severe that today Senju clan exists in name only, and Senju Tsunade is the only member carrying the entire clan on her shoulders. In a few years from now, when she will pass away, the Senju clan will completely cease to exist. After all, Tsunade Hime doesn't seem to have any intention of leaving behind a descendant, so no one will be left to carry forward the Senju clan, or maybe, that won't happen considering the fact that Shimizu Naomi's niece Mika also carries the Senju blood. Even if Mika is only a quarter Senju, she is a Senju nonetheless, and may carry the banner of the once greatest clan in the future, but that is a matter to be discussed another time. Coming back to the main topic, Kuroto firstly speculated that the cause of the decline of the population of the Hyuga clan is also war. After all the deaths have happened in the wars between clans and villages, but after thinking over it, he denied it. The reason is that after rereading the entire history of the Hyuga clan, Kuroto found no record of too many deaths at once, except one time where several hundred Hyuga clansmen died due to a mysterious cause. Although the mysterious cause that led to the deaths of hundreds of clansmen is a matter to be frowned upon, Kuroto decided to not focus on it at this very moment. Coming back to the topic, he only saw that the number of Hyuga clansmen dying every year were within an acceptable range, and not too much that would cause a decline of the entire population. But this is also natural, considering that the Hyuga clan had no major enemies during the Warring States period. During the Warring States period, the relationship between each shinobi clan was tense, and a fight between shinobis of different clans was a common occurrence. But even if that was the case, it never reached the point where two clans were mortal enemies, except the Senju and Uchiha clans, of course. This means, even if Hyuga clan had several conflicts with the shinobis of other clans, the scale of conflict with other shinobi clans should have never reached such a degree that would result in a drastic decline in the population of the clan. Since this is the case, the cause of the decline of the Hyuga clan's population is not war, nor is it the coup d'état from the branch family. Then what is the cause? Upon further research, Kuroto soon noticed one more detail. This is it. The number of births in the Hyuga clan has also decreased with each year. The cause of the decline of the Hyuga clan population is not the increased death toll caused by wars, rather it is the decreasing ratio of the number of births compared to the number of deaths per year. If the number of children born in the Hyuga clan is decreasing every year, and along with it, the ratio of the number of deaths to the number of births is decreasing, then obviously, the population will decline at novel bin at. Although this is quite understandable, why exactly is this happening? Why is the number of newborns decreasing each year? The decline in the population of the Hyuga clan over time appears to be so smooth that at first glance it doesn't even attract any attention. It feels as if someone is secretly controlling all this. After figuring out the cause of the decline of population, the doubts in Kuroto's heart not only did not decrease, rather they became graver and graver. In the cognition of ordinary villagers, the Hyuga clan has the highest number of shinobi compared to any other clan, even more than the Uchiha clan. This is another reason why everyone thinks that the Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan are rival clans. Even if Uchiha clan has some shinobi who are quite strong, Hyuga clan is able to compensate for that lack of strength with its advantage in numbers. However, this is just their misunderstanding, for they don't truly understand the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the number of Uchiha shinobi is less compared to the Hyuga clan. The number of Uchiha shinobi is half as much as the Hyuga clan, but this doesn't mean that the overall population of the Uchiha clan is less compared to the Hyuga clan. On the contrary, if the entire population of the Uchiha clan is taken into account, then it is definitely twice the number of the Hyuga clan. The issue with the Uchiha clan is that not everyone in their clan awakens their Kekkei Genkai Sharinon, unlike the Hyuga clan in which almost everyone awakens the Byakugan. This is why, the ordinary Uchiha, who are only ordinary villagers and have no qualification of becoming shinobi, are sometimes forgotten by everyone, which is obviously not the case in the Hyuga clan, since everyone awakens the Byakugan. The demise of the Senju clan happened because of the decisions of Shodaime Hokage-sama and Nidaime Hokage-sama. The demise of the Uzumaki clan was the result of fear that the other shinobi villages had. The demise of the Kagaya clan happened because of their curse. Now only the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are left. It is said that, after Uchiha Madara left Konoha, internal strife broke out within the Uchiha clan for the position of the Uchiha Patriarch. This infighting displayed Izanaga quite a few times, and led to the development of Izanami. This infighting led to a large number of casualties in the Uchiha clan. However, if Kuroto sees now, the overall population of the Uchiha clan did not decline because of the internal fighting and remained stable. Then why is it that the number of Hyuga clansmen are decreasing? This is too strange. If even the population of the Uchiha clan was restored to normal levels within several years after the internal conflicts, then why is it that the population of the Hyuga clan is declining, despite the fact that there have been no such conflicts in the Hyuga clan? The more Kuroto thought about this situation of the Hyuga clan, the stranger he felt. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the branch family of the Itsutsuki clan on the moon at Novel Bin at. As far as Kuroto knows, when the branch family of the Itsutsuki clan on the moon officially started a coup d'etat, they had already gathered everyone's Byakugan and used them on the giant Tenseigan. So at the time of the final war between the main family and the branch family was able to wipe out the entire main family quite easily with the help of the giant Tenseigan while remaining unscathed themselves. In other words, during the last stage of the war between the main family and the branch family, the main family was wiped out completely, while the branch family did not lose any of their men thanks to the fact that they used the giant Tenseigan in the war. If this is the case, then a very strange question comes into Kuroto's mind. The branch family of the Itsutsuki clan did not suffer any major damage in the war because of using the giant Tenseigan, and after the demise of the main family, the branch family had no enemies on the moon, so why are there only 3 or 4 people currently alive in the branch family, and why did the rest of the branch family perish? It couldn't have been because of the repeated internal marriages, right? After all, the branch family had at least several thousand clansmen, so recessive genetic disorder caused by inbreeding couldn't have been the reason why the branch family of the Itsutsuki clan is on the verge of perishing? And if this isn't the case either, then Kuroto feels that the branch of the Itsutsuki clan on the moon started to perish for seemingly no reason. While pondering over this issue, Kuroto suddenly thought of a hypothetical possibility. The Itsutsuki clan on the moon created the giant Tenseigan, and started the system of gathering and merging the Byakugan of the deceased ones into the giant Tenseigan after Hamura passed away, and after the main family was annihilated, the branch family continued that tradition. So it won't be wrong to say that over the years, the giant Tenseigan has continued to get stronger and all the chakra of the deceased Itsutsuki clansmen has continued to become part of the giant Tenseigan. However, we know that for any period of time, the total amount of chakra, energy, seems to be fixed. After all, energy can neither be created nor can it be destroyed, it can only be transformed from one form to another. Law of conservation of energy, basic physics. So, when more and more chakra became part of the giant Tenseigan, free chakra continued to decrease, and because of the decrease in the free chakra, the number of newly born individuals also decreased with each year. And if this is the case, then the main reason why the branch family of the Itsutsuki clan on the moon perished is very likely the giant Tenseigan. The presence of the giant Tenseigan on the moon is actually a suppression on the branch family of the Itsutsuki clan, and as that treasure continued to become strong with each passing year, the population of the Itsutsuki continued to decrease with each passing year. Although this is just a hypothetical possibility, it is very likely to be true. And if this is indeed true, then Kuroto couldn't help but make another bold guess. If this is indeed the case, then doesn't it mean that Itsutsuki Tonari, who was born even under the suppression of the giant Tenseigan, should also have the aptitude to naturally awaken the Tenseigan? It's possible, but only if the giant Tenseigan on the moon has reached its strongest state, and can no longer become strong any further by relying on the chakra of the Itsutsuki clan on the moon. Given Tonari's high aptitude and unparalleled natural talent, it's very like to be true. Regardless, after hypothesizing the possible cause of the demise of the Itsutsuki clan, Kuroto returned his thoughts on the Hyuga clan. Quite similar to the Itsutsuki clan on the moon, the population of the Hyuga clan is also decreasing with each passing year, although the rate of decline is not as serious and exaggerated as was with the branch family of the Itsutsuki clan on the moon that the entire clan perished. The records of the past 300 years on the genealogy clearly shows that it is indeed happening. Thinking so, Kuroto reopened the records of the bizarre and mysterious deaths of hundreds of Hyuga shinobi that happened about 3 centuries ago. The cause of those hundreds of deaths is not written in the documents of the Hyuga clan, but the deaths have not been hidden. This could lead to 3 possibilities. 1. The Hyuga clan itself didn't know the cause of the death of those hundreds of clansmen. 2. The cause was probably written, but was lost over the years. And lastly, the cause was known to very few people, and they chose not to describe it here for some reason. Kuroto feels that the third reason is very likely to be the case, and using that line of thought, he started to postulate the possible reasons why it was kept secret. What could be the cause of the death of hundreds of Hyuga shinobi that even its records would be hidden? Given the arrogant and proud nature of the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and given that they were fully aware of the fact that a large number of Byakugan can be used to create a giant Tenseigan, their first choice shouldn't have been to dig out the Byakugan of their own clansmen. Their first choice would be to not harm their own clansmen, but to find other ways to merge the Byakugan in the giant Tenseigan to strengthen it. And the Hyuga clan that lived in the shinobi world was obviously a very good target. After all, the Hyuga clan also has the Byakugan. Moreover, considering that the ultimate goal of the branch division of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon was to destroy the entire shinobi world in order to fulfill Hamura's decree, they will have no hesitation in digging out the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. If the timeline of the shinobi world is taken into account, then the time around which the civil war of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon happened and the time when hundreds of deaths in the Hyuga happened seems to match quite well. Those hundreds of mysterious and bizarre deaths and the time of the coup d'état of the branch family most likely happened around the same time, that is about 3 centuries ago. This means that the two incidents had some connection with each other. But Kuroto also remembers that the giant Tenseigan on the moon is actually made up of the Byakugan of the branch family, and the main family of the Otsutsuki clan, not from the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, which means, although the branch family might have had the intentions of stealing the Byakugan of the Hyuga clansmen, they probably failed to do so. However, considering that the strength of the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan is naturally stronger compared to the Hyuga clansmen, the cause of their failure is a matter to ponder about. And this takes us back to reason 3. The main reason why the cause of the mysterious and the bizarre deaths of hundreds of Hyuga clansmen is not mentioned is that it is probably intentionally hidden from the later generation. But, using his foreknowledge from his previous life, Kuroto was able to draw out several possibilities, and one of them seemed perfectly reasonable and matches the situation before him. Because a very similar case happened on the moon when the elders of the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan concealed the existence of the graves of the main family of the Otsutsuki clan from the young Tonari. Their reason for doing so was probably done to hide the sins of the branch family. And a similar situation is in play here, where the Hyuga clan is also trying to cover up their sins, while not hiding the danger that the Otsutsuki clan poses to the Hyuga clan. This is why the cause of death of hundreds of Hyuga shinobi is hidden, yet their deaths have not been hidden. The most probable cause of the death of the hundreds of Hyuga shinobi is the Hyuga clan itself. And the elders of the Hyuga clan probably didn't want the later generation to know why so many people of the Hyuga clan died. Of course, the reason hundreds of Hyuga clansmen died or rather killed was probably to protect the Hyuga clan from the branch division of the Otsutsuki clan. It is very likely that they died to create a weapon of the sort that gave the Hyuga clan confidence to protect itself against the branch division of the Otsutsuki clan, and stopped the branch division of the Otsutsuki clan from approaching the Hyuga clan with ill intentions of stealing their Byakugan. Knowing some extent of the history of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and using all his hypotheses, Kuroto can most certainly conclude that the original intentions of the Hyuga clan behind the development of the birdcage Juinjutsu were to prevent the members of the branch division of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon to plunder the Byakugan of the Hyuga clansmen in the shinobi world. However, there is an issue Kuroto is facing in this conclusion of his, and that is the time lag problem, which cannot be ignored no matter how he thinks about it. Based on his own research of the birdcage Juinjutsu, Kuroto knows that this is a very high-end cursed seal. During his tenure in the Umbu, Kuroto has read several secret files and found that including Konoha, many other shinobi villages have made countless attempts to crack that cursed seal, but without exception, they have always failed, which means, no one has ever come close to cracking it. Because of all these reasons, Cage Bird Juinjutsu is considered as one of the best Juinjutsu in the shinobi world, at novel bin at. A Juinjutsu that is considered as the strongest can never be created in a hurry. It is simply impossible for the Hyuga clan to develop such a high-end Juinjutsu in a short time. At the very least, it would take more than a decade to develop even the simplest version of birdcage Juinjutsu. This fact brings us to the question of concern. If the branch division of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon regarded the Hyuga clan as its target to acquire all the Byakugan, then how did the Hyuga clan survive for that period of more than a decade which took them to create the birdcage Juinjutsu? This is the biggest question. Under normal circumstances, after the Hyuga clan becomes aware of the intentions of the branch division of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, at most, they will only have 1 or 2 weeks of buffer time in which they will have to do everything to protect themselves. In the face of such a sudden crisis, normally, no one, not even the Hyuga clan would have enough time and resources to develop such a high-end Juinjutsu to protect themselves. Even if they chose to decisively abandon their territories and hide somewhere in the shinobi world, at most they can delay for a few weeks or a few months, not any longer than that. After all, hiding a population of several thousand for a very long time is not an easy feat, so, it wouldn't work. And even if we do assume that because of some mysterious reason the people of the Hyuga clan manages to hide, they will not be able to develop the cage bird Juinjutsu at that time, because they will be on constant run and wouldn't have enough resources in their hands. After all, the development of a high-end cursed seal like the cage bird is not only time-consuming and laborious, it also requires a lot of financial support. If the Hyuga clan is on constant run from the Otsutsuki clan and is barely getting by, then they wouldn't be able to devote enough energy to the development of the cage bird cursed Juinjutsu. But the fact is the Hyuga clan did develop it, which means, the Hyuga clan did not hide from the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan, rather, they chose some alternative method to ensure their safety during that buffer time. But what could that alternative method be? What could it be that not only gave the Hyuga clan enough confidence to resist the branch division of the Otsutsuki clan, but also provided them with enough buffer time that they were able to develop the cage bird Juinjutsu? This is another doubt that comes into Kuroto's mind. And, Kuroto didn't have to wait very long as he soon found his answer. The answer to this question has been present right in front of him from the very start. The mysterious deaths of the hundreds of Hyuga clansmen are the answer. Although this is just a bold guess, if you think about it, it does make sense. Similar to how diamond cuts diamond, and poison kills poison, only by using the same inhuman methods as the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, the Hyuga clan could have protected itself. The hundreds of mysterious deaths were actually not deaths, rather, they were sacrifices that the Hyuga clan used to create a weapon that gave the Hyuga clan its confidence and warded off the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon to make sure that they don't direct their ill intentions on the Hyuga clan. The weapon that Kuroto is thinking about, and the Hyuga clan most likely created is most definitely a giant Tenseigan. The reason Kuroto is so sure is that only by having a giant Tenseigan can the Hyuga clan have enough power to deter the radical lunatics of the branch division of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and dispel their ill intentions towards the Hyuga clan. By having a giant Tenseigan of their own, the people of the Hyuga clan will have the means to protect themselves, and it would also give them the buffer time needed to create the cage bird Juinjutsu, which will permanently protect the Hyuga clan not only against the Otsutsuki clan on the moon but also against other shinobi clans who might develop ill intentions towards the Hyuga clan in the future. And this also makes sense why the cause of the death of those hundreds of Hyuga clansmen is never mentioned in the history of the Hyuga clan. Even if those hundreds of clansmen were sacrificed for the sake of protecting the Hyuga clan, it is undoubtedly a part of the Hyuga clan's dark history. Nobody would want to tell the future generation about such cruel means that they used. Even if Kuroto thinks about it, he feels that such an act is too outrageous, but he can't complain about it. After all, he is not a good person either, and he too has done many outrageous things for the sake of his project godhood. Anyway, after making such a bold assumption, Kuroto recollected his thoughts, and considered several other questions that were coming into his mind. For example, how did the Hyuga clan have the idea of creating a giant Tenseigan? How did they create it? And where is that giant Tenseigan now? For the answer to the first two questions, Kuroto feels that it's not too hard to figure out, but he is not sure if his guess is correct. As far as Kuroto can guess, the Hyuga clan should have created the giant Tenseigan with the help of the people of the main family of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, because other than the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan, only the main family should know how can such a weapon be created. The main family must have helped the Hyuga clan, and it is also possible that in the annihilation of the main family, all the people of the main family did not die. Some, maybe one or perhaps two members of the main family of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon managed to survive and they secretly took refuge in the Hyuga clan, and the people of the current Hyuga clan are their descendants. This also explains why Hyuga Hinata was called the Byakugan princess by the dead clansmen of the main family of the Otsutsuki clan. But of course, this is just a guess and Kuroto can't be sure about it. Anyway, now on to the third question. Where is that giant Tenseigan now? With a little doubtful expression, Kuroto further went through the scrolls and books stored in the library, and much to his dismay, he found no record or mention of the giant Tenseigan in any of them. In fact, there were no mentions of anything that would even come close to being a clue to Tenseigan. Such an odd situation made Kuroto somewhat confused, and he felt that something was wrong. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder, did I guess wrong? Is it possible that the giant Tenseigan does not exist? Assuming that the giant Tenseigan does exist in the Hyuga clan, it should be present somewhere, right? But there are no clues about it. Nor are there any rumors about its existence in the shinobi world. Is it possible that the Hyuga clan destroyed the giant Tenseigan after they succeeded in creating the cage bird Juinjutsu? It is possible. After all, the existence of the giant Tenseigan is a symbol of the Hyuga clan's sin. But if it is destroyed, then another question pops up. If the giant Tenseigan is indeed destroyed, then what is the cause of the decline of the population of the Hyuga clan? What is it that is suppressing the population of the Hyuga clan? If Kuroto's hypothesis up to now is correct, then it is very likely that the giant Tenseigan created by the Hyuga clan for the sake of ensuring their safety against the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is the cause of the decline of the population of the Hyuga clan, which means, it is very likely that the giant Tenseigan has not been destroyed by the Hyuga clan. You know, the giant Tenseigan, if it exists, is definitely a trump card of the Hyuga clan. Why would they want to destroy it? Or is it possible that they didn't destroy the giant Tenseigan, but destroyed all the information about it? But again, the very same question comes to mind. Why would they destroy the information about it? As said before, the giant Tenseigan, if it existed, was the trump card of the Hyuga clan. Even if the giant Tenseigan is the representation of the sins of the Hyuga clan, the sins that have been committed cannot be reverted back just by destroying the giant Tenseigan, or the information about it. Yet there is no information about it in the secret library of the Hyuga clan? Something is amiss here. Any sane person wouldn't destroy the giant Tenseigan or the information about it unless they have a reason. And the only reason that Kuroto can think of is that the person who did either of the two things probably realized that the giant Tenseigan will suppress the future of the Hyuga clan. Kuroto couldn't really determine whether the Hyuga clan had such a wise ancestor who could resist the temptations of the power that the giant Tenseigan provided and was calm enough to accurately weigh the pros and cons of the giant Tenseigan. If you think about it, even if the branch division of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is crazy, filled with radical and arrogant, they shouldn't be totally stupid and idiots, and as such, they should also be perfectly aware of the pros and cons of the giant Tenseigan. Obviously, they must have observed the negative effects of the giant Tenseigan on their clan and should know the way to save themselves, but the fact is, in the face of the temptation of infinite power that the giant Tenseigan grants them, they couldn't resist it and continued to merge more and more Byakugan into it, gradually leading their clan to the edge of perishing. And in such a scenario, if the ancestors of the Hyuga clan can really make such a sensible decision, then Kuroto couldn't help but praise them. But of course, various signs clearly show that the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan is not destroyed, which means that the ancestors of the Hyuga clan did not destroy it, and this further means that it is hidden somewhere. And if it isn't destroyed, and hidden somewhere in the shinobi world, then that explains a lot of things. But at the same time, it raises another question. If it is just hidden in the shinobi world, then why can't Kuroto sense its existence? You know, the current Kuroto can even sense the existence of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, so he should definitely be able to sense the existence of the giant Tenseigan on the shinobi world, but he can't. This can only mean that the current state of the giant Tenseigan in the shinobi world is quite peculiar, and that's why sensing its existence is sort of impossible even for him. This peculiar state could either be a natural cause, or it could be intentionally done to prevent anyone, especially the remnants of the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, to perceive its existence. Regardless of what the reason is, the only explanation that works here is that it is sealed. Sealed with an extremely strong funjutsu that prevents everyone, including Kuroto, and the remnants of the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon to find its position. As for why is it hidden? Probably to prevent the ambitious descendants to get their hands on it. After all, if an ambitious person were to get his hands on the giant Tenseigan, he would very likely follow the same approach as the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. He would plunder everyone's Byakugan and merge them into the giant Tenseigan. This would mean the demise of the Hyuga clan. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, they must have sealed it, and then hidden it somewhere in the shinobi world. But at the same time, Kuroto believes that they must have left behind some kind of clue to make sure that if the Hyuga clan really needs it in the future, then they can find it. Now what Kuroto has to do is to find that clue. If he is able to find it, then he might be able to get his hands on the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan. After converging his divergent thoughts, Kuroto sorted out the clues he had up to now. According to his speculations, if the ancestors of the Hyuga clan really created a giant Tenseigan, and hid that giant Tenseigan to keep its existence a secret from the rest of the shinobi world, the books in the Forbidden Library must have some clues about it. And based on the timeline, the clues about the giant Tenseigan are likely to be hidden in the books that were written during the period of 3 centuries ago to a century ago. This fact eliminates most of the books and scrolls stored in the library and narrows down the scope of the search to a few hundred books and scrolls from the initial thousands. With this thought in mind, Kuroto came to the bookshelves storing the source material of that particular time period, and after making sure that no one was spying on him, he activated his Tenseigan without any hesitation. The reason for using the Tenseigan while carrying out the search for clues is that Kuroto isn't particularly aware in what form the clue about the giant Tenseigan might have been left by the ancestors of the Hyuga clan. It's possible that only those who have extremely high insight and penetrative vision might be able to find it. Of course, it's not necessarily true, and there's no guarantee that he will find it just because he has activated the Tenseigan. In the first place, there is also no guarantee that the clue even exists, but there's nothing wrong with trying, and using the Tenseigan while carrying out his search will at least guarantee that if there is a clue left by the ancestors of the Hyuga clan for their descendants of the later generations informing them of the whereabouts of the giant Tenseigan, Kuroto won't miss it. With such a thought in his mind, Kuroto started to thoroughly search the books with the hope that he might be able to find something, but time passed, the sound of pages flipping continued to echo in the silent room, and the book in his hand continued to change, yet, there were no signs of progress. Gradually, Kuroto's eyebrows started to wrinkle, and his expression turned into a frowned one. The reason was not that he hasn't yet found anything, the reason was that several books and scrolls of this particular period were missing. Kuroto found that in the chronicles of Hyuga clan that gave a detailed description of the events from 3 centuries ago to 2 centuries ago, supposedly, more than 11 books were written. However, strangely enough, only 3 were present in the library, while the rest were missing. And not only those more than 8 volumes, several other travel notes and miscellaneous scrolls recording the details of the battle that the Hyuga clan fought were also missing. It's quite weird, why are so many books of the same section and of that particular time period are missing? Ding 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 ding. Before Kuroto could continue to ponder over this issue, the bell of the library rang. After listening to the sound of the bell, Kuroto deactivated his Tenseigan and put back all the books in their original places. The bell was rung by the member of the main family who was guarding this library, and the reason why he rang the bell is that he is urging Kuroto to come out as the duration for which he can access the Forbidden Library is already up. The secret library is considered forbidden and can only be accessed by the high-level management of the Hyuga clan. As such, even if Kuroto had the permission of the patriarch of the clan, Kuroto, being part of the branch family, cannot stay here for too long at once. With a helpless sigh, Kuroto walked out of the library and then met up with the Hyuga patriarch. Hayashi, who was sitting leisurely, looked at Kuroto's coming back from the library and asked, "Were there any gains? Did you find something worthy of attention?" Kuroto pondered for a moment, then decided to question Hayashi. "Hayashi-sama, when I was looking through the genealogy of our clan, I noticed that the population of our clan seems to be declining every year. Is there any reason in particular why such a thing is happening?" Hayashi frowned slightly, then answered with a thoughtful expression, "Back when I was young, I noticed that detail too, and as far as I could think, wars were the culprit behind the decline in our population. Countless shinobi have perished in wars, many clans have been destroyed over the years because of wars. We too, because of our Byakugan, are considered a high-level threat by the enemy shinobi, and are targeted." So, looking at Hayashi's expression, Kuroto can guess that the Hyuga patriarch was not lying, and this is what Hayashi genuinely thinks. It seems that even if the main family is aware of the declining population of the Hyuga clan, they don't know the real reason behind it, so, all they can blame is war, which, if you think about, is indeed one of the reasons. Senju clan perished, Uzumaki clan was annihilated and scattered all over the shinobi world, the Kagaya clan incited a civil war and was annihilated. If such major shinobi clans suffered destruction and disappeared, then the declining population of the Hyuga clan is not that strange either. The main family is aware of this problem, but they couldn't do anything about it, which is reasonable. From another perspective, this can also confirm that the current members of the main family of the Hyuga clan are not aware of the existence of the giant Tenseigan, which means that the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan is really hidden from the entire clan. As Kuroto was thinking, Hayashi looked at Kuroto and said with a playful smile, "One of the reasons why the population of our clan is decreasing is that young people like you are focused too much on other matters, and are avoiding family planning." Hearing Hayashi's words, Kuroto paused. Hayashi continued, "Whether it is you, or Yui, both of you are of proper age, the two of you also have a settled life. You are now the principal of the Ninja Academy. She is also working at the Konoha Hospital as an Irionin under Tsunade-sama. It's about time the two of you should consider marriage and family planning. Making her wait for too long is also not a very good thing." Kuroto scratched his cheek awkwardly. This isn't the first time he has heard others' advice, but it's just that. Kuroto didn't know what to say for a while, and noting Kuroto's silence, Hayashi said, "Of course, I am just advising you from the perspective of your elder and patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Ultimately, it's your decision." Kuroto nodded lightly. He knew that the two of them are of that age, and he is making Yui wait for a while now, but Kuroto is hesitating. He really doesn't feel that he is ready for marriage and children at this point in time, at least not yet, considering that the situation of the shinobi world is too complicated, and there is no guarantee when Akatsuki will make a plan to attack Konoha or declare war over the entire shinobi world. With that, Kuroto turned the topic off, and the two became silent. Kuroto was considering how should he mention the fact that several books are missing in the library. But strangely enough, Kuroto didn't even have to mention, as Hayashi suddenly spoke on his own accord. When the Forbidden Library was breached and Elder Asahi was killed, several books and scrolls were stolen. That was already a loss for the clan, but this time when the village was attacked by the Akatsuki organization and we were fending off the members of the Akatsuki organization, the clan district along with the entire village was also destroyed and several books and scrolls were damaged and lost. It's really unfortunate. Kuroto's eyebrows wrinkled upon hearing this information, and his heart shuddered. He is aware of the incident when the library was breached by someone, Elder Asahi was murdered, his Byakugan was dug out by the culprit, and several books and scrolls were also stolen. This incident happened sometime before the Tri-Alliance attacked raided Amegakur, the former base of the Akatsuki organization. At that time, Kuroto didn't pay too much attention to it, because he knew that the person who did that was more than likely the traitor of the Hyuga clan who is lurking within the clan. But the part where several books were lost during the Akatsuki organization's attack on the village, this part was news to him, and for some reason, Kuroto felt that rather than lost, it would be more accurate to say that they were stolen again. Moreover, this time, those genealogies were taken away, as if the traitor specifically wanted them. Is it possible that the traitor found something important in those books that he stole previously? Such a doubt lingered in Kuroto's mind. The traitor has been lurking within the clan for quite a few years now. Even the kidnapping incident of Hinata was something he is responsible for. Kuroto can't guess that person's exact thought process. But from what he knows, the traitor stole several scrolls that were related to the history of the Byakugan and the birdcage Chuinjutsu, which means that the traitor's objective was to find a way to crack the birdcage Chuinjutsu, according to Kuroto. It's possible that he found something important in those scrolls and then wanted to acquire more information to do further research, but to do so, he needed more source material and information, which he can't access without the permission of the patriarch. So, he took advantage of the opportunity that the destruction of the village provided and fulfilled his objective. The way he only took a few specific books and scrolls and did not touch any other treasures that are normally present in the library clearly indicates that he has a clear purpose. This is why Kuroto feels that that guy is onto something. After analyzing these few things, Kuroto couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Kuroto is not that worried in regards to the traitor, even if that guy has managed to gain some information and clues of the giant Tenseigan from the books and scrolls that he stole, and even if that guy manages to search and find the location of the giant Tenseigan from those clues, it is actually not a bad thing for Kuroto. In fact, Kuroto will actually be very grateful to that guy. The reason is that just because that person manages to find the giant Tenseigan wouldn't mean that he would have the highest authority over it. The highest authority over the giant Tenseigan will be of the person who has the purest Hyuga bloodline, and the purest Byakugan. This is the way how the giant Tenseigan works. In terms of bloodline purity, and the Byakugan purity, Kuroto can claim that he is at the top in the entire Hyuga clan, and as such, Kuroto will have the highest authority over the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan. In this regard, even the patriarch of the Hyuga clan or the Byakugan princess cannot compete against Kuroto. So, if that traitor finds the position of the giant Tenseigan, and removes the Funjutsu placed on it, then Kuroto will be able to sense it immediately because of the pair of Tenseigan in his eyes. And if he is able to sense it, then taking control over it, thanks to his Tenseigan pair will become a piece of cake. After some further discussion with the Hyuga patriarch and after informing of the entrance ceremony that is about to be held a few days later, Kuroto bid farewell to Hayashi and then left. From his conversation with Hayashi just now, Kuroto can be sure that the Hyuga patriarch did not know anything about the giant Tenseigan of the Hyuga clan or the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The reason is most likely that the information about these two existences was either lost by the Hyuga clan or deliberately covered up by the ancestors of the Hyuga clan. Regardless, Kuroto has sort of fulfilled his objective of this visit, and as such, he left. After leaving the mansion of the patriarch, Kuroto strolled along the newly built road of the Hyuga clan districts. A bit absent-minded, he was thinking about the traitor of the Hyuga clan and other matters related to the giant Tenseigan and the Otsutsuki clan. As Kuroto absent-minded walked slowly, a voice he couldn't be more familiar with reached his ears. Kuroto-kun. His thoughts were broken by the sudden voice, and after shaking his head he looked up and noticed that not far away from him Yui was waving her hand towards him, and together with her as she was coming towards him, and she was not alone, she seemed to be accompanying the father-son pair of Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Niji. Noticing them, Kuroto walked forward and after greeting Hisashi, he asked Niji, "Niji, how are you?" Niji bowed slightly, and nodded, "Sensei, I am fine." Kuroto nodded lightly and after activating his Byakugan, he scanned Niji's body. As Kuroto checked Niji's body, Yui added from the side, "Don't worry Kuroto-kun. I just carried out a complete medical check of Niji-kun. His body is in perfect health, and there are no other problems. There is no foreign chakra present in his body. The Akatsuki organization did not do anything to Niji-kun. There is no doubt, the father-son pair of Hisashi and Niji had just visited the Konoha hospital for carrying out Niji's full body checkup at Novel Bin Adat. Akatsuki organization has obviously rooted a deep fear in the hearts of all Konoha villagers. The methods of the terrorist organization are completely unpredictable and can be very dangerous for not only Niji but also for the entire Konoha village. Therefore, nobody wanted to take a chance and both Niji and Suzuki had to undergo a complete medical checkup to make sure that nothing was wrong with them or their body, before letting them roam freely in Konoha. Of course, the same thing happened with Naruto and Hinata, which is reasonable. As for how Yui got here, because currently she is the only Irionin with the Byakugan, and because of her identity as the disciple of Tsunade Haim, Yui holds a high position in the Konoha hospital. Therefore, Niji's checkup was done by her personally, which also reassured Hisashi. After Niji's medical checkup was completed, and because there was no major emergency at the Konoha hospital, Yui took the initiative to accompany the father-son pair of Hisashi and Niji while returning back to the territory of the Hyuga clan. Kuroto nodded lightly with a thoughtful expression. As Yui said, Niji's physical state is completely fine, there are no significant injuries except some scratches, and there are no signs of any foreign chakra residing with him. This means that the spores of white zetsu are also not present in his body. Kuroto was sort of worried about the presence of white zetsu spores which might have been overlooked by Yui during Niji's checkup because of her lack of knowledge about the spores. But now that he has personally checked Niji's body, Kuroto can be assured that there is indeed nothing wrong with him. As Kuroto nodded, Hisashi said this time, "It was thanks to the rescue team of the Uchiha clan. If not for them, I don't know what I would have done." Hisashi's tone was filled with guilt, self-blame, and grief. As Niji's father, Hisashi should have done everything to rescue his son, but because of his identity as a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, he couldn't put that much value in Niji, and had to devote all his energy to find and rescue Hinata. This inability of his made Hisashi extremely guilty and ashamed that he dares not meet his eyes with Niji. "Yes, we must express our thanks to the Uchiha patriarch and the rescue team of the Uchiha clan," Kuroto replied with a light smile. On the surface, it is indeed the rescue team of the Uchiha clan who rescued Suzuki and Niji, but the insiders know that that's not really the case. The only reason Akatsuki released Suzuki and Niji is to obtain the information on the two Homusubi from Itaki and to assure Kuroto. If not for that, no matter how much effort the village or either of the clan had put, it was next to impossible for them to rescue the two kids. Of course, even if the Akatsuki organization wouldn't have released Sasuke and Niji, Kuroto wouldn't have been that worried about the safety of the two kids. After all, the two of them have no baijuyu inside them, so they were of no use to the Akatsuki organization. And with Shinichi present in the Akatsuki organization, he would have definitely tried his best to protect the two children as long as it didn't blow away his cover. So, despite being surrounded by the members of the Akatsuki organization, the two of them were safe. With such a thought in his mind, Kuroto looked at Niji and noted that Niji's expression was low, his eyes were riddled with confusion, as if he was stuck in a loop and couldn't find a way out. Curious, Kuroto asked, Niji, what's the matter? You seem unhappy. He took a pause, and added in a playful tone, are you unhappy because of coming back? Niji shook his head and said in a downcast tone, I am fine sensei, just a little tired. Really? Asked Kuroto with a frowned expression. He didn't like this downcast expression of Niji. Hisashi glanced at Niji's downcast expression, and sighed. Obviously, Hisashi is aware of the reason behind Niji's downcast expression, but even if he is aware of it, he isn't able to do something about it. As soon as Niji was brought back to the village and first saw Hisashi, Niji didn't care about any other thing, and the first thing he did was ask a question from Hisashi. Otosama, please tell me the truth. What do you think? Is the Hyuga clan really inferior compared to the Uchiha clan? Faced with such a straightforward question from Niji, Hisashi was taken aback and was unable to answer. Moreover, he really had no answer that would satisfy Niji's hopes. If it was before, then Hisashi would have denied it straight off the bat. The Hyuga clan was never inferior compared to the Uchiha clan back when he was a child, but at this point in time, in Hisashi's knowledge, the Hyuga clan really doesn't have anyone who can match the Mangekyou Sharingan users. Coupled with the fact that Uchiha Shisui is now officially considered as the strongest shinobi of Konoha, even Hisashi had to admit that the Hyuga clan can't match the Uchiha clan. Of course, even if he is aware of this fact in his heart, saying so openly wouldn't be very good for the reputation of the Hyuga clan, especially considering his identity. So, in the face of Niji's question, Hisashi could only choose to respond with silence. What made Hisashi even more puzzled was the confusion in Niji's eyes. Niji may have had such a doubt in his heart, but, even with that, Niji's had the desire to prove that this doubt is wrong. He had the desire to not only make the Hyuga clan catch up to the Uchiha clan, but also to defeat them and prove that the Hyuga clan is not inferior compared to the Uchiha clan. But now, Niji seems to have lost that desire. It is as if he has suffered a major setback and he is confused about the future. It feels as if Niji has already believed in his heart that the Hyuga clan is indeed inferior compared to the Uchiha clan, and no matter how much effort is put in, the Hyuga clan will not be able to change their fate. Upon seeing such complicated emotions appearing in the eyes of such a young child, Hisashi was naturally doubtful, and as such, he asked a detailed explanation of Niji's experience in the Akatsuki's base. Only then did he realize the cause of Niji's frustration and confusion. Seeing that Niji had bowed his head, Hisashi looked at Kuroto and answered in place of Niji, this kid lost to the child of the Uchiha clan, and that's why he is so frustrated. And then, Hisashi narrated Niji's experience that Niji told him earlier. Upon understanding the matter, Kuroto smiled. Oh, so that's what happened? Just because you were defeated by Uchiha Sasuke, you feel so confused. Niji bit his lip and said, Sensei, I watched Sasuke's growth with my own eyes. In that short period not only did he catch up to me, but also surpassed me. Initially, whenever we fought, I was able to defeat him with just a little effort, but after he received training from Shinichi-san, he got stronger every day, and surpassed me. Kuroto glanced at Niji and said in a mocking tone, just because Uchiha Sasuke has surpassed you, are you planning to give up? Niji shook his head, and said, no, I haven't admitted defeat. But, Kuroto interrupted Niji and said in a cold tone, but what? Are you going to give me an excuse now? If that's the case, then it is all the more reason to just give up. In fact, I suggest you give up, quit all your training and sit back at home like a normal child. If you don't even have enough courage and tough heart to get back up again after suffering such a small setback, then you are not qualified of becoming a shinobi. No, it's not that either. I just can't see any hope of surpassing him at all. Currently, he just has a single Tomo Sharingan, but his Sharingan will evolve over time. Eventually, it will turn into the Mangekyou Sharingan, but my Byakugan, it will remain only Byakugan? How am I going to defeat him then? Said Niji. Considering Niji's young age, it is normal to be confused under strong stimulation, but Kuroto didn't like it. The current Hyuga Niji reminds of the Hyuga Niji from the Naruto canon, the same child who seemed to have accepted his fate. Except that he is reserved and not being violent towards Hinata and the others. Kuroto coldly said, that's why I am saying, give up. Since you don't have an answer in front of you, then give up. Because giving up is better than suffering and searching for an answer, right? But before Kuroto could finish, suddenly a group of men, wearing the uniform of the Konoha military police force, forced their way inside the Hyuga clan district and started to taunt Kuroto. Where is Hyuga Kuroto? Bring him out. Come out, you bastard. This time we are going to teach you a lesson you will never forget in your life. You stole Shisui's position. Since when did a servant such as you have such courage? The unbridled screams of these members of the Konoha military police force echoed all over the Hyuga clan, disturbing the silence of the Hyuga clan district, raising several eyebrows. Many Hyuga clansmen who were present in their homes came out on the streets and glared at the Uchiha clansmen who dared to force their way inside the Hyuga clan district in such a violent manner. Even the patriarch of the Hyuga clan was notified of such a happening and came out with several guards to check the situation. As for Kuroto, he was still standing where he was, and upon understanding that they were here for him, he was about to go ahead and greet them. Just as Kuroto took the first step, Yui quickly grabbed Kuroto's sleeve and shook her head with a begging expression. Kuroto-kun, please don't go. From their clothing, it can be clearly noticed that all 8 of them are Jonin rank shinobi. And considering the attitude shown by the intruding Uchiha clansmen, they don't seem to have any intention of talking things out and were definitely planning to have a conflict with Kuroto. If Kuroto were to go alone, he would have to face 8 Jonins at the same time. Although Yui knows that Kuroto is very strong and can definitely fight and defeat more than 1 Jonin at once, but handling all 8 Jonin rank shinobi at the same time? Even Cage rank shinobi wouldn't claim that they can come off scot-free. Moreover, these 8 are Jonin of the Uchiha clan. As such, Yui did not dare to let Kuroto go for a head-on fight against them. Understanding the situation, Hisashi also said, Kuroto-kun, it's better to be careful, let the clan handle this matter, you shouldn't deal with it yourself. Kuroto shook his head. Hisashi-sama, the clan shouldn't get involved in such a small matter. Let me handle it, after all, they are here for me. Then he looked at Yui and gently reassured her, don't worry, it will be over soon. And I get to play the cool guy. With that, he removed Yui's head that was stopping him, and slowly walked towards the incoming Uchiha clansmen. Under the gazes of all the Hyuga clansmen who were standing on both sides of the street, Kuroto slowly walked away from his initial position and made his way towards the clamoring Uchiha clansmen who were further trying to force their way inside the Hyuga clan. While walking towards them, Kuroto didn't seem to have any worries on his face and his expression was calm as if he was out on just an after-meal walk. Of course, not everyone was as calm as Kuroto. Behind him, Yui had clasped her hands over her chest and was looking at him with a worried expression. She bit her lip and glanced at Hisashi standing next to her. Hisashi-sama. Hisashi nodded slightly. I know. In fact, Yui didn't need to say anything as Hisashi had already activated his Byakugan, and he was paying utmost attention to Kuroto and the 8 Uchiha Jonin with the intention of intervening immediately should the situation worsen for Kuroto. And different from Kuroto, Yui, and Hisashi, Niji tiptoed from behind Hisashi and carefully peeked at everything that was happening. Of course, Niji was also worried, but more than worry, his face was filled with expectations and curiosity. Back at home, Niji has often heard Hisashi praise Kuroto. He has also heard Kuroto indirectly acknowledge that he is the current strongest in the Hyuga clan. So, Niji wanted to see what can the strongest of the Hyuga clan can do in the face of such a disparity. At the same time, outside the mansion of the Hyuga patriarch, Hayashi also instructed his attendants to interfere if the situation worsened for Kuroto. At the same time, he also ordered some of them to immediately report this matter to Elder Sarutobi Hiruzen. 8 Jonin rank officers of the Konoha military police force broke into the Hyuga clan district, forced their way in, and started to create chaos. Regardless of whether this matter is big or small, if it is not handled properly, it will definitely cause enmity, hatred, and major conflicts between the 2 shinobi clans, which wouldn't be good for either party, particularly for the Hyuga clan, especially at this time when the Uchiha clan is in full swing. Moreover, if any major conflicts happen between the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, it will affect the entire Konoha village, which wouldn't be a very good thing, concerning the current complicated situation of the shinobi world. So, informing the matter to Sandaime Hokage-sama is the best choice, because he, as the third party, would be able to intervene and solve the matter a little peacefully. It's not that Hayashi doesn't trust Kuroto's strength. He does and is generally quite confident in Kuroto's abilities and choices, but the reason he isn't very optimistic about the situation this time is that facing 8 Jonin rank shinobi at the same time, in particular, 8 Jonins of the Uchiha who owns the 3 Tomo Sharinan of the Uchiha clan, is no joke, and as such, even if doesn't want to, he has to prepare for the worst possibility. On the long street, seeing that Hyuga Kuroto was walking towards them alone, one of the Uchiha shinobi, who recognized Kuroto by face, immediately laughed out loud. Oh, you actually came? And here I was thinking that you will continue to remain inside the Hyuga clan district and not dare to show up in front of us. It turns out that I was wrong. You do have some guts, I will give you that. Another Uchiha shinobi who didn't recognize Kuroto at first glance looked at him with a disdainful gaze and asked the other Uchiha around him, Hey, are you guys sure he is Hyuga Kuroto? He looks as weak as a chicken to me. Did this guy really defeat Shinichi and Iragi? Listening to the disdainful words of the Uchiha clansman, Kuroto's eyebrows twitched in annoyance. At the same time, he couldn't help but think to himself, I pity them, they don't even know how to humiliate someone. After an inner chuckle, Kuroto glanced at the 8 Uchiha shinobi and asked faintly, Why are the officers of the Konoha military police force here? And why are you people looking for me? I don't believe I have even had contact with any of you before. So, what do you people want from me? At this time, one of the Uchiha, who seemed to be the leader of these 8 Uchiha shinobi, stepped forward and said to Kuroto in a tone filled with contempt, Hyuga Kuroto, we don't want to escalate this matter more than necessary. As long as you refuse to become the principal of the Ninja Academy, and resign from that post, we will forget this matter, and leave without creating any problem, but if you refuse, then... From the manner he spoke, he seemed to be ordering Kuroto, rather than saying to him, and it was obvious that he was also issuing a warning to Kuroto that his order cannot be refused, else the consequences wouldn't be very good. One of the Uchiha behind him added with a chuckle, "Hey, that's not enough, he has to kneel down and apologize too for being rude to us." The so-called leader said in a sarcastic tone, "Don't make trouble, Iwaki. He is a member of the Hyuga clan, and Hyuga clan is also a clan that is as strong as the Uchiha clan on the surface. Moreover, he also has Byakugan. Although Byakugan is far inferior compared to our Sharingan, it is still one of the 3 great dojutsu, so we Uchiha needs to give them some face, otherwise what would the others think? Humph, what equal to our Uchiha clan and what 3 great dojutsu? They are a bunch of useless people, and their clan is as much trash as all of them." After speaking such offending and provoking words, Iwaki disdainfully looked at the Hyuga clansmen, and deliberately spat on the street to further humiliate them. Kuroto didn't seem to be affected, and after talking a yawn to relieve his tiredness, he said calmly, "Sigh, I am too busy to deal with a bunch of undisciplined and uncivilized people. I don't have time to entangle with all of you one by one, so, it's better if you people." Before Kuroto could complete his words, the leader interrupted Kuroto and said with a sly smile, "Want to escape? Do you think we would just let you go away so simply? But of course, I am in a generous mood right now. As long as you resign from the post of the principal of the Ninja Academy, we will forgive you. But if you don't, then you will have to be prepared to spend the next month in the Konoha hospital. And you needn't worry about the expenses, we will pay for your medical expenses, our salaries are quite high." The group of Uchiha around him laughed, booing Kuroto and the entire Hyuga clan without any worry, timidity, or regard to the fact that they were already surrounded by almost the entire Hyuga clan. Kuroto rotated his hand from the shoulder joint and said, "I think you are misunderstanding what I said. When I said that I don't have time to entangle with all of you one by one, I meant that I want all of you to come at me at once. I don't have enough time to spare on each one of you individually, so, let's go together." Kuroto said and then beckoned all the 8 of them to come at him at once. Listening to the Kuroto's words, all the Hyuga clansmen in the surroundings were taken aback. No one thought that Kuroto would fight all of them at once. This is simply unbelievable. Yui was extremely shocked, and looked at Kuroto's back with a surprised expression, and couldn't help but wonder, since when did Kuroto-kun become so cool? Even Hisashi was taken aback and tried to think of Kuroto's intentions behind taking such a risk. As per Hisashi's understanding of Kuroto's nature, Kuroto is not the kind of guy who likes to show off, and he generally doesn't mess around with dangerous situations. Yet the fact that he is taking such a step, it can only mean one thing. With such a thought he lightly glanced at Niji. The leader of the team of Uchiha Shinobi was also shocked. He was so shocked that he almost did not believe his ears. He leaned forward and after cleaning his ear, he said, "What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly, care to repeat it again?" "Yeah sure." Kuroto nodded with a wicked grin, then without waiting for the other party to respond, he leaned slightly backward and then struck a roundhouse kick on his chest, making him fly several meters high like a projectile. After the leader drew a beautiful parabolic arc in the air, he slammed on the roof of a house with a muffled noise, at novel bin at. Bang! Did you all hear it correctly this time? If not, I can make another try. I'll be sure to make it clearer this time, said Kuroto while looking at the rest of the Uchiha Shinobi. Uchiha Shinobi. Hyuga clansmen. In an instant, the entire long street of the Hyuga clan district became deadly quiet. Whether the Hyuga clansmen standing on both sides of the street, or the Uchiha Shinobi standing in front of him, they were all stunned by the sudden actions of Kuroto. None of them expected that Kuroto would make such a move, and the move would be so decisive and ruthless that he sent the other party crashing on the rooftop of a house. It took a while for them to come back to their senses and realize what exactly happened. And as soon as they came back to their senses, the Uchiha clansmen gritted their teeth in anger. This guy, he is looking for death. And without any wait, all of them rushed towards Kuroto with killing intent on their faces. Whoosh! Kuroto chuckled lightly and by the time they had reacted Kuroto had already moved from his position. With a body flicker, he appeared behind Iwaki, and before Iwaki could react, he struck the back of Iwaki's knee with his foot making Iwaki forcibly collapse on the ground. Coincidentally enough, Iwaki's face landed on the exact same spot where he had spat not long ago, which raised several eyes at once. Of course, Kuroto didn't care about those eyes. He closed in on Iwaki, then took out his kusanagi sword from its sheath and after lifting off Iwaki's head by hardly pulling his hair, he pinned Iwaki's neck with the sharp edge of his blade casually and looked at the other Uchiha Shinobi with a provocative expression. As the metallic sharp edge of Kuroto's sword touched Iwaki's neck, Iwaki's angry face stiffened, and the curse that was about to come out unconsciously was also forced back down in the face of the shard edge that can take his life in a single slash. Seeing that Iwaki was taken hostage, the other 6 Uchiha Shinobi stopped midway and under Kuroto's provocative look, all of them hesitated from making any more. They had to admit to themselves that Hyuga Kuroto is by no means weak, and they will have to take this fight seriously, otherwise they will make a fool of themselves. Humph, scared already. With a cold snort, Kuroto removed the sword that pinned down Iwaki, then with the hilt of his Kusanagi sword, he struck Iwaki's head, instantly making him lose consciousness and again collapse on the same spot where he had spat earlier. With Iwaki knocked out, Kuroto got up, and after sheathing back his Kusanagi sword, he said, "Don't worry, this is just a casual fight. I don't have plans on killing you people, it's not worth it. So, you people don't have to be scared and can come at me all at once." Such words from Kuroto immediately reignited the anger within the Uchiha shinobi, and they again started to shout curses at him. "Urgh, that's it. I can't take it anymore, I am going to kill you. Go to hell, you bastard. Just die." But unlike last time, they have already learned their lesson. So, although they shouted curses at him, none of them made any careless moves against him. They had put away their previous contempt and were planning to fight seriously against Kuroto. In their hearts, each of them had accepted that Hyuga Kuroto wouldn't be easy to deal with, and they have to take this fight extremely seriously if they want to defeat Kuroto. At the same time, not far away from the Hyuga clan, Itaki and Shisui were coming towards the Hyuga clan in a hurry, and Suzuki and Kiyomi were closely following the two. Perhaps because Suzuki has never noticed his Nii-san and Shisui so anxious and in a hurry, Suzuki also became worried, and pleaded to Itaki, "Nii-san, Shisui Nii-san, the two of you must save Niji-sensei. Niji is a good friend of mine, but if something were to happen to Niji-sensei because of our clan, how will I face him in the future? So, you two must save Niji-sensei, please." Kiyomi didn't say anything, she was just silently following the three. Hokage Building, Elder Hiruzen's office. Looking at the documents stacked high on his desk, Sarutobi Hiruzen helplessly put down his tobacco pipe and sighed with a tired expression. Although he is no longer the Hokage of Konoha, he is still forced to deal with all the official duties of the Hokage, and the daily affairs of the village, whether big or small, are still taken care of by him. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very confused at this moment. In order to become Konoha's Hokage, Danzo took great pains and even went as far as to completely offend him. After doing all this, it stands to reason that he should have kept the power in his hands, even as the temporary Hokage agent. But this did not happen. Unexpectedly, after becoming the temporary Hokage, although Danzo made a few decisions and exercised a bit of Hokage's authority, his actions were well measured, such as changing the leaders of the Umbu department and some other things, at novel bin at. But other than these few actions, Danzo did not do anything else. Even managing the daily affairs of the village was left to Sarutobi and other elders of the advisory board, which is too abnormal considering Danzo's personality and his desire for power. What does he want to do? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen can't guess Danzo's thoughts, he has a vague feeling that Danzo is planning something secretly, and whatever Danzo is planning, it must be extremely important to him, so important that Danzo doesn't even have the time to devote enough attention into exercising his power as the temporary Hokage. What could it be? As Hiruzen was pondering, suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door of his office. Knock knock knock. Interrupted in the midst of his thoughts, Elder Sarutobi retracted and said, "Come in." Immediately after he instructed to come in, a Hyuga clansman under the lead of an Umbu walked inside Elder Hiruzen's office and concisely reported the violent act of the members of the Konoha military police force and everything they did after forcing their way into the Hyuga clan district. What? Upon hearing the details of the actions of members of the Konoha military police force, the former Hokage was taken aback and got up from his chair with a shocked expression. Initially, Elder Hiruzen really wanted to give the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy to Uchiha Shisui in order to appease the Uchiha clan, but even Shisui deemed Hyuga Kuroto to be a better candidate, so Hiruzen went along with it. From Elder Hiruzen's perspective, Hyuga Kuroto is also a very good candidate for the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy, and considering Kuroto's identity as the member of the Hyuga clan, giving him that position also meant drawing the favor and support of the Hyuga clan towards him, which is also a good political move, so the former Hokage also chose Kuroto and assigned him the position. Hiruzen knew that the Uchiha clan would be slightly dissatisfied with this, and had planned an alternative means to compensate the Uchiha clan, but he didn't expect that before he could offer them that compensation, some of the Uchiha clansmen had already taken such impulsive actions. They were arrogant and crazy enough to forcefully enter the Hyuga clan district and provoke conflict with Hyuga Kuroto and the Hyuga clan. Although this has angered the former Hokage when he thought of the possibility of a large-scale conflict that might happen between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, Sandaime knew that he couldn't sit still and let it happen, so immediately after getting up from his chair, he ordered the subordinates around him, "Hurry up! Arrange a team of Umbu and follow me to the Hyuga clan district. Can't let them fight at any cost." In the Hyuga clan district, upon seeing two of their clansmen get defeated within a few seconds, the remaining 6 Jonin rank Uchiha were taken aback and looked at Kuroto with vigilant expressions on their faces. They knew that they can't play around anymore and might have to take this fight seriously, else not only will this affect their reputation, but also affect the reputation of the entire Uchiha clan. Understanding this, they got serious and entered their respective fighting state. And as soon as they did so, all 6 of them showed amazing cooperative skills and superb tactical qualities. Whoosh 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 whoosh. With the sound of breaking wind, the 6 Uchiha used body flicker jutsu and instantly divided into 3 teams, each one consisting of 2 members, and surrounded Kuroto from 3 sides, thus effectively cutting off his escape from 3 sides. Observing their actions, Kuroto smiled slightly. Surrounding from only 3 sides, and leaving a retreat for the surrounded target is a not-so-popular tactic sometimes used by the Uchiha clansmen. Under the pressure of being surrounded by 3 sides, the target chooses the only option to escape, and then the game of hunting begins where the target is the prey and the Uchiha clansmen are experienced hunters playing with their prey as they slowly kill him mentally and physically until the prey loses all his fighting intent and surrenders. Kuroto is obviously aware of this, so this tactic of the Uchiha clan, as such, this tactic is not going to work on him. In fact, even if he wasn't aware of it, this tactic still wouldn't have worked on him because of the difference in their strengths, speed, and battle IQ. Unaware of this fact, the Uchiha Jonins continued, and as soon as they surrounded Kuroto, 2 of them started to weave hand signs for a combined jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, whirling tornado. In an instant, a hot fireball was sprayed out by an Uchiha Jonin, and at the same time, a whirling tornado was released by another Jonin standing next to him. The fire of the fireball was flared by the whirling tornado and blasted towards Kuroto in the form of a fire tornado. At the same time, an Uchiha Jonin on both sides of Kuroto started to simultaneously weave hand signs and release their jutsu. Earth style, mud wall. Earth style, mud wall. In an instant 2 mud walls rose on either side of Kuroto and blocked his retreat from the side, while the other 2 Uchiha had their swords, shuriken, and kunao ready to make their next move as they observed Hyuga Kuroto with their 3 Tomo Shuriken, waiting for Kuroto to react so that they can deal with him accordingly. Boom! The huge fire tornado rushed towards Kuroto. Along the way, a deep charred gully was plowed on the newly built street, and under the scorching temperature of the fire tornado, the masonry paved on the streets was melted into liquid mud and exuded a burst of green smoke. Seeing the scale of jutsu and its damaging effects, the Hyuga clansmen, including Hisashi, Yui, as well as Hayashi on the streets exclaimed and looked at Kuroto with a worried expression. Earlier Kuroto managed to instantly take down 2 Jonin of the Uchiha clan with very little effort. Although they were surprised and somewhat relieved, they also knew that it was simply because of the element of surprise and because they were seriously underestimating Kuroto. But now they can see that the rest of the 6 Uchiha Jonin are taking this seriously, and dealing with 6 of them at once wouldn't be easy. The only reason Hisashi hasn't interfered up to now is that Kuroto wanted to deal with them himself, but of course, he was ready to intervene anytime. Most of the other Hyuga clansmen had the same thought as Hisashi. After all, Kuroto is a member of the Hyuga clan, and he is deeply loved and respected in the clan, especially by the members of the branch family, many of whom consider him their ideal. As such, no one in Hyuga clan would watch him being bullied by Uchiha clan, that too within the Hyuga clan district. Niji, who was hiding behind Hisashi, narrowed his eyes with a look of horror on his face. The heat waves emitted by the fire tornado were too hot and they instantly charred his lips and were difficult to look at directly. He couldn't imagine just how dangerous would it be to face such a thing from the front, and as the tornado was about to hit Kuroto, he involuntarily closed his eyes, afraid to watch Kuroto die. But at this time, a voice reached Niji's ears. "Niji, don't close your eyes, open them and see what is about to happen." As this voice reached his ears, Niji subconsciously opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Kuroto making his move. Kuroto made no attempt to dodge the fire tornado or defend against it using revolving heaven as everyone had expected. Instead, he used body flicker jutsu and dived straight into it head-on. That's practically suicide? Does he have a death wish? Such a thought flashed into the minds of the onlookers. Idiot, thought Uchiha Jonins. Boom! An explosive sound reached everyone's ears. They saw Kuroto breaking the entire fire tornado using his sheer speed as he moved through it without any hindrance, and the very next instant, Kuroto was already standing in front of 2 Uchiha Jonin who had just used the combined jutsu. UWH-. That's all they could speak as before they could finish their words, they found themselves being held by Kuroto from their necks. "Too weak," muttered Kuroto disdainfully as he held the 2 Uchiha from their necks, and without speaking anything more, he precisely injected his chakra into their necks and made them faint by temporarily blocking their nasal cavity. Watching their companions being held by Kuroto like 2 chickens, the other 4 Uchiha felt embarrassed and angry. Plop. Plop. Without giving any regards to their embarrassment and anger, Kuroto threw them to the side racks, at the same position where Iwaki was lying unconscious. With those 4 of the 8 members of the Konoha military police force were taken care of, and then looked at the rest of them with an impatient expression. "Go ahead, but can the rest of you be slightly quicker? I don't have time all day, as I am in a bit of a hurry." "Go ahead, but can the rest of you be slightly quicker? I don't have time all day, as I am in a bit of a hurry." In the face of Kuroto's carefree remark, surprise, anger, panic, and several other emotions took root in the hearts of the leftover 4 Uchiha Jonin. The scene just now was a little too weird for them to understand in just a single glance, especially because neither of them expected Kuroto to use such an approach to deal with the combined fire tornado ninjutsu. Although both fireball jutsu and whirling tornado are individually not that high-ranked ninjutsu, however, the ones using them were not ordinary shinobi, both of them were Jonin, and that too, Jonin of the Uchiha clan. Their cooperation, tacit understanding, and coordination were perfect. As a result, the fireball jutsu and whirling tornado perfectly complemented each other and resulted in a very dangerous fire tornado that surpassed A-rank ninjutsu, at novel bin at. According to the common sense of the shinobi world, dealing with such a powerful ninjutsu is not so easy, and anyone facing such a ninjutsu would either choose to completely escape its range or choose to use a ninjutsu of their own to defend against it. In case of Hyuga clansmen, they can also choose to use Revolving Heaven, which is nearly perfect defense, which everyone expected Kuroto to do, but no, he didn't do what everyone expected. Instead of escaping the range of ninjutsu, or defending against it, he charged straight into the fire tornado. This action was practically suicide and it left everyone taken aback. Specifically, the two Uchiha Jonin were caught off guard and Kuroto was able to knock out both of them. After all, charging through the fire tornado isn't as simple as it may seem. The moment someone comes into contact with such a high temperature, their entire body will become charred, leading to instant death. Yet nothing happened to Kuroto, which further confused everyone. Seeing the vigilant expression on the faces of the four Uchiha, Kuroto chuckled lightly. Obviously, what he did isn't that difficult for him, and it's just an alternative method of using Revolving Heaven. When Hyuga clansman uses Revolving Heaven, they release chakra from all their tenketsu and simultaneously rotate their body to apply the rotation force into the released chakra to make a spiraling chakra barrier and defend against the attacks. Of course, rotation is not necessary to use Revolving Heaven, and the only reason it is used is that the chakra strength of most of the Hyuga clansmen is not strong enough. To compensate for that lack of chakra strength, the rotation force is added to enhance the defense. But let's say if someone's chakra strength is more than strong enough, then what would happen? If the chakra strength is strong enough, then there would be no need to add rotation force. The lightning barrier created by the lightning chakra mode of Reikage would be one such example of this approach. Although the two jutsu are completely different and have no linkage with each other, Reikage's lightning barrier can still be taken as a comparison. The approach Kuroto used just now is quite similar. His chakra strength is already more than strong enough, and because of having experience of using the Tenseigan chakra mode, Kuroto managed to create a chakra barrier cum cloak around him that protected him against the high temperature of the fire tornado. This type of chakra cloak is something only the Hyuga clansmen can use because of their innate ability to release chakra from all their tenketsu. Kuroto calls this technique of using chakra to coat his entire body in order to create a barrier as the Byakugan chakra cloak. Byakugan chakra cloak is a simple and low-level application of Tenseigan chakra mode, and since this is the first time anyone has ever seen such a jutsu, so everyone was surprised and Kuroto was able to take down two Uchiha Jonin by the element of surprise. Of course, Byakugan chakra cloak has heavy chakra consumption, but for Kuroto, who can even use Tenseigan chakra mode, such chakra consumption is not that big of a deal, as it is nothing more than just a drop of water in a completely filled bucket. Normally, the Uchiha shinobi wouldn't have been surprised enough to be left completely off guard, but Kuroto's perfect timing and extreme speed worked in conjunction with the flaming tornado that obscures the vision of the two Uchiha Jonin, so their Sharingan failed to capture his movements, and that is how Kuroto was able to defeat them instantly. What to do? At this rate, all of us. Shut up, are you afraid now? Think about it, he is just one person, we are still four, and we won't lose. Yeah, pay attention to his techniques, this guy is just slightly faster and has a better defense, so long as we breach those two advantages of his, he will be done for. Humph, no matter how fast he is, he couldn't be faster than the inside of our Sharingan. While speaking such words, the four Uchiha Jonin rekindled their fighting spirit and planned to take down Kuroto. Although, they were extremely surprised that their initial number was reduced to the current half. In shock and surprise, the honor and reputation of the Uchiha clan did not allow them to retreat. While such a thought was going on in the minds of the four Jonin, suddenly, Kuroto's chilling voice was heard. Never get distracted in the middle of a battle. Didn't the Uchiha clan teach you people even such a basic point? Whoosh. As the last word was heard, Kuroto had already disappeared from his position with the use of a body flicker. The expression on the faces of the four Uchiha Jonin became tense. The three black tomo in each of their Sharingan were spinning rapidly, searching for Kuroto's figure. At this moment, one of the Uchiha Jonin sensed slight changes in the airflow behind him. He immediately understood that Hyuga Kuroto has targeted him, so he immediately turned around to make a comeback, but the moment he did so, he found that Kuroto's figure was only a few steps away from pouncing on him. Regardless, with the sword in his hand, the Uchiha Jonin grinned, "You are not gonna get away from this one." But before he could do anything, his brows tightened in a frown. This particular Jonin noticed that Hyuga Kuroto's left hand that he was using to initiate the attack seemed to be weaving hand signs. And because half of Kuroto's hand was covered by the long sleeve of his kimono, it obscured the Uchiha Jonin's direct vision. As such, he couldn't figure out the exact hand signs that Kuroto was weaving. And what's more surprising is that he can weave hand signs from just one hand. As he thought so, he tried to get a better look at Kuroto's left hand so as to identify the hand sign pattern to guess the ninjutsu that Kuroto plans to use. This choice of his was his biggest mistake because as his attention was more focused on Kuroto's hand compared to Kuroto, Kuroto smirked wickedly and suddenly accelerated his movement. and without giving any opportunity for the other party to react, he used both of his hands to carry out a series of hard strikes on the Uchiha Jonin. Bang 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 bang. Because of the momentary distraction, when Kuroto attacked the Uchiha Jonin was only able to parry 4 to 5 hits, but as Kuroto's speed and attack power increased with each strike, he was unable to keep up, and after taking a few hits, he puked out blood from his mouth and fainted with an unwilling expression on his face. As the 5th Uchiha fainted on the ground, Kuroto kicked him lightly on the ground and threw him to the same position where 3 other Uchiha were placed before, creating a pile of fainted Uchiha Jonin. After dealing with the 5th guy, Kuroto turned around and looked at the remaining 3 Uchiha with a provocative expression. Damn it, this guy seems to know our fighting habits too well, and he also knows how Sharingan actually works. The last burst of speed that he used, it was nearly as fast as Shisui if I am not wrong. And why the heck is he using Steel Fist Taijutsu? Aren't Hyuga supposed to only rely on their Gentle Fist? Kuroto didn't care about their questions and walked step by step towards the remaining 3 Uchiha. Looking at the approaching Kuroto, the 3 Jonin backed away instinctively. At this time one of the Uchiha questioned Kuroto, how do you understand Sharingan to this degree? Because of their Sharingan, Uchiha clansmen are accustomed to perceiving every moment of their enemies. This habit of theirs has been engraved into their instincts, and Kuroto just took advantage of this instinctual habit of Uchiha clansmen. But to take advantage of that instinctual ability, one has to understand the Uchiha and their Sharingan, which Kuroto did. Who knows, of course, he wouldn't give an explanation to them. Not only is he accustomed to fighting Uchiha with Mangekyo Sharingan, but Kuroto himself also has experience of using Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so he understands Sharingan better than the Uchiha clansmen standing in front of him. Of course, he wouldn't bother to boast it. Among the onlookers, as Niji saw Kuroto defeat Uchiha Jonin one after another, he was surprised, and with stars shining in his eyes, he asked Hisashi, Otosama, what kind of jutsu is sensei using? How is it so powerful? And what kind of fighting style is he using? It looks so different from what you have taught me. Hisashi's attention was still on Kuroto and the 3 Uchiha, but he was no longer that worried about Kuroto after witnessing the fight up to now. After hearing Niji's question, Hisashi pondered, and explained, the chakra cloak surrounding Kuroto-kun. I am not sure how that is working, but as for his fighting style, he is not using just Gentle Fist. His fighting style seems to be a mix of Gentle Fist, Steel Fist, Leaf-style swordsmanship, Uchiha Taijutsu and Kenjutsu, and several other fighting styles. One thing to note is that all his movements are simple and practical, at the same time they are also extremely delicate yet fierce, which is incredible in a sense, because he is perfectly syncing all those fighting styles. Niji was confused. What does that mean? Hisashi said with a sigh, it means that your sensei has broken the shackles of Gentle Fist. Seeing the course of the battle, Hisashi also put away all his worries about Kuroto and paid attention to Kuroto's fighting style, which is a combination of all the fighting styles he has ever seen out there. Whenever Hyuga shinobis fights, they would subconsciously take the fighting stance of the Gentle Fist that they have practiced for years and use the very same Gentle Fist Taijutsu routine to deal with all their enemies. This method generally works in the favor of Hyuga clansmen because of the perfection of Gentle Fist Taijutsu that the Hyuga clan has achieved over the course of several centuries. But precisely because of this so-called perfection of the Gentle Fist Taijutsu, the Hyuga clan has made Gentle Fist Taijutsu their only fighting style. Although it works most of the time, however, when the upper limit of the enemy's strength increases beyond what Gentle Fist Taijutsu can handle, the Hyuga clan becomes helpless. Before this, Hisashi was always confused and was unable to figure it out. The prestige of the Uchiha clan is growing day by day, however, the prestige of the Hyuga clan is still the same as before, and in fact, it is declining year by year. Hisashi can't see a way to lead the clan forward, so all he could do was helplessly spin in circles that were drawn by the ancestors of the Hyuga clan with no way out. Because of his upbringing, even he never questioned the traditions of the Hyuga clan and accepted things as it is, and even if he focused his attention on something, it was on the Byakugan. Hisashi always wondered if Byakugan could also evolve just like Sharingan. Perhaps the Hyuga clan might have also been like the Uchiha clan, and this thought of his made him ignore one very important thing. However, today, after watching Kuroto's battle against the Uchiha Jonins, he faintly understood it. What's limiting the Hyuga clan is not the Byakugan, but the Hyuga clan's method of using the Byakugan. Hyuga clan has limited itself to using Byakugan in conjunction with Gentle Fist Taijutsu. The Uchiha clan has done no such thing. Each of their shinobi explores his own path, and that's probably the reason why the Uchiha clan is developing, while the Hyuga clan has stagnated. The Hyuga clan has caged itself, and its growth with its perfection. As you know, if someone is given everything perfectly from birth, then the spirit of exploring just vanishes, and that is how the Hyuga clan has started to decline. Sigh, the answer was always in front of me, and yet I could not see it clearly up until now, sighed Hisashi as he looked at Kuroto with a complicated expression. On the battlefield. Smash! With a low horizontal kick, Kuroto knocked out the 7th Uchiha Jonin on the ground, who flew into the air then soon collapsed on the ground and fainted. With the 7th Uchiha knocked out, Kuroto threw him on the pile of unconscious Uchihas that were gathered a little far away, and muttered, that takes care of the 7th guy. Now then looked in the direction of the last Uchiha, who has crouched not too far away and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Impossible? This is impossible. This can't happen. Kuroto turned around and while slowly walking towards him, he asked curiously, what's impossible? The last Uchiha looked at Kuroto with a horrified expression and as he noticed Kuroto walking towards him, he stumbled backward in an attempt to retreat and shouted, "St, stay away from me." No way, he couldn't help it, he witnessed everything with his very own eyes. Right before his very eyes, Kuroto used some sort of strange technique to deal with the remaining Uchiha clansmen. He had never seen such a strange movement technique, but he could feel that it is a very high-end technique. Kuroto chuckled lightly, and while continuing to walk forward he asked with a playful grin, "What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly, care to repeat it? Are you asking me to spare you? Of course, I can let you go if you give up, and repent." Feeling the mockery in Kuroto's tone, the last Uchiha was angered, he stood up and shouted, "Never. I am from the proud and noble Uchiha clan, no matter what, I will never give up." As soon as his words landed, the last Uchiha felt a sharp pain on the back of his neck, and the very next moment his eyelids started to feel heavy. Poof. At the same time, the Kuroto standing before him exploded into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. Understanding that the Hyuga Kuroto standing before him was nothing more a shadow clone, the last Uchiha was taken aback, and upon realizing that the other party dealt with him so easily, he couldn't but curse, "Damn you! When did you weave hand signs for the shadow clone jutsu?" But this doubt of his was never to be answered as he soon fell unconscious and collapsed on the ground with an unwilling expression. After dealing with the last Uchiha, Kuroto bent over, picked him up by his collar, and threw him over the pile of unconscious Uchihas. Looking at the pile of unconscious Uchiha Jonin, the Hyuga clansmen on the streets were shocked and opened their mouths with an incredulous expression, as if this whole scene before their eyes was nothing but a dream. The fierce battle that everyone had expected and were prepared for did not happen, it was just a unilateral slaughter by Kuroto using physical combat and clever tactics. Yui looked at Kuroto with a sluggish expression. Unknowingly, Kuroto-kun has already become so strong? Back when we were children, he couldn't even defeat me. No matter what, Yui was very happy that Kuroto was safe. Different from Yui, Niji looked at Kuroto with admiration and thought to himself with rekindled hope, Sensei is really the strongest in the entire Hyuga clan. He defeated so many Jonins of the Uchiha clan so easily. Sensei told me that I shouldn't worry about whether Uchiha clan is superior or not until I reach his level, so I shouldn't worry about it and only focus on training myself. Besides, Sensei could defeat so many of them alone, this means that the Uchiha clan is not invincible. Just wait, Sasuke, I will prove that the Hyuga clan is not inferior to the Uchiha clan. At the same time, Hayashi stared at Kuroto deeply. The strength of Kuroto has far exceeded his expectations, and from what he could see, Kuroto hasn't even shown all his strength here. Others may not have noticed it or have forgotten to pay attention to that point, but Hayashi clearly noticed that during the entire battle against the 8 Uchiha Jonin, Kuroto didn't even activate his Byakugan. You can deal with 8 Jonins without even using the Byakugan or Gentle Fist. Hyuga Kuroto, sometimes you really scare me. With a sigh, Hayashi also began to recall the advice that Kuroto gave a few years ago. While everyone was relieved, suddenly, the first Uchiha who was kicked atop the roof of a house by Kuroto shook his head and stood up with a dizzy expression. Some of the Hyuga clansmen immediately noticed him, and pointed at him. Kuroto, who was standing in the crowd, turned his head and glanced at him with a surprised expression. He woke up this early? This is surprising. In the beginning, when Kuroto kicked him atop the roof of a house, Kuroto wasn't least merciful. It stands to reason that the other party should have remained unconscious for at least 1-2 hours, but unexpectedly, he regained consciousness so quickly. Feeling everyone's gazes on him, and looking at the pile of unconscious Uchiha Jonins on the ground, the first Uchiha was angered, and this anger of his further boiled when he recalled the embarrassing experience of being knocked out with just a single kick. Focusing his attention on Kuroto, the first Uchiha shouted, "Hyuga Kuroto, I will kill you with my own hands." As he said so, his chakra flared and he pounced on Kuroto in a sonic boom, at novel bin at. Boom? So strong. Listening to the sonic boom in the air generated by the first Uchiha, the weaker members of the Hyuga clan quickly covered their ears, retreated backward, and closed their eyes. At the same time, they all sighed deeply, because this scene reminded them of the fact that the ones who were fighting Kuroto were all Jonin-level shinobi of the Uchiha clan, which means that each of them is extremely strong, reaching the peak 1% of Konoha and the shinobi world. Those who could still react worriedly looked at Kuroto, who was still standing in the center of the crowd. From the fact that Kuroto was standing still, they were not sure if Kuroto would be able to react. Although they have confidence in Kuroto, they were worried nonetheless because the first Uchiha seems to be coming towards Kuroto with killing intent, and yet, Kuroto has not given any reaction up until now. In the mix of sonic boom and shockwave, the first Uchiha rushed in front of Kuroto. Huge pressure swept over, prompting the timid ones to shut their eyes in panic, afraid of witnessing Kuroto's death. However, what everyone expected did not happen. There was no earth-shattering collision, and even the sonic boom and the shock waves brought by the first Uchiha came to an abrupt end. Confused, everyone opened their eyes nervously. And when they did, all they saw was Kuroto holding the first Uchiha by the neck without any change in his expression, and muttered with a sigh, he was quite fast, but that's it. Then without further ado, he knocked out the first Uchiha and threw him on the pile of unconscious Uchihas. That takes care of all of them. Although all of them are taken care of, I can't just leave them piled up here in an unconscious state. Really, if they wanted to cause me so much trouble, why not choose the Uchiha district? If it was there, I could just leave them as it is, but unfortunately, I can't do the same here. Sigh, what a headache, muttered Kuroto with a helpless expression as he looked at the pile of unconscious Uchiha Jonin. While Kuroto was feeling troubled, at this moment, a Hyuga clansman who was standing guard at the entrance of the Hyuga clan district hurriedly crossed the long street and worriedly reported to the Hyuga Patriarch, Patriarch, Uchiha Shisui is here. What? He is here. Hisashi was taken aback, his expression turned gloomy, and brows tightened. The situation he was most worried about has started to unfold, and if Uchiha Shisui isn't handled properly, the situation can turn extremely bad for the entire Hyuga clan. After all, in the history of the shinobi world, as we know, the disputes between shinobi clans are often the results of the personal conflicts between clansmen of the two clans. If once such a conflict happens, and it is not handled properly, it can become a fuse of war. And once personal conflict becomes the fuse of war, then what personal conflicts were the cause of the war becomes irrelevant, because at that point, no matter what the issue was and how you try to solve that issue, the war will continue to escalate and inevitably involve other aspects such as reputation, honor, dignity, life-death, love-hatred, and benefits. Such wars were extremely common in the Warring States period when the shinobi clans often fought over such small personal conflicts and caused devastating wars that resulted in hundreds of deaths. In fact, many shinobi clans even perished because of these small reasons. Because Hayashi is extremely clear on this point, he is extremely worried. If Uchiha Shisui chooses to take revenge and tries to regain the honor of the Uchiha clan, then this small conflict that happened today might even become a cause of a war between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. As Hayashi worriedly looked in Kuroto's direction, 4 figures, each with the Uchiha fan symbol on their turtled collar shirt, walked into the Hyuga clan district. These 4 are undoubtedly Itaki, Shisui, Suzuki, and Kiyomi, who rushed over to stop the Uchiha clansmen from causing a mess. As the 4 Uchiha clansmen walked into the Hyuga clan territory, the curious Hyuga clansmen looked at them and started to whisper, "So, that is Uchiha Shisui of the Uchiha clan, huh?" "Yes, I was in the same graduation year as him. He is indeed Shisui of the body flicker. The ones accompanying Uchiha Shisui are the children of the Uchiha Patriarch, right?" "Yes, the eldest son Uchiha Itachi, then the younger son Uchiha Suzuki, and finally, the adopted daughter Uchiha Kiyomi? I have heard that all 3 of them are genius among geniuses. Uchiha Shisui and the heir of the Uchiha clan are here, and Kuroto-sama just beat so many jonins of the Uchiha clan, although, they were the ones who offended Kuroto-sama and disrespected him. However, will Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi accept it? Isn't he coming here not a piece of good news for Kuroto-sama and the rest of us?" "That's. Now that you mention it." After understanding the identity of the 4 of them, and what their arrival here means, many Hyuga clansmen began to worry. Almost everyone in Konoha knows that Uchiha Shisui, the user of Mangekyo Sharingan, is the strongest shinobi in Konoha. He is strong enough to intervene in the battle between the leaders of Amatsukami and the Akatsuki organization, and still managed to come out alive, so his strength is unquestionable. If such a strong shinobi were to see his fellow clansmen lying beaten and bruised with swollen noses and bloody faces, one can only imagine what would be his reaction. Nobody would find it strange if Uchiha Shisui felt enraged and became an enemy of the Hyuga clan after witnessing such a scene. And if does become an enemy of the Hyuga clan, then the future of the Hyuga clan would be bleak, and there are even chances that the entire Hyuga clan might disappear overnight. Such thoughts were running in the minds of all the Hyuga clansmen as they looked at Shisui nervously. In fact, even Yui, who knew Shisui quite well, also looked at him with a nervous expression. Kuroto-kun and Shisui-kun are friends and colleagues, so Shisui-kun might overlook it this time, she thought in an attempt to convince herself. However, even she knew that this is just her wishful thinking, as the chances of such a thing happening are very low. After all, for noble shinobi clan's pride, honor, and blood of the clan are above everything else. So, even if Kuroto and Shisui are friends, when it comes down to the honor of their respective clans, whether Shisui will be willing to overlook this incident or not is really hard to say. Hisashi knew this fact too, so this time, he didn't hesitate at all, and immediately arrived next to Kuroto. Hisashi was ready to fight to the death against Uchiha Shisui if the situation turns to the south. The reason behind his actions is also very simple. He didn't want Kuroto to die here. The presence of Kuroto has made Hisashi believe that the future of the Hyuga clan will be different from what everyone had thought. This is just his instinctive feelings, but he chose to trust these feelings, and as such, he wanted to do what he can to make sure that Kuroto survives at all cost. Perhaps the same thought ran in the minds of many middle-aged members of the Hyuga clan. Therefore, consciously or unconsciously, they took steps forward in order to protect the future of the Hyuga clan. Whether to protect their respective families or the future of the Hyuga clan, they did take steps forward to protect the things precious to them with their lives. Everyone knows that Uchiha Shisui is the most genius shinobi of the Uchiha clan, apart from having unmatched speed because of his unique body flicker jutsu that he uses in conjunction with the shadow clone jutsu. He also has the Mangekyou Sharingan and something that's called the Senin mode. Fighting against such a shinobi is not a joke. The Hyuga clansmen were aware of this, and as such, they were slowly forming a siege around him, because that's the only method they might be able to do some damage to him and might have a chance of winning against him. As a siege circle started to take form around the 4 Uchiha, the tension in the air started to rise, the weak and timid found it difficult to breathe and felt palpitating feelings. Even Niji was able to sense this tension and looked at everyone with a worried expression. His attention then turned towards Sasuke, but unfortunately, Sasuke wasn't looking at him. At this moment, Sasuke's entire attention was focused on the pile of unconscious Uchiha Jonins lying not too far away from Kuroto. Noting everyone's reaction, and their will to fight to death should the situation turn south, Hayashi couldn't help but sigh. He groaned slightly and then walked forward in an attempt to resolve the situation peacefully. At the same time, he was thinking to himself anxiously, I hope that Sandaime-sama arrives before it is too late, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous, and only he can stop this conflict from escalating. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi is more than clear of the current situation of the Hyuga clan. The current prestige of the Hyuga clan is all but name and exaggeration, and the current Hyuga clan is only standing on the reputation of the past. No one in the Hyuga clan has the power to handle Uchiha Shisui. Even a group siege wouldn't be very useful against someone who can create a 100-meter-long giant using his chakra. So, if the Hyuga clan tried to stop Uchiha Shisui, then the weakness of the Hyuga clan will be proven, and it will be completely exposed to the entire world. Hisashi can't afford this situation. He can't allow the reputation of the Hyuga clan to fall, and this is precisely the reason why he sent one of the Hyuga clansmen and informed Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen so that the Hokage faction can intervene. From the very beginning, the entire conflict is related to the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy, so the intervention of the Hokage faction is completely reasonable and acceptable. The only worry Hisashi had at this time was that the arrival of Sandaime Hokage might get too late, and that would be very troublesome. Of course, if he knew the exact thoughts currently going on in the minds of Shisui and Itachi, he wouldn't be so anxious. Similar to how the entire Hyuga clan is nervous and worried, both Itachi and Shisui are also extremely anxious, and when they noticed themselves being surrounded in a siege by the Hyuga clansmen, they started to feel more and more panic. They are worried that the foolish actions of a few Uchiha clansmen have angered Kuroto and the entire Hyuga clan, which is not a piece of good news for the Uchiha clan, and now the entire Uchiha clan might have to suffer from Kuroto's wrath. Inwardly they were cursing those stupid clansmen for risking the survival of the entire Uchiha clan. Seeing Itachi and Shisui's face, even Kiyomi started to feel a little tense and subconsciously got closer to Itachi and Sasuke. At novel bin at. Only Sasuke was different from everyone. His eyes were still focused on the pile of the unconscious Uchiha Jonins. For a moment he couldn't believe his eyes when he saw those people lying unconscious, and muttered to himself, how did they get beaten so badly, and that too in such a short time? Sasuke clearly remembers that those 8 people are the exact same clansmen who were clamoring to teach a lesson to Niji-sensei, but it hasn't been very long since they rushed out of the Uchiha clan, and they have already been beaten? And that too so badly? This is simply unbelievable. With a puzzled expression, Sasuke turned his gaze and looked at Niji-sensei standing not too far away, and what's notable is that at this time Kuroto is surrounded by several top-tier Hyuga clansmen. Sasuke noticed that, unlike the unconscious Uchiha clansmen, Kuroto had no injury on his body. In fact, his clothes were also perfectly fine and there was no dust or tear marks on his clothes. It seemed as if Kuroto hadn't fought anyone just a while ago. Could it be? Understanding something, Sasuke looked at Kuroto with a vigilant expression, and while glancing at all the Hyuga clansmen surrounding them, he nodded to himself with a sure expression, Humph, the people of Niji's clan must have used their higher number advantage to defeat our people so quickly. Hyuga clansmen are not honorable, they must be ashamed of themselves. If only he knew, but it's a pity he didn't know. After a while, Shisui and the other 3 walked in front of Kuroto. As they did, the attention of the entire Hyuga clan was focused on Shisui and Itachi. The entire clan was prepared. If Shisui and Itachi tried anything funny, they wouldn't hesitate to make their move. Shisui and Itachi swept their gazes over the crowd, and as they did so, the time seemed to have frozen. Worry, vigilance, fear, as well as several other emotions, were visible on the faces of everyone. No one knew what actions Shisui and Itachi would take, but almost each and everyone understood that a fight is inevitable. Both Shisui and Itachi looked at each from side glance and nodded tacitly, and then immediately took action. But their actions were something that no one had expected. It was as if time was again frozen. In that short but long duration of time, both Shisui and Itachi sat on the ground in Dogusa position, and while prostrating themselves before Kuroto, they apologized. Kuroto-san, some foolish members of our clan behaved rudely towards you and the entire Hyuga clan. Please accept our apology in their stead and please forgive them. Everyone had thought of all sorts of bizarre scenes, but no one imagined such a bizarre scene that happened before them. And when faced with such a situation, everyone was taken aback. All the Hyuga clansmen, including Hayashi and Hisashi, were shocked as the development of the situation has completely exceeded and changed from what they had imagined. Only Kuroto had a bland expression, and said, "It's fine. But make sure to go back and inform your entire clan that if they want to challenge me, then they must make an appointment with me in advance. They can't just force themselves into the clan district and disturb everyone. This is not a good thing and it also affects my reputation." "Yes, we understand, such a thing wouldn't happen again." Both Shisui and Itachi nodded together and assured Kuroto. Kuroto nodded slightly, "I hope not. Please rest assured." Shisui and Itachi reassured Kuroto. Seeing such a scene before them, everyone on the scene was taken aback. Even Niji, Suzuki, and Kiyomi were shocked and looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions. "I will take your words this time. Now take these guys to the Konoha hospital and get them treated," said Kuroto as he looked at the pile of unconscious Uchihas not too far away. "Yes, we will get to it right away." Shisui and Itachi nodded, then got up to transfer the 8 unconscious Uchihas to the Konoha hospital. As both of them were about to get on the task, Kuroto looked at the surroundings with a frowned expression, then suddenly remembered something, and said, "Wait a sec, these guys must at least pay for the damage they have caused to the Hyuga clan district this time. Anyway, they were boasting about their high salaries until while ago, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal for them, right?" As Kuroto posed such a condition, Hayashi narrowed his eyes, and nervously looked at the reaction of Shisui and Itachi. However, much to his surprise, Itachi nodded without a second thought, "I will make sure of it. This time they have stepped out of their bounds. Punishment is necessary. Having them pay for the damage they caused is only reasonable." Itachi's instant acknowledgement of Kuroto's condition again shocked everyone. Kuroto nodded lightly and waved his hand. "All right then, take them away." "Yes." Shisui nodded quickly and got to it. At the same time, Itachi said to his 2 younger siblings, "Suzuki, Kiyomi, help us carry them to the Konoha hospital." "All right, Itachi and Ai-san." Kiyomi nodded silently with a thoughtful expression. Yes." Suzuki also nodded, but with a dazed expression, and then followed Itachi and Shisui with a distracted expression on his face. He was thinking to himself, what am I even doing here? Obviously, it was supposed to be Shisui and his Nii-san who were supposed to rescue Niji-sensei, but the situation in front of him is completely different from what he had expected, and for a moment he couldn't even figure out how in the world the situation became like this. Although not very clear, he knew one thing, that is, this has something to do with Niji-sensei. Understanding so, Suzuki curiously looked at Kuroto not far away, and thought to himself, is it possible that Niji-sensei defeated all of them alone? But how could it be possible? They are all jonin of the Uchiha clan. Because Suzuki was distracted, he was unable to properly carry the unconscious Uchiha, and Kiyomi who was helping him had to struggle because of this. Seeing that Suzuki and Kiyomi might not be able to lift that Uchiha, Niji quickly stepped forward and hurriedly supported the 2 of them. As Niji helped them, Suzuki recollected his thoughts, and took this opportunity to ask him in a low voice, "Niji, are these people all defeated by your sensei alone?" Kiyomi also looked at Niji with a curious expression. Under the curious gaze of Suzuki and Kiyomi, Niji nodded lightly and said, "Yes, sensei defeated all of them alone, no one from the clan had to help him." Suzuki narrowed his eyes, and as he looked at Kuroto, he said in an insincere tone, "Niji, your sensei is really strong. I didn't expect that your sensei could even defeat so many jonin single-handedly." To Suzuki's insincere words, Niji didn't say anything. Originally, Suzuki wanted to help his friend and, by the way, show off his clan's strength in front of his friend. But he didn't expect that the ones who actually needed help were his clansmen, not Niji-sensei. Not only the clansmen who came to make trouble in the Hyuga clan district were easily defeated, and they also lost the face of the Uchiha clan, but even his Nii-san and Shisui were very respectful towards Niji-sensei. This made Suzuki's cheeks flush in embarrassment. And while the 4 Uchiha were carrying the unconscious Uchiha jonins, Elder Hiruzen accompanied by several Umbu hurriedly arrived at the Hyuga clan district. As the former Hokage arrived, Hayashi led several Hyuga clansmen and greeted him, then explained the ins and outs of all that happened here. At the same time, he expressed his gratitude to Sandaime-sama for coming to mediate the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, although it is no longer necessary now because Hyuga Kuroto dealt with it by himself. When the former Hokage heard that Hyuga Kuroto alone defeated all the 8 jonins of the Konoha military police force, his eyes narrowed in surprise and shock. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's impression, Hyuga Kuroto was an excellent Umbu, an excellent squad leader as well as one of the best and most talented shinobi from the younger generation of Konoha. Based on the former Hokage's understanding, Hyuga Kuroto's strength should be somewhere between an elite jonin and quasi-kage. It would be no surprise if Kuroto can defeat 1 or 2 jonins of the Uchiha clan himself. However, to defeat 8 of them all by himself, that too single-handedly and in such a short time, all while remaining unscathed himself, this record is a bit too dazzling, and it's almost as if Kuroto has already reached the level of a kage. Strange, thought the former Hokage inwardly. Although doubtful, being an expert politician, he quickly suppressed his doubts for the time being and walked towards Shisui and Itachi. Even if the ones who came intending to cause trouble and provoke the Hyuga clan have been dealt with by Hyuga Kuroto, the Uchiha clan must still be appeased in order to quell this matter. However, how to appease the arrogant and proud Uchiha clan is still a headache. And if the Uchiha clan isn't satisfied, then this matter can continue to escalate in the future, which is not what Elder Hiruzen wishes to see. As Sandaime-sama arrived closer to Shisui and Itachi with the intention of persuading the two of them, Shisui and Itachi took the initiative to greet him respectfully, and apologized for the actions of their clansmen. Please forgive the Uchiha clan for causing so much trouble. We will make sure that the ones who caused this conflict are given appropriate punishment as per the rules of Konoha Military Police Force. In that case, I will not intervene and let the two of you handle the matter. Sandaime nodded with a smile, although inwardly he was feeling something amiss as if something was wrong with the way things are turning out. Doubtful, Sandaime further observed the status of the Hyuga clan and everyone present here, and he found everything very strange. It stands to reason that after having such a dispute, there should have been some tension in the air. However, looking at the expressions of everyone present here, he couldn't find any such trace. On one side a child of the Hyuga clan was helping the two children of the Uchiha clan, on the other side, a kunoichi of the Hyuga clan was guiding the medical nin of the Konoha hospital as the unconscious and wounded Uchiha jonins were being transferred to the Konoha hospital for further treatment. Even the expressions of Shisui and Itachi were not irked or frustrated, nor was there any resentment or anger on their faces, which is strange, so strange that Sandaime had to swallow back the words of persuasion he had prepared beforehand. Sandaime couldn't figure out it exactly, but he could link all this strangeness with someone. The shinobi who is at the center of this mess, Hyuga Kuroto, and the former Hokage's instinct were telling him that Hyuga Kuroto has everything to do with this strange atmosphere. As the unconscious Uchihas were being transferred to the Konoha hospital, Sandaime looked at them. He could clearly see that the wounds of the members of the Konoha Military Police Force are not that bad, and after just a few days of recovery, they can get back to normal. Nodding to himself, Elder Hiruzen then walked towards Kuroto and said, "You handled this matter well, even I was surprised." Kuroto just smiled lightly and said, "It wasn't that troublesome. I didn't expect that such a small matter would disturb Sandaime-sama. I apologize." The former Hokage shook his head and said with a sigh, "Any matter of two major clans of Konoha, no matter how small it is, can't be taken lightly. The village doesn't dare to be negligent when it comes to the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan." Kuroto chuckled with an embarrassed expression, "I guess that's true. But this matter has been resolved, Sandaime-sama doesn't need to worry about it. It's good that this matter was resolved peacefully and didn't escalate any further than it should have," said Elder Hiruzen. Then after a pause, he instructed, "Putting this matter aside, the preparations for the entrance ceremony have to be carried out. Kuroto-kun, you must put all your effort into it, there can be no mistakes." Kuroto nodded, "I understand, please rest assured." Subsequently, in the presence of Elder Hiruzen, all the wounded Uchihas were transferred to the Konoha hospital. Shisui, Itachi, Suzuki, and Kiyomi left the Hyuga clan district. The onlookers Hyuga clansmen also gradually dispersed at Novel Bin At. As everyone started to return back to their homes, one of the Hyuga clansmen glanced at Kuroto's back with a deep look, and the corners of his lips were arched in a mysterious smile. As if feeling something, Kuroto glanced back and swept his gaze on everyone, but found nothing and muttered in confusion, "Strange, no one's there. Then why was I feeling as if someone was spying on me a little while ago?" Kuroto didn't have a lot of time to figure it out when suddenly Hisashi-led Niji walked towards him and said, "Kuroto-kun, now I am certain, when I asked you to be Niji-sensei, I made the correct choice. Rather, I would say it was perhaps the best decision of my life. Please treat him well." Niji also hurriedly greeted Kuroto and respectfully said, "Thank you, sensei." Kuroto looked at Niji's eyes and noticed that the previous confusion is no longer visible in Niji's eyes, and he has become more cheerful and hopeful, so he nodded with a smile. "Ninja Academy will reopen in a few days. This time you are in the same batch as Uchiha Suzuki. In fact, even if I don't count him, there are several other talented and hard-working children who will give you tough competition. So, work hard, else you will be left behind. I will not let you down." Niji nodded with an enthusiastic expression on his face. Now, Kuroto is not only his sensei but also his role model. For young children, a role model is very important. And now that Niji has believed Kuroto to be his role model, he will obviously do his best to make sure to not let down Kuroto's expectations. Kuroto nodded lightly, then once again glanced back with a thoughtful expression on his face. There was still no one behind him, but he had a feeling that for that little time, he was really being watched by someone, but considering that no one is present here, so he decided to put this matter at the back of his mind and focus on the matter at hand. With that decided, Kuroto bid farewell to the patriarch Hayashi, Hisashi, and Niji, then left the Hyuga clan district with Yui. "I will take your words this time. Now take these guys to the Konoha hospital and get them treated," said Kuroto as he looked at the pile of unconscious Uchihas not too far away. "Yes, we will get to it right away." Shisui and Itachi nodded, then got up to transfer the 8 unconscious Uchihas to the Konoha hospital. As both of them were about to get on the task, Kuroto looked at the surroundings with a frowned expression, then suddenly remembered something, and said, "Wait a sec, these guys must at least pay for the damage they have caused to the Hyuga clan district this time. Anyway, they were boasting about their high salaries until while ago, so, it shouldn't be that big of a deal for them, right?" As Kuroto posed such a condition, Hayashi narrowed his eyes, and nervously looked at the reaction of Shisui and Itachi. However, much to his surprise, Itachi nodded without a second thought, "I will make sure of it. This time they have stepped out of their bounds, punishment is necessary, having them pay for the damage they caused is only reasonable." Itake's instant acknowledgement of Kuroto's condition again shocked everyone. Kuroto nodded lightly and waved his hand. All right, then take them away. Yes. Shisui nodded quickly and got to it. At the same time, Itake said to his two younger siblings, Suzuki, Kiyomi, help us carry them to the Konoha hospital. All right, Itake and Ai-san. Kiyomi nodded silently with a thoughtful expression. Yes. Suzuki also nodded, but with a dazed expression, and then followed Itake and Shisui with a distracted expression on his face. He was thinking to himself, what am I even doing here? Obviously, it was supposed to be Shisui and his Nii-san who were supposed to rescue Niji-sensei, but the situation in front of him is completely different from what he had expected, and for a moment he couldn't even figure out how in the world the situation became like this. Although not very clear, he knew one thing, that is, this has something to do with Niji-sensei. Understanding so, Suzuki curiously looked at Kuroto not far away, and thought to himself, is it possible that Niji-sensei defeated all of them alone? But how could it be possible? They are all jonin of the Uchiha clan. Because Suzuki was distracted, he was unable to properly carry the unconscious Uchiha, and Kiyomi who was helping him had to struggle because of this. Seeing that Suzuki and Kiyomi might not be able to lift that Uchiha, Niji quickly stepped forward and hurriedly supported the two of them. As Niji helped them, Suzuki recollected his thoughts, and took this opportunity to ask him in a low voice, Niji, are these people all defeated by your sensei alone? Kiyomi also looked at Niji with a curious expression. Under the curious gaze of Suzuki and Kiyomi, Niji nodded lightly and said, yes, sensei defeated all of them alone, no one from the clan had to help him. Suzuki narrowed his eyes, and as he looked at Kuroto, he said in an insincere tone, Niji, your sensei is really strong. I didn't expect that your sensei could even defeat so many jonin single-handedly. To Suzuki's insincere words, Niji didn't say anything. Originally, Suzuki wanted to help his friend and, by the way, show off his clan's strength in front of his friend. But he didn't expect that the ones who actually needed help were his clansmen, not Niji-sensei. Not only the clansmen who came to make trouble in the Hyuga clan district were easily defeated, and they also lost the face of the Uchiha clan, but even his Nii-san and Shisui were very respectful towards Niji-sensei. This made Suzuki's cheeks flush in embarrassment. And while the four Uchiha were carrying the unconscious Uchiha jonins, Elder Hiruzen accompanied by several Umbu hurriedly arrived at the Hyuga clan district. As the former Hokage arrived, Hayashi led several Hyuga clansmen and greeted him, then explained the ins and outs of all that happened here. At the same time, he expressed his gratitude to Sandaime-sama for coming to mediate the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, although it is no longer necessary now because Hyuga Kuroto dealt with it by himself. When the former Hokage heard that Hyuga Kuroto alone defeated all the 8 jonins of the Konoha military police force, his eyes narrowed in surprise and shock. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's impression, Hyuga Kuroto was an excellent Umbu, an excellent squad leader as well as one of the best and most talented shinobi from the younger generation of Konoha. Based on the former Hokage's understanding, Hyuga Kuroto's strength should be somewhere between an elite jonin and Quasi Kage. It would be no surprise if Kuroto can defeat 1 or 2 jonins of the Uchiha clan himself. However, to defeat 8 of them all by himself, that too single-handedly and in such a short time, all while remaining unscathed himself. This record is a bit too dazzling, and it's almost as if Kuroto has already reached the level of a Kage. Strange, thought the former Hokage inwardly. Although doubtful, being an expert politician, he quickly suppressed his doubts for the time being and walked towards Shisui and Itake. Even if the ones who came intending to cause trouble and provoke the Hyuga clan have been dealt with by Hyuga Kuroto, the Uchiha clan must still be appeased in order to quell this matter. However, how to appease the arrogant and proud Uchiha clan is still a headache. And if the Uchiha clan isn't satisfied, then this matter can continue to escalate in the future, which is not what Elder Hiruzen wishes to see. As Sandaime-sama arrived closer to Shisui and Itake with the intention of persuading the two of them, Shisui and Itake took the initiative to greet him respectfully, and apologized for the actions of their clansmen. Please forgive the Uchiha clan for causing so much trouble. We will make sure that the ones who caused this conflict are given appropriate punishment as per the rules of Konoha military police force. In that case, I will not intervene and let the two of you handle the matter. Sandaime nodded with a smile, although inwardly he was feeling something amiss as if something was wrong with the way things are turning out. Doubtful, Sandaime further observed the status of the Hyuga clan and everyone present here, and he found everything very strange. It stands to reason that after having such a dispute, there should have been some tension in the air. However, looking at the expressions of everyone present here, he couldn't find any such trace. On one side a child of the Hyuga clan was helping the 2 children of the Uchiha clan, on the other side, a kunoichi of the Hyuga clan was guiding the medical nin of the Konoha hospital as the unconscious and wounded Uchiha jonins were being transferred to the Konoha hospital for further treatment. Even the expressions of Shisui and Itake were not irked or frustrated, nor was there any resentment or anger on their faces, which is strange, so strange that Sandaime had to swallow back the words of persuasion he had prepared beforehand. Sandaime couldn't figure out it exactly, but he could link all this strangeness with someone. The shinobi who is at the center of this mess, Hyuga Kuroto, and the former Hokage's instinct were telling him that Hyuga Kuroto has everything to do with this strange atmosphere. As the unconscious Uchihas were being transferred to the Konoha hospital, Sandaime looked at them. He could clearly see that the wounds of the members of the Konoha military police force are not that bad, and after just a few days of recovery, they can get back to normal. Nodding to himself, Elder Hiruzen then walked towards Kuroto and said, "You handled this matter well, even I was surprised." Kuroto just smiled lightly and said, "It wasn't that troublesome. I didn't expect that such a small matter would disturb Sandaime-sama. I apologize." The former Hokage shook his head and said with a sigh, "Any matter of two major clans of Konoha, no matter how small it is, can't be taken lightly. The village doesn't dare to be negligent when it comes to the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan." Kuroto chuckled with an embarrassed expression. "I guess that's true. But this matter has been resolved, Sandaime-sama doesn't need to worry about it. It's good that this matter was resolved peacefully and didn't escalate any further than it should have," said Elder Hiruzen. Then after a pause, he instructed, "Putting this matter aside, the preparations for the entrance ceremony have to be carried out. Kuroto-kun, you must put all your effort into it, there can be no mistakes." Kuroto nodded. "I understand, please rest assured." Subsequently, in the presence of Elder Hiruzen, all the wounded Uchihas were transferred to the Konoha Hospital. Shisui, Itaki, Suzuki, and Kiyomi left the Hyuga clan district. The onlookers Hyuga clansmen also gradually dispersed at Novel Bin At. As everyone started to return back to their homes, one of the Hyuga clansmen glanced at Kuroto's back with a deep look, and the corners of his lips were arched in a mysterious smile. As if feeling something, Kuroto glanced back and swept his gaze on everyone, but found nothing and muttered in confusion, "Strange, no one's there. Then why was I feeling as if someone was spying on me a little while ago?" Kuroto didn't have a lot of time to figure it out when suddenly Hisashi-led Niji walked towards him and said, "Kuroto-kun, now I am certain, when I asked you to be Niji-sensei, I made the correct choice. Rather, I would say it was perhaps the best decision of my life. Please treat him well." Niji also hurriedly greeted Kuroto and respectfully said, "Thank you, sensei." Kuroto looked at Niji's eyes and noticed that the previous confusion is no longer visible in Niji's eyes, and he has become more cheerful and hopeful, so he nodded with a smile. "Ninja Academy will reopen in a few days. This time you are in the same batch as Uchiha Suzuki. In fact, even if I don't count him, there are several other talented and hard-working children who will give you tough competition. So, work hard, else you will be left behind. I will not let you down." Niji nodded with an enthusiastic expression on his face. Now, Kuroto is not only his sensei but also his role model. For young children, a role model is very important. And now that Niji has believed Kuroto to be his role model, he will obviously do his best to make sure to not let down Kuroto's expectations. Kuroto nodded lightly, then once again glanced back with a thoughtful expression on his face. There was still no one behind him, but he had a feeling that for that little time, he was really being watched by someone, but considering that no one is present here, so he decided to put this matter at the back of his mind and focus on the matter at hand. With that decided, Kuroto bid farewell to the patriarch Hayashi, Hisashi, and Niji, then left the Hyuga clan district with Yui. Hokage building. After returning to the Hokage building, Elder Hiruzen sat in his office and thought about the situation that got stranger the more he thought about it. The part that confused him most was the strength that Hyuga Kuroto showed today. It was higher than the former Hokage's previous assumptions. Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed Hyuga Kuroto to be an elite Jonin level, however, Hyuga Kuroto clearly surpasses that level. After thinking about it for a while, Elder Hiruzen called Heitake Kakashi to his office. As Kakashi entered the new office of the former Hokage, he took off his new Umbu mask and asked Elder Hiruzen, "Sandaime-sama, is there a mission for me?" Unlike Kuroto, Shisui, as well as several other captains of the Umbu, Kakashi is still part of the Umbu department. The reason he wasn't excommunicated from the Umbu is that he has learned the Flying Thunder God technique similar to Konoha's Yellow Flash, and as such, he was highly valued by Danzo. Sandaime Hokage shook his head, and said, "No, there is no mission. I just wanted to ask a few questions." Then, he pondered for a moment, and asked, "You and Hyuga Kuroto are from the same generation. Even the short time you stayed in the academy, the two of you were in the same year and class. At the same time, the two of you were part of the Team 11 for quite a few years. Tell me our opinions of him." Kuroto. Kakashi mumbled, then said, "Kuroto, he is very responsible and trustworthy. I don't know much about him during our time at the academy as I didn't have much contact with him, but when we were part of Team 11, we got along very well. Although he didn't speak much, it can be said that he was the brains of Team 11. And with him around, almost all of our missions would go extremely smoothly and unhindered without anything unexpected happening." Sandaime nodded with a thoughtful expression, then asked again, "And what is strength? How strong is he in our opinion?" Kakashi didn't even need to think about it and immediately replied, "Extremely strong. I have never been able to defeat him when we were in Team 11. In fact, even now, after I have mastered, I don't really think that defeating him is possible. Basically, we are on the same level, probably. Is that so?" When the former Hokage heard such an answer from Kakashi, his brows tightened in an unexpected expression. The disciple of Konoha's Yellow Flash and son of Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi's talent and strength are unquestionable. He became Chunin at 6, and Jonin at 12, and recently Kakashi has also learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and only needs to become better at it and integrate its use in his fighting style. So, it can be said that among the young generation of shinobis, Kakashi should be the second most talented and strongest. The first rank obviously goes to Uchiha Shisui, who has reached the Super Kage level at such a young age, but Kakashi should be the second rank. And Kakashi is also the candidate Sarutobi has been planning to train for the position of Konoha's next Hokage. However, just today Hiruzen realized that that's not the case. Hyuga Kuroto, who is the disciple of Orochimaru, is equally, if not stronger than the current Kakashi. Well, I suppose, making him the principal of the Ninja Academy was really a very good decision. Let's see how he performs there, thought the former Hokage with a thoughtful expression on his face. On Kuroto's side, unaware of Sandaime Hokage's thoughts and his discussion with Kakashi, Kuroto was on his way to the Ninja Academy. Accompanying him is his lover and fiancé, Hyuga Yui. Yui lifted Kuroto's hand, and after putting it over her shoulders, she asked lightly, "Say Kuroto-kun, when did you become so strong?" Kuroto tightened his grip over her shoulder and replied with a smile, "I have always been extremely strong, it's just that I don't show it openly. Think about it, if I didn't have the necessary strength, how could I have become the leader of the most elite Anbu team?" Yui nodded lightly, "I suppose that's true. To become the captain of Team Aro, you must have had the necessary qualifications, but it was still very surprising to see your strength today. You are much stronger than I had expected." Kuroto explained, "The casualty rate of Anbu is so high, the fact I can survive for so long without getting injured, it's definitely not just luck." "Yes, you are right." Yui nodded, then said, "That's why I feel relieved now that you have left the Anbu department." Kuroto shook his head, and said helplessly, "Well, now I am the principal of the Ninja Academy, so, you don't have to worry about my life being in danger. We can live a stable life now." Yui nodded, then put her head on Kuroto's shoulder as the two slowly walked through the streets of Konoha and made their way towards Konoha's Ninja Academy. It didn't take the two very long to arrive at the newly built Ninja Academy. From the look of the new building, it can be seen that the village had spent quite heavily while rebuilding the Ninja Academy. The new Ninja Academy is several times bigger compared to the previous size. Its position is the same, near the center of the village, and considering that the children attending the academy are the future of Konoha, it is heavily secured from all sides. While walking on the playground of the academy, Yui covered her mouth and chuckled, "I never imagined that one day you will become the principal of the Ninja Academy." Kuroto looked at the new campus and said with a nostalgic expression, "To be honest, I hadn't expected it either, so, I was also quite surprised when Sandaime-sama assigned me the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy." Yui smiled. Regardless of whether they had expected it or not, the fact that Kuroto got this position is very good news. At this time, as if she remembered something, her expression became nostalgic and melancholic and she spoke, "Kuroto-kun, do you remember our academy days?" "Sort of," Kuroto replied vaguely. Yui said, "Do you remember that practical test in our first year? We had to catch the enemy spy who had infiltrated the village. Kakashi-san became the enemy spy while the rest of our class tried to catch him. At that time you also tried to catch Kakashi-san." Kuroto was embarrassed upon being reminded of those days, and pretended to not remember them. Did something like that happen? I don't remember it at all." Yui giggled upon seeing Kuroto's embarrassment, then said, "Even if you don't remember it, I do, quite clearly. In fact, most of our class was killed, defeated, by Kakashi-san alone. At the end, only you, Asuma-san, Gai-san, and Obito-san were left. The four of you tried to work together and catch Kakashi-san. Meanwhile, I, Rin, Kurane, and Shizune were cheering for the four of you, but, even when the four of you worked together, Kakashi-san still defeated you all. And not long after that, Kakashi-san took the graduation test, then a few years later we all also graduated, and since then, everything changed." At novel bin at. As she said so, several painful memories were evoked, death of several friends in the Third Great Shinobi War. Kuroto obviously understood this. He lightly squeezed her hand to take her out of those depressing thoughts, and said, "We were all shinobi, and we were all prepared to die the moment we became part of the war. Casualties are inevitable, people will die one day, this is an unchangeable fact, don't let it bother you." Yui retracted her thoughts and nodded. Death is inevitable, everyone will pass away at some point in their life." As Yui muttered, Kuroto also looked at the faint moon in the day sky. Of course, death is inevitable, but at the same time, it is not inevitable if one manages to escape the cycle of life and death. The woman sealed on the moon is the direct proof of this conjecture. She who ate the fruit of the god tree escaped the bounds of this karmic cycle. If Kuroto succeeds in his project godhood, then he too will escape the cycle of life and death. But that is a dream far away, and Kuroto will have to work for it. Kuroto and Yui silently walked, and after passing through the playground, they left the school and proceeded in the direction of the Konoha hospital. Kuroto dropped Yui at the hospital, then he quickly came back to the Ninja Academy. This time, without wasting any time, Kuroto entered the main building of the Ninja Academy and soon arrived at the faculty office. The arrival of Kuroto was noticed by the teaching staff, and as he entered the staff room, the members of faculty hurriedly got up, respectfully greeted him, and introduced themselves. Kuroto nodded to each of them one by one as he observed all of his subordinates. All of them are low-level chunin. But I suppose this is not strange, he thought, because the teaching staff doesn't have to directly confront the enemy shinobi. As such, generally, low-level chunin are made the teachers of the academy. And there is nothing strange with it either. To provide basic education to all the trainees in different aspects of shinobi arts, low-level chunin are more than enough. As for the further training, that is the responsibility of higher-ranked shinobi. After getting a basic idea of their strength, Kuroto noticed several familiar faces. One is Umino Iruka, while the other one is Mizuki. The presence of these two is also not so surprising. But what made Kuroto completely taken aback is that a face that shouldn't be here by any means is also present in the faculty room. And it was none other than Kabuto. What is he doing here? What on earth does Orochimaru-sama want to do by sending him here? Kuroto couldn't figure this out. Currently, Shimura Danzo is the temporary Hokage agent of Konoha. He has enough power to revoke Kuroto from his position as the principal of the Ninja Academy, so inserting an insider in the Konoha Academy is not at all a problem for him. But Kuroto couldn't understand the reason why Danzo bothered to insert Kabuto in the Ninja Academy. After all, Danzo should be very clear about Kabuto's identity and his loyalty. Other than Danzo's purpose, Kuroto is also very curious about Kabuto's purpose. Why would Kabuto of all people choose to become a member of the teaching staff of the Konoha Ninja Academy? Although curious, Kuroto decided to suppress his doubts for the time being. As such, he chose not to confront Kabuto while the other members of the teaching staff are also present. He then gave a few brief instructions to faculty members, then turned around and left the staff room. After exiting the faculty room, Kuroto paid attention behind him. If he isn't wrong, then Kabuto will likely come to him, and as he expected, Kabuto followed him. After walking for a while and coming to an area where they wouldn't attract much attention, Kuroto stood silently, waiting for Kabuto. Kabuto didn't make him wait too long and soon arrived. After making sure that no one except Kuroto was present in the surroundings, he greeted Kuroto in quite a cheerful manner. "Kuroto-senpai, we meet again." Considering the attitude with which Kabuto greeted him, Kuroto frowned. Kuroto is very clear of the fact that Kabuto doesn't like him very much, therefore, such a greeting is impossible to come from Kabuto. He stared at the other party and asked bluntly, "What are you doing in Konoha? And what is your purpose at the academy?" "Hey now Kuroto-senpai, you shouldn't ask such secrets so bluntly. Moreover, even if you asked, I wouldn't tell you. Besides, even if I did tell you, it would put you in a difficult position, and you might not be able to continue your duty without offending Orochimaru-sama, which I don't think you want to risk," Kabuto said playfully. His face seemed quite confident that Kuroto can't force him. Kuroto narrowed his eyes. The very next instant his figure disappeared from his position, grabbed Kabuto by the neck, and before the other party could react, Kabuto was pinned on the wall by Kuroto. After pinning Kabuto on the wall, Kuroto released intense killing intent and coldly whispered in Kabuto's ears, "The next time you dare to play around in front of me, it won't stop here, and you will regret ever standing in front of me, understand? You." Kabuto was taken aback by Kuroto's sudden move. He didn't expect that the other party would really dare to act against him. What shocked Kabuto more is the cold killing intent that Kuroto released. It was like facing a bottomless valley. And when Kuroto warned him, Kabuto knew that the other party wasn't just bluffing. Kuroto would really dare to do what he said, without any regard to the consequences. Realizing the situation, Kabuto immediately put away his disrespectful tone, and sincerely apologized. I understand, please forgive me, Kuroto-sama." Kuroto nodded slightly. "You are forgiven for now." Then without releasing his hold, he added, "What exactly your purpose is in Konoha and at the academy, I couldn't care less, but while I am the principal of the Ninja Academy, this school is my territory, and in my territory, you are not allowed to mess around or do anything that would defame me or put me in a difficult position. Do you understand? Because if you don't, I have more than enough experience in the Umbu to make you understand it the hard way." "Why, yes." Kabuto nodded repeatedly. "What do you understand?" asked Kuroto. I won't do anything that would put you in a difficult position," answered Kabuto. "I am glad that you understand things fast because if you hadn't you would have to experience a lifetime of torture in an instant," said Kuroto, then added, "Make note that if you ignore my words, it would mean fate far worse than death for you. And I won't hesitate just because it might remotely offend Orochimaru-sama." Kabuto didn't understand what Kuroto meant by lifetime of torture in an instant, but he didn't have the intention of finding out the meaning. So, all he did was nod as Kuroto released him at Novel Bin Adat. "Good, now, you may go. While you are a member of the teaching staff, you are my subordinate, so do your job, else you will be fired." Kuroto said these last words and then walked away without giving Kabuto any glance. As Kuroto walked away, Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like I really can't offend him, otherwise, completing the mission won't be possible," thought Kabuto as he watched Kuroto's back. "Well, he doesn't care about my purpose anyway, so as long as I don't interfere in anything he is doing, he won't stop me. At least this is good news." Kabuto's purpose behind becoming a member of the faculty is quite simple. One, to keep watch over Uchiha Sasuke. Obviously, after all, Uchiha Sasuke is Orochimaru's target, so by remaining closer to Sasuke, they have a better chance of capturing Uchiha Sasuke. But this is just the primary purpose. The other more important purpose is to observe Uzumaki Naruto up close and collect information about Senjutsu and Senin mode. After studying Yugo's body for years, Orochimaru was already aware of the secrets of the natural energy. Then his contract with the Ryokai cave gave him further information about the Senjutsu and the Senin mode, but because his physique was not suitable for Senin mode, so he was never able to experience it. And since he has never been able to watch and study anyone using Senjutsu from up close, true understanding of Senjutsu is still a mystery for him. With Naruto's success in mastering the Senin mode, this opportunity came close. However, they had to return Naruto to Konoha, so Orochimaru lost the opportunity to collect and extract enough information that would help him master Senjutsu. Orochimaru didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Therefore, he used this opportunity and used his contract with Shimura Danzo to make Kabuto a member of the teaching staff to kill two birds with one kunao, and that's why Kabuto is here. It's just that neither Orochimaru nor Kabuto expected that Kuroto will become the principal of the academy, so they will have to be careful. After warning Kabuto and issuing several instructions to the faculty staff of the Ninja Academy, Kuroto came home and found a summoning crow sitting at the balcony. "Are there any findings?" he muttered with a somewhat excited expression and quickly went forward to take out the scroll tied at the crow's leg. This summon crow was sent by the Yondaime Mizukage Karatachi Yagura, and considering the task Kuroto handed over to the Mizukage, the scroll must contain some information related to the whereabouts of Deidara. After weaving the appropriate hand signs to unlock the seal, Kuroto unfolded it and read it. However, as he read it, his excitement soon died down and he couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. In the scroll, Karatachi Yagura states that although the Kirigakurambu were able to find the whereabouts of Deidara somewhere in the land of grass, however, they were soon spotted by Deidara and as such lost trace of him. "Deidara is really a troublesome guy," muttered Kuroto while shaking his head, then went on to read the further details written in the scroll. Yondaime Mizukage also states that he has sent more Kirigakurambu. Therefore, soon, Deidara's whereabouts will be found again, and as soon he is found, Kuroto will be instantly notified. Well, it can't be helped. Thinking so, Kuroto nodded to himself and then destroyed the scroll sent by the Yondaime Mizukage. Finding Deidara is really not an easy job. This is the exact reason why Kuroto is reluctant to search his whereabouts all over the shinobi world. Deidara's explosion release that he uses in conjunction with the explosive clay and his clay figuring skills that he calls art makes him a very versatile shinobi. Although Deidara is quite young in age and doesn't have very high raw strength, when it comes to mobility, destructive power of explosions, and tactical abilities, he is quite good. In fact, it wouldn't even be wrong to say that he is a genius who can steadily enter the ranks of Kage so long as he grows up. This was the case in the canon. By the time he was an adult, he was able to infiltrate into the Tsunagakur and kidnap the Godaime Mizukage Gaara, all on his own. Even if we consider that Gaara was the only shinobi who fought against Deidara, the fact that the entire Tsunagakur could only helplessly watch as their Kaze Kage was kidnapped from their own village by Deidara proves that Deidara was also a force to be reckoned with. Regardless, all this doesn't matter to Kuroto. What matters is that he gets Deidara's cells. And considering that Yagura has sent additional umbu, Kuroto no longer paid any attention to this problem and delved himself into carrying out the preparation for the upcoming entrance ceremony. 2 days later. In these 2 days, the news that several Uchiha clansmen were beaten by a certain Hyuga clansman soon spread all over the village, and considering the fact that the two concerned clans involved in this incident are the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, so the heat of the news even reached the same level as the time Sandaime Hokage stepped down from the Hokage seat and Danzo took over as the temporary Hokage agent. As the incident gradually fermented, the exasperated Hyuga clansmen also breathed a sigh of relief. Previously the Hyuga clan was being questioned for their lack of shinobi capable of contending with the shinobi of the Uchiha clan, and the entire clan was being trolled for spreading false claims about being as strong as the Uchiha clan. However, after this incident, all these trolls disappeared. As the Konoha villagers were inquiring about the protagonist and the antagonist of the incident, they were also looking forward to the reaction of the Uchiha clan. However, because of some strange reason, the Uchiha clan that has always been arrogant went uncharacteristically quiet this time. Neither did they choose to pursue this matter anymore, nor did they give any explanation of this incident in public. Of course, the patriarch of the two clans did have a meeting in the presence of the former Hokage, and the 8 jonin who forced themselves in the Hyuga clan district were punished. However, what other things were discussed in that meeting is unknown to everyone including Kuroto. One thing to note is that after this incident, Kuroto's popularity in the village once again rose. When the villagers inquired about the protagonist of this incident, they were surprised to find that this Hyuga Kuroto is the same Hyuga Kuroto who once defeated Uchiha Shinichi. Although Uchiha Shinichi hadn't awakened the so-called legendary Mangekyo Sharingan at that time, this detail was subconsciously ignored by everyone because a win is a win and a defeat is a defeat. But Kuroto had nothing to do with all this, and he was busy carrying out all the preparation of the upcoming entrance ceremony that is to be held tomorrow. Next day. It was early morning, and the sun was shining brightly. In the soft morning light, Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Kiyomi walked out of the gate of the Uchiha Patriarch's mansion and proceeded towards the Konoha Ninja Academy while being accompanied by Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itaki. Today is the day when Sasuke and Kiyomi officially enroll in the Konoha Ninja Academy. Both kids are full of confidence and ready to make the Uchiha clan proud. Well, such feelings are at least in the heart of Sasuke. Kiyomi on the hand doesn't seem to have too much on her mind and is just excited about the opportunity to make so many friends. Uchiha Fugaku, who is at the forefront, glanced at Sasuke with a stern expression, and said, I have heard that the elder daughter of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan is also enrolling in the academy starting this year. Additionally, there is also the disciple of Hyuga Kuroto who will be in the same year as you. He may be a year older, but that's irrelevant. Sasuke, don't let me and the Uchiha clan down. And the same goes for you, Kiyomi. Make sure that the two of you stay at the forefront among your peers. The reason why Fugaku is giving a special warning is because of the rumors in the village, because of Shisui and Itake's persuasion, and also because it was the fault of the Uchiha clan. To begin with, he apologized to the Hyuga patriarch. However, he still wanted the reputation of the Uchiha clan to rise back to the top position. That's why he didn't want Sasuke and Kiyomi to lose to the children from the Hyuga clan. Sasuke repeatedly bobbed his head and nodded. Ota-san, please rest assured, just like Nii-san, I will make you and the Uchiha clan proud. I will become the #1 rookie of all the generation. Kiyomi also nodded, but her tone was highly respectful. I also understand, Ota-sama. Itake flicked the forehead of the two kids and added, just, don't be careless. Kiyomi nodded with a smile, but Sasuke on the other hand pouted and said with a dissatisfied expression, Nii-san, why do you still treat me like a child? I have mastered the great fireball jutsu of our clan, and I have also awakened my Sharingan. I am no longer a child. Itake shook his head helplessly. He caressed the head of two kids and said with a smile, in my eyes, the two of you will always remain my younger siblings. This is something that won't change no matter how skilled, strong, or old you get. So, even if you don't want to be treated as a child, you'll have to deal with it. Sasuke sighed. That is so not fair. Kiyomi giggled, he. While continuing to caress the head of the two kids, Itake added, now on a serious note, don't remain isolated and make a lot of friends among your peers. When I was your age, making friends is one thing I did not do and I sort of regret it now. That's why I want the two of you to do it. Remember, one person alone cannot change everything, but if we have a lot of friends who support us and trust us, then we can accomplish anything. Kiyomi nodded cheerfully. I understand, Itake and Nii-san. Sasuke, although did not speak it openly, he acknowledged Itake's advice. Fugaku and Mikoto watched over the three children with a genuine smiles on their faces. With that, the Uchiha party carried on their journey and soon arrived at the gate of the Ninja Academy. The gate of the Ninja Academy was crowded with people. From just a single glance, hundreds of parents could be seen accompanying their children to the academy for the entrance ceremony. Fugaku and Mikoto swept their eyes over the crowd, and from a single glance, they were able to spot several acquaintances at Novel bin Adat. The Inoshikacho clan, Inuzuka clan, Abarame clan, even the Karama clan. This year is going to be really different from all the previous years. Although it has long been heard in the rumors that the trainees enrolling this year are really different from the past, however, this kind of scene has exceeded Fugaku's expectation. Patriarch and senior leaders of almost all the major shinobi clans at the same place. If not for the fact that everyone is here for dropping their children at the academy, the onlookers might have even mistaken that a high-level meeting or war council is about to be held at the Ninja Academy. As the Uchiha patriarch and his wife greeted the heads of various clans, suddenly from one corner of the street the party from the Hyuga clan entered the field. And coincidentally enough, just as the Hyuga clan entered, the eyes of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan met. The moment they met, a clash between eyes took place and animated sparks flew out. For a moment, the surrounding atmosphere became tense. However, nothing happened. Both patriarchs snorted and ended their staring contest. After withdrawing their gazes, both looked at the children on the other side. Is she the heir of the Hyuga clan? Such a timid girl? She can't even match our Kiyomi, much less Sasuke. If she becomes the next patriarch, then the Hyuga clan is really doomed. On the contrary, the child from the branch family is really something. This situation is quite interesting. I wonder how the Hyuga patriarch feels about it, thought Fugaku as he observed Hinata and Niji. At the same time, the Hyuga patriarch looked at the Sasuke and Kiyomi, and couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Both children have unparalleled talent, not to mention his elder son Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha patriarch is really lucky. I guess the elders were right. Hinata really can't bear this pressure, now only. Click. Before Hayashi could completely make up his mind, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the school gate opening. As the gate opened, under the guidance of the faculty staff, the parents and their children entered the newly built school campus and gathered at the school ground. On a high platform set up at the playground of the campus, Elder Hiruzen dangled with his tobacco pipe and looked at the energetic children and their families entering the campus with a satisfactory expression. In these troubled times, the happiness and intoxicating excitement of the villagers is what relieves the former Hokage's stress and calms his mind. At the same time, he feels that he must do everything to protect these smiles. Besides the former Hokage Hiruzen, sat the senior members of the Konoha's decision-making body, including Elder Koharu, Elder Tsunade, and Sunin Jiraiya. Tsunade Him was accompanied by Shizune, Hyuga Yui, and Uchiha Izumi, the three of whom stood beside her respectively, and finally, behind Jiraiya stood Kakashi, who was wearing his new Umbu gear. Considering the identities of all the people, the entire high-level decision-making body except the temporary Hokage Shimura Danzo was present at the high platform. After waiting for a while and seeing that he was not coming, Tsunade Hime impatiently asked Kakashi, "Where is Danzo?" Kakashi sighed helplessly and answered while shaking his head, "Don't know. When I went to the root base to escort Danzo-sama, he didn't even see me and just ordered me to leave without giving any reply." Tsunade snorted, "Doesn't he understand the gravity of his presence here? What exactly is he trying to do?" Nobody answered her, as they all had the same thought. However, they couldn't wait too long as the entire crowd has already gathered at the playground, and with that Kuroto whispered to Elder Hiruzen, "Sandame-sama, we can't wait any longer, it's almost time." Former Hokage also understood the situation very well, so after thinking for a while, he said, "It doesn't seem that Danzo has any intention of participating in the entrance ceremony. In that case, let's start without him. If he comes later, we will manage accordingly." Kuroto nodded and hence the grand entrance ceremony began at Novel Bin at. Among the crowd, keeping a close watch over the excited Naruto, Anko looked helpless and sighed inwardly. "Why do I have to be the one to look after Naruto? I am supposed to be a kunoichi, not a nanny." As she sighed, suddenly Anko felt a faint tingling on her neck and hot all over her body. Damn it, it started again. Anko's expression dimmed, she gritted her teeth and bore the intense pain coursing through her entire body as covered the mysterious three-tomo imprint on her neck with her hand. This mysterious mark on her neck is the result of the snake bite that Orochimaru gave her on the night the village was attacked. After that night when she regained consciousness, Anko repeatedly went to meet Elder Tsunade with the hope that Tsunade could use her Iryo ninjutsu and remove the imprint that Orochimaru left on her neck. However, even after several examinations and repeated attempts, Tsunade was completely helpless in the face of the imprint left by Orochimaru and could only seal it. Although Tsunade sealed it with the evil sealing method, however, she couldn't fully eliminate its effect on Anko, and there are times when she still feels that pain and lust to gain more power. This tingling sensation and heat she is feeling right now is the best proof of it. Calm down, take deep breaths. Ha. Anko took deep breaths to calm herself and then looked at Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. Maybe I should take Kuroto's help. Among all of us, he is the only one who understood Orochimaru the best. Perhaps he might be able to do something about Orochimaru's cursed seal. After making up her mind, Anko tried her best to calm herself and then continued to watch over Naruto. Looking after her is the mission she has been assigned. Even if she doesn't want to babysit the kid, she has no say in the matter. Unlike Anko's complicated thoughts, Naruto, who stood next to Anko, was elated at this moment. He didn't care about Sandame's speech at all. Instead, he was excitedly looking at the other children on the playground. Naruto likes crowded places where he doesn't feel lonely, and this place is exactly that. Looking at familiar and unfamiliar faces, Naruto was delighted and thought that each of them would become his classmates and the possibility of them becoming friends with them in the future. As Naruto was looking at the crowd, he noticed a familiar head with black hair. It was none other than Sasuke. Feeling the hot gaze from behind, Sasuke turned his head only to find Naruto intensely looking at him and nodded slightly. Seeing that Sasuke also noticed him, Naruto excitedly waved his hand towards Sasuke while jumping, and shouted, "Hey, Sasuke, Sasuke." The sudden action of Naruto disrupted the entire solemn atmosphere that the former Hokage had created in his speech, and everyone's attention was attracted towards Naruto and Sasuke, who looked at the two kids with doubtful expressions on their faces. When Sasuke also became the center of all attention, he who was trying to maintain a cool and cold persona could only lower his head in embarrassment and cursed slightly, "Naruto, you idiot, you are embarrassing me." Kiyomi giggled upon seeing Sasuke's embarrassment, and then turned back and waved in Naruto's direction, and Naruto excitedly waved back towards her. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto also giggled and remembered the day when she first introduced Sasuke to her friend Kushina, who was carrying Naruto in her womb at the time. Both Mikoto and Kushina had hoped that Sasuke and Naruto become good friends when they grow up, and now that Mikoto sees that her son Sasuke and Naruto are really good friends, she feels happy and sad at the same time. Happy because their children have kept on their wishes, and sad because Kushina is not there with her to witness this moment. On the platform, the former Hokage is still in the middle of his speech and is instilling the concept of will of fire in the heart of all the children who are about to enter the ninja academy. Meanwhile, Kuroto, who is now the principal of the school, is standing behind Elder Hiruzen and looking at the files of all the trainees who are supposed to enroll starting this year and comparing with them with the children on the playground. Let's see. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Koji, Abarame Shino, Inyazuka Kiba, Harano Sakura, Rock Lee, and Tenten. These are Konoha 11 plus Uchiha Sasuke. After making sure that all 12 of them were present here, Kuroto highlighted their names on the file. These 12 children must be given special attention. Konoha 11 plus Uchiha Sasuke are exceptionally gifted children. If they were to receive special attention and targeted training, their talent will bloom and they will become future pillars for the village. After making note of this, Kuroto then transferred his attention to several other children who are equally interesting and talented as these 12 children, but they are present here because of the changes in the canon. These children are Shinwa's head was a bit sullen, Uchiha Kiyomi, the adopted daughter of the Uchiha patriarch family who seems to have the same gentle and calm personality as Uchiha Mikoto, Kurama Yakumo who seems quite pale and weak, then there are two boys named Sai, who has a talent for art and Shin who is terminally ill. Sai and Shin are orphans who were adopted by the root. Why did Danzo send these two kids to the ninja academy? Thought Kuroto with a thoughtful expression, but didn't bother to delve into this matter too deeply as he can always ask Naomi to investigate this matter. After making a mental note to himself, Kuroto focused his attention on the pale and weak Kurama Yakumo. His acute senses were allowing him to sense high concentration yin chakra inside Kurama Yakumo, and this chakra was no inferior compared to the Sharinan of the Uchiha clan. Kuroto has some knowledge about the Kekii Genkai of the Kurama clan, although the clan has declined and is on the verge of perishing with Yakumo being the last member of the clan who has inherited their Kekii Genkai. The reputation of Kurama clan still exists in the hearts of many shinobi alive. Kurama clan's prowess in the field of genjutsu is so absolute that even without proper training, their genjutsu is simply overwhelming. Furthermore, their genjutsu is so powerful that it causes the brain to believe anything that happens to the victim to the point where genjutsu physically harms the victim's body in the same manner they envisioned. Moreover, having a yin or yang-based Kekii Genkai is quite rare in the shinobi world. Therefore, Kuroto is highly impressed by the Kurama clan's Kekii Genkai that can rival the Uchiha clan in terms of genjutsu. I'll have to devise a special training plan for Kurama Yakumo. Can't let the same thing happen to her that happened in the canon. She can become one of the best genjutsu users in Konoha, and I'll see to it that she does become one. While Kuroto was making training plans for the kids who needed to be given special attention, Jiraiya and Tsunade were also observing all the children. That kid with the yellow blonde hair, he is Naruto, right? Asked Jiraiya as he observed Naruto. Tsunade nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya asked again, Tsunade, did you check his body? Orochimaru didn't do anything weird to him as he did to Mitarashi Anko, right? Because of his quest of finding the child of the prophecy and because of being involved with the matters of the Akatsuki and the Amatsukami organization, Jiraiya, despite being Naruto's godfather, has never been able to pay attention to the kid after the death of Minato and Kushina. He is of course very guilty about this, and more so when Naruto, because of being the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi has become the target of the Akatsuki organization and is really worried about Naruto's safety. Tsunade replied, I have checked his body several times since he was rescued by Danzo. Orochimaru hasn't left anything on him, and the tetragram seal that Minato used to seal the Kyuubi inside him is also not touched. Everything is normal, which, in my opinion, is quite strange. Even when we questioned him, all Naruto said was that he was trained by Orochimaru and nothing else. Since the heir of the Hyuga clan gave the same answers, as such, we had no other choice but to believe what he said. Jiraiya said with a sigh, I hope that's the case. Tsunade chuckled and said, I don't really think we have to worry about him. He doesn't seem to be very good at lying or hiding things. Looking at cheerful and carefree Naruto, Tsunade is subconsciously reminded of her dead younger brother Senjin Awake. Therefore, she feels somewhat attached to the kid and is willing to trust him. Jiraiya also laughed helplessly, because the kid Naruto is also somewhat similar to him when he was younger. As Jiraiya and Tsunade continued to carry out their small discussions, Sandaime finished his speech, and then amid the applause of all the guests and organizers, the grand entrance ceremony finally came to an end. With the conclusion of the entrance ceremony, the trainees were supposed to be escorted to their respective classrooms, but before anyone could go, Naruto stepped forward from his position, and after coming closer to Sasuke, he issued a challenge to Sasuke, Sasuke, I want to challenge you. Sasuke looked at Naruto like he was looking at a fool, and said impatiently, Naruto, stop messing around, we have to go to our classes now. I am not messing around. I am challenging you. Naruto shook his head and stated loudly. Sasuke sighed and said, how many times have you challenged me already? Each time ends in your defeat, so, let's forget this challenge for today. However, Naruto was not about to back down. This time it's going to be different from before. I have learned Senjutsu mode, and using that, I will defeat you. As he said so, Naruto folded his hands over his chest and said proudly, Sasuke, I have already surpassed you. Listening to Naruto's words, Sasuke was confused. Senjutsu? What is that? Not only Sasuke, but the other kids in the surroundings, and even the majority of the public had doubtful expressions on their faces upon listening to Naruto's words. So far, there have only been a handful of shinobis in the shinobi world who have managed to master Senjutsu. Even Jiraiya, who more than often relies on the assistance of the two great sage toads, has also not completely mastered this art, so, it's natural that not many people are not aware of what Senjutsu is. None of them knew what Senjutsu is, and now that Naruto had mentioned it, they were quite curious to learn, so they gathered around Naruto and Sasuke, looking forward to Sasuke accepting Naruto's challenge. On the high platform, when Jiraiya heard Naruto say that he has learned Senjutsu mode, his expression turned into a deep frown and he couldn't help but mumble, Naruto. Naruto has mastered Senjutsu? That too at such a young age. Tsunade, who sat next to Jiraiya, was also surprised by Naruto's words, then shook her head with a chuckle, this kid is definitely spouting out nonsense. Even I am struggling to learn senjutsu for the past few months even while personally being guided by Katsuyu, so how can he master it at such a young age? Tsunade Haim, who has recently started to learn senjutsu from Katsuyu, knows the difficulty of mastering senjutsu all too well. Even though she has exceptional chakra control, she has not been able to sense or blend nature energy with her chakra up until now. So, how can Naruto, whose chakra control is so poor, blend nature energy with his chakra? And Tsunade also doesn't believe in the possibility that Orochimaru might have helped Naruto with this, because, as far as she understands senjutsu, she can confidently say that Orochimaru is not capable of learning senjutsu after what he has done to his body. Hence, it's totally not possible for Naruto to master senjutsu at such a young age. Feeling everyone's attention, especially the attention of all the children in the playground on him, Naruto felt extremely proud, for he, who has always been rejected by most of the village, dreams of such moments. At this time, he pointed at himself and announced loudly, "Listen well, I, Uzumaki Naruto, will become the greatest Hokage of Konoha, believe it." As he declared his dream, a solemn silence dawned on the field. On the platform in the distance, as Naruto declared his dream, the former Hokage shook his head helplessly. This scene reminded him of the day Uzumaki Kushina first introduced herself to her class after transferring to the Ninja Academy of Konoha. On her first day, she too declared that she wants to become the Hokage, with her verbal tick. "Naruto really is her son," mumbled Hiruzen with a sigh. Jiraiya said to Tsunade, unexpectedly, "Naruto too, like Minato, has the dream of becoming the Hokage." Tsunade gave no reply and watched Naruto in silence. Whether her younger brother Naoki or her lover Dan, both of them like Naruto had the dream of becoming Konoha's Hokage. However, both of them fell on the battlefield, and that's not all, even both of her grandpa also died as Hokage, so Tsunade has a deep aversion towards the position of Hokage. As such, she had some complicated feelings towards Naruto's dream of becoming the Hokage. Back on the field, the solemn silence continued for a while, but then, someone laughed. Ha ha ha. Nobody knew who started first, but soon enough almost all the children were laughing off their stomachs at Naruto's dream. There were of course some children who were not laughing, and looked at Naruto with serious expression, but these were a minority. Although Sasuke didn't laugh at Naruto, he still covered his face in embarrassment. He didn't want to admit that he knew Naruto. Perhaps Hinata was the only child in the crowd who neither laughed at Naruto nor did she feel embarrassed about his dream. In fact, she was smiling as she looked at Naruto in admiration. Hinata firmly believes that Naruto will definitely become the greatest Hokage. This is her unconditional belief. She doesn't yet understand what this feeling actually means, but she has it. Naruto also didn't seem to care about everyone mocking him. He only wanted to prove to everyone with his strength, so he looked at Sasuke with a serious expression and reissued his challenge. "Sasuke, please accept my challenge." Sasuke sighed lightly. He then glanced at Naruto and said, "Naruto, although I don't know what this senjutsu mode you speak of is, but I am confident that whatever it is, it won't help you against me. You won't be able to defeat me. In front of my Sharingan, you have no chance of winning." "How would I know if I don't even try?" said Naruto, and with that, he clasped his hands together and tried to enter the senjutsu mode. Ichikashima Haim had told Naruto that after mastering the senjutsu mode he has surpassed all his peers, is now the strongest among them. Naruto firmly believes her. He has an instinctive feeling that she wasn't deceiving or lying to him. Therefore, Naruto has confidence that in senjutsu mode he really should be able to defeat Sasuke, even if Sasuke has the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Noticing Naruto's serious expression and form, Sasuke also understood that Naruto wasn't just playing around, he was serious. Understanding this, Sasuke's expression also turned serious and he quickly activated his Sharingan. His eyes turned scarlet red with a black tomo revolving in each of his eyes as he carefully observed Naruto with them. As Sasuke seriously responded to Naruto's challenge, the onlookers sensed the solemn atmosphere. Then, one by one, they stopped laughing and looked at the two trainees expectantly. From a distance, the Uchiha party including Fugaku, Mikoto, and Itachi were observing everything with different expressions. Itachi was especially curious and looked at Naruto with genuine curiosity. Among the many Uchihas, Itachi is one of the few with deep knowledge of senjutsu. Shisui has given him a lot of explanation about senjutsu, so he was wondering whether Naruto has really mastered it or not. As time passed moment by moment, on the high platform, Jiraiya's expression also turned solemn. He wasn't sure whether it was just a coincidence or not, but when he tried to perceive the nature energy in the surroundings, he was able to sense a lot of it swirling around Naruto. And this strange phenomenon raised his doubt, is it just a coincidence or has he really? Kuroto also looked at Naruto with an expectant gaze. Among all the people present here, perhaps he is the only one who is perfectly aware of the ins and outs of Naruto's mastery over senjutsu mode. Kuroto has always known that Naruto has the qualifications to master the senjutsu mode. Moreover, Ichikashima Haim, who taught the senjutsu mode to Naruto, informed Kuroto everything that happened while training Naruto. She also told him that although Naruto was able to learn it when she taught him, however, currently Naruto is not very proficient in it, and he would also need additional assistance to absorb nature energy. Now that Naruto has challenged Sasuke, Kuroto wants to observe Naruto. So, for a moment, the eyes of everyone, including children, parents, and all the high-level officials gathered on Naruto, an eyesore for everyone, who always clamor about becoming the greatest Hokage. Time passed second by second and Naruto started to charge himself. As time passed, Naruto also grunted. Ah, and then it happened. Poof. As Naruto kept charging himself, everyone really thought that Naruto was going to release a Sennin Chakra-infused ninjutsu, but all he released was a smelly fart, which caused everyone's eyes to twitch in annoyance. Why didn't it work? I was absorbing natural energy the entire night. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. In order to fight against Sasuke in the Senjutsu mode, Naruto went as far as to stay up the entire night and absorbed natural energy, although he missed his nap because of this. However, Naruto was fine with it so long as he could get this opportunity. Naruto thought that this much natural energy should be enough for him to activate the Senjutsu mode, but things didn't go as he planned. Not only was he not able to enter the Senjutsu mode, but he also made a fool out of himself in front of everyone. This fool. Sasuke sighed, then deactivated his Sharingan and without paying any attention to Naruto he turned towards the main building of the campus and walked towards it. Seeing Sasuke leave, Naruto became a bit nervous. He finally had the opportunity to challenge Sasuke. Naruto naturally didn't want to waste it, even if he failed to enter the Senjutsu mode. He wanted to fight against Sasuke. Without caring much, he rushed towards Sasuke after issuing a loud warning. I am not done, Sasuke. Sasuke gave no reaction to Naruto's warning and continued to walk forward with his hands in his trouser pockets. From his indifferent reaction it seemed as if was completely unaware of Naruto approaching him from behind. The situation stayed like this until Naruto was just a step behind him. And then Naruto pounced on him, but just when he did, Sasuke's figure disappeared with a flash. He then silently appeared just a step behind Naruto, kicked him on the shin, and knocked him on the ground. Then while completely ignoring the Uzumaki Naruto lying before him, he stepped on Naruto's back and continued to walk forward. Oh, and just when he was standing on top of Naruto's back, he turned his head, and while looking at all his peers with a chilling expression, he said, "It doesn't matter what sort of jutsu anyone master, before these eyes, everything is useless. And I am going to use these very eyes to become the greatest shinobi in the entire world." After leaving behind such a declaration, he no longer looked behind and continued to walk forward with his hands still in his pockets. In fact, he really didn't want to look behind because currently, his face was as red as a tomato in embarrassment because of what he just declared, and his only thought at this moment is, that was so embarrassing. Kiyomi, who could see Sasuke's embarrassed face, giggled. As Sasuke walked off his back, Naruto got up from the ground with an unwilling expression. How could Sasuke become so strong? At novel bin at. These doubts were natural as Sasuke's movements just a few moments ago were too fast for Naruto to react. And this time, no one dared to laugh at Naruto for embarrassing himself in front of everyone, because the same doubt was plaguing their minds as well. The speed of Uchiha Sasuke just was too fast for them to react, and all of them understood it full well that even if they were replaced with Naruto, the ending wouldn't be any different. Well, most of them thought as such, not all. There were a few exceptions. One of them was Niji, who had enough confidence, although he was indeed impressed and said to himself, he really can't be underestimated, and I really can't slack even a single day in my training, else I will be overtaken by Sasuke. Shin, who has always been treated as a Heim, wasn't impressed, and just shook her head. Humph, such a show-off. Hinata worriedly looked at Naruto and wanted to help him. Nara Shikamaru, who would have preferred to watch clouds than be here, sighed. Sigh, so many annoying guys in one place, next few years are going to be so troublesome. Akimichi Koji kept munching on his favorite potato chips while listening to Shikamaru's words. Yamanaka Ino looked at Sasuke with a blush. Sai put his paintbrush back in his pocket and looked at his drawing book. His brother Shin coughed lightly and also looked at Sai's painting. Kurama Yakumo also approached Sai, and curiously looked at his painting. It was the painting of Sasuke knocking down Naruto that Sai had just drawn. Rock Lee clenched his fist as he looked at Sasuke's back in admiration, and inwardly declared to himself, he is my rival. Sakura, who was a bit timid at this time, also looked at Sasuke's back in admiration. It's just that her admiration was different from Rock Lee's. Tenten was being Tenten, I guess. Noticing that everyone's attention was focused on Sasuke, Naruto became a bit anxious and annoyed. He tried to think of other ways he can use to defeat Sasuke. And suddenly he remembered it. How could I have forgotten? I can also use that. Having found a way to defeat Sasuke, Naruto bit his index finger, and hurriedly tried to weave the appropriate hand signs that he learned, but before he could complete, a hand was placed on his shoulder and a familiar voice reached his ear. Naruto-kun, this is Academy, you can't use that jutsu here. Naruto was taken aback. He turned around and noticed that the familiar voice belonged to Kabuto, and he couldn't help but ask, Kabuto Nii-chan, what are you doing here? Kabuto pointed at his uniform and said with a smile, I will be teaching at the academy. Also, make sure to call me Kabuto-sensei. Naruto became happier. That's great, Kabuto Nii-chan. Kabuto-sensei. Kabuto nodded. Then he coughed and whispered lightly, Naruto-kun, you can't use that jutsu here. It will hurt other trainees. When reminded by Kabuto, only then did Naruto remember it and say with an embarrassing expression, oh, right. I forgot. Looking at Naruto, who still wasn't all that nervous, Kabuto became speechless. Before sending him back to Konoha, Kabuto warned him to not use or disclose anything about Senjutsu to anyone in Konoha, but Naruto didn't even wait one whole week and declared to everyone that he has mastered Senjutsu on the first day of school. Even Kabuto was speechless and not sure how to deal with such a kid. While Kabuto was sighing at his bad luck, in the distance, Kuroto looked at the interaction of Naruto and Kabuto with a contemplative gaze. Just now, Naruto bit his finger and tried to weave hand signs, which means he was trying to summon one of the snakes of the Ryokai cave. So, why did Kabuto stop him? Is it possible that the reason why he became a teacher at the academy is Naruto? Does that mean Kabuto's is not here to observe Uchiha Sasuke but to observe Uzumaki Naruto? Root base. In the dimly lit room of the root base, Shimura Danzo wearing the Hokage hat and Hokage robe sat on the main seat of the round table with a smug smile plastered on his face. From the expression on his face, it can be seen that Danzo seems to have developed a superiority complex these days. On the other side of the round table sat Orochimaru, with a laid-back expression, and lastly Uchiha Tsukii wearing her Homusubi disguise of the Amatsukami organization, and an unidentifiable expression on her face that was covered by her Homusubi mask. This is the first official meeting held by the three parties since Shimura Danzo became the temporary Hokage agent of Konoha. At this time Danzo coldly looked at Orochimaru and questioned in a majestic tone, "Orochimaru, something's wrong with the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. What did you do to him?" Although Danzo didn't attend yesterday's grand entrance ceremony in person, his eyes and ears were still present at that ceremony, so everything that happened there was within Danzo's surveillance. Unlike most of the other people who were present at the grand entrance ceremony, Danzo's suspicious didn't allow him to take Naruto's claim of having mastered Senjutsu mode as a joke. Although he doesn't know how Naruto can learn such a difficult jutsu at such a young, he still chose to trust his instincts and felt it might be possible, and if it is then it must have something to do with Orochimaru. Therefore, he questioned the snake sitting in front of him today. Uchiha Tsukii wearing her Homusubi mask also looked at Orochimaru, but she was not really interested in Orochimaru's answer as she is fully aware of the process through which Naruto mastered the Senjutsu mode. After all, Ichikishima Hime, the one who taught Naruto, has personally told Kuroto about it. Moreover, Kuroto has even questioned Hinata all her experience after she and Naruto were abducted by Orochimaru. Hinata has always had a close relationship with Yui, and because Kuroto and Yui are lovers, Hinata is also quite familiar with Kuroto. When questioned by Kuroto, Hinata started to tell her experience, and told almost everything to Kuroto that happened to the two of them, what happened after they were abducted, how they were treated, and many other things, except their short little adventure at the Ryokai cave. The little girl was hesitating to reveal Naruto's secrets. But how can such an innocent little girl stand in front of Kuroto? When Kuroto mentioned Ryokai cave in front of her, she was surprised as well as guilty and told everything that happened to the two of them and Kabuto at the Ryokai cave. After he understood the ins and outs of the incident that led Naruto to the Ryokai cave, Kuroto couldn't help but sigh. His mood was quite complete at that time. To be honest, Kuroto isn't all that surprised that Naruto can master the Senjutsu mode, but what really makes him unbelievable is the time and place where he mastered the Senjutsu mode. In the canon, Naruto came into contact with Senjutsu after Jiraiya's death and mastered it by the time Pain attacked Konoha. At that time, Naruto was somewhere between 16 or 17 years old, and the Senjutsu mode he mastered was that of the Mount Mayaboko, which is not the case here, at Novel Bin At. Here he came into contact with Senjutsu at a much younger age, and even if it said that he hasn't completely mastered it yet, it is still too early to come in contact with. What's more, the Senjutsu mode he came into contact with is of the Ryokai cave. These changes show that the world Kuroto is living in can no longer be called the shinobi world of Naruto, instead it is a completely different shinobi world. These changes in the shinobi world have happened because of the butterfly effect, and the changes are getting more and more serious as the flaps of wings of the butterfly effect are increasing and time is proceeding. This means Kuroto can no longer limit his thinking and judgment on the canon, because if he does, it is definitely going to bite him in the back. Although Kuroto has always understood this, however, the more he faces this reality, the more vigilant he has to become. The reason is that the world is becoming more and more unpredictable. As Tsukii sighed, Orochimaru felt Danzo's gaze and answered casually, "It was just a small accident." "A small accident, you say?" muttered Danzo with a frown, and stared at Orochimaru with a questioning gaze, waiting for him to explain everything related to the so-called accident in detail. Orochimaru glanced at Danzo with a thoughtful expression. There is no doubt that ever since he was appointed as the temporary Hokage agent of Konoha, Danzo's political power has increased a lot, and along with the increase in political power, Danzo's self-confidence and oppression have also increased so much so that even Orochimaru can't completely remain indifferent when exposed to it. Of course, if Orochimaru really wants, then Danzo can't get anything out of him, but considering his next plans, Orochimaru weighed his options and decided to reveal half-truth with a shrugging expression. "The members of the Akatsuki organization were able to track down my base where the two children were kept. In order to avoid the probability of the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi falling into the hands of Akatsuki, my subordinate took Naruto to one of the unexplored sage regions. And something probably happened there." One of the unexplored sage regions. Danzo squinted slightly, and after scrutinizing Orochimaru's words, he asked, "Does that mean Naruto really mastered Senjutsu mode?" All the previous questions were asked to clear this doubt. From this whole fiasco, Danzo only cares about three things. First, has Naruto really mastered Senjutsu? Second, can Danzo control the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi after he has mastered Senjutsu mode? And third, can Danzo himself learn Senjutsu mode from Naruto or from that unexplored sage region? Faced with Danzo's questions, this time Orochimaru did not give an answer. Instead, the snake looked at the old guy with a mocking smile. Boom! Being mocked by Orochimaru, Danzo suddenly banged the table and spoke in anger. Orochimaru, answer my damn question. Tsukii sighed and said, Shimura Danzo, please try to think about it yourself. Had the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi really mastered Senjutsu, he wouldn't have lost so badly against Uchiha Sasuke and made a fool of himself in front of the entire village. Orochimaru squinted slightly, and while looking at Tsukii with a meaningful gaze he carried on the conversation. Indeed, if Senjutsu was so easy to learn and master, Jiraiya and Uchiha Shisui wouldn't be the only ones to have mastered it from the 5 great villages. What's more, even after the 2 of them have mastered the Senjutsu mode, they are unable to use it without the help of their summoned toads and Nikoshou. If shinobis as strong as them can't use Senjutsu without the help of their summons, how do you expect a kid who can't even control his chakra to be able to master Senjutsu? Some secret information is now well known among the senior staff of the Konoha village, and the fact that Jiraiya needs to summon the 2 great toad sages every time he uses Senjutsu mode is one of them. Moreover, Shisui also explained that he needs to summon Fuwa if he wants to use Senjutsu mode. So, Danzo couldn't find flaws in Orochimaru's words. In fact, deep down Danzo didn't really believe that a kid as young as Naruto can master Senjutsu, but his character that likes to control everything made him want to confirm it, because he couldn't risk the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi getting out of his hands. He coldly stared at Homusubi and Orochimaru, and said, You better not be trying to play around or deceive me. Seeing that Danzo's suspicions were temporarily dispelled, Homusubi and Orochimaru glanced at each other silently and then withdrew their gazes. Regardless of what happened to Naruto and the fact that Naruto has indeed mastered Senjutsu mode, Tsukii didn't want Danzo to get distracted by other things at this time. What Tsukii wants from Danzo is to remain obedient, and act as a perfect guinea pig for her. And since cooperation with Orochimaru is a necessity, she decided to interfere and helped Orochimaru. However, judging from Danzo's current attitude towards the 2 of them, it can be seen that the short success of removing Sarutobi Hiruzen from the position of Konoha's Hokage and getting some temporary power in his hand has made him forget that he is nothing more than a guinea pig and a pawn, and he is trying to jump around more than what his feet can handle. As Tsukii was thinking of what to do to Danzo, the person in question again looked at Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru, you must have heard of the recent dispute that happened between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. If I didn't guess incorrectly, that Hyuga Kuroto is also your spy in Konoha, right? As soon as Danzo mentioned Hyuga Kuroto, Orochimaru's expression became sullen. He didn't like where this was going. Even Tsukii's expression became gloomy. If it weren't for the Homusubi mask covering her face, both Orochimaru and Danzi would have noticed her ice-cold expression. But the 2 didn't notice, and Danzo continued. Hyuga Kuroto single-handedly defeated 8 jonins of the Konoha military police force. The strength of that kid has exceeded my expectation, and he also seems to be highly trusted by Sarutobi. I really didn't expect that before you left the village, you sowed such a weed in Konoha, am I right? Orochimaru was confused, and asked, What are you trying to say? Danzo ordered Orochimaru in a commanding tone, Konoha only belongs to me, and I will never allow a spy to sit on such a critical position of the principal of the Ninja Academy. It would be better if you ask your spy to resign from it, otherwise. Tsukii's face got more and more murderous as Danzo spoke each word. Honestly, she doesn't care about the position of the principal of the Ninja Academy all that much, but she didn't like Danzo's attitude. Obviously, he is just the temporary Hokage agent, even his position is not finalized. At this time, rather than trying to win over allies and consolidate his unstable position, he is trying to show off his power to people who don't even come under him. Tsukii doesn't like such behavior, and she felt highly repulsive towards it, and now she has decided, even if the world falls apart, she wouldn't quit from that position while Danzo is in power. Perhaps Orochimaru was the same, and after taking a deep breath he shook his head with a chuckle and said, I suppose it would be better for you to directly try your so-called otherwise, because if you expect that I can order Kuroto-kun to resign from that position, then you are sorely mistaken. It's been quite a lot of years since the 2 of us had any form of contact, and I no longer have the ability to order him. I have long lost any form of control over him. Orochimaru, I am not negotiating here, this is an order. Danzo put his hand over the Hokage hat, and said in an unquestionable tone, I am giving you a month at most. I don't care what method you use to convince him, I want Hyuga Kuroto's resignation letter on my table by the end of this month. Orochimaru, I am not negotiating here, this is an order, said Danzo in an ordering tone. As soon as these words came out of Danzo's mouth, both Orochimaru and Uchiha Tsukii's faces became gloomier. The way Danzo is behaving in front of them, it is as if he has completely substituted himself as the current Hokage of Konoha. His tone of ordering Orochimaru is that of a superior ordering his subordinate when Orochimaru is not his subordinate at all. Orochimaru and Danzo are in a cooperative relationship, hence their status is equal, but Danzo seems to have forgotten this face, and he even dared to sweep his gaze at Homusubi with a provocatively. Although both Homusubi and Orochimaru had expected that after becoming the temporary Hokage agent and getting the political power of Konoha village in his hands Danzo will inevitably swell, neither of the two expected this guy to become so rampant. Such behavior is simply unreasonable. Moreover, Danzo didn't care about Orochimaru and Homusubi's reaction, and dared to declare, I am Hokage now. You should understand what this identity means. At this moment, Danzo's mindset seems to have changed completely, and he seems to believe that, now, I am the center of the world, and everything must revolve around me, which is obviously not the case. Looking at Danzo's disgusting face, Tsukii thought in annoyance, it seems that using him for too long would be impossible because his ambitions have started to swell. I must speed up the things, else dealing him will start to get more and more troublesome, because there is no telling what move he might make now that he has become the Hokage agent of Konoha village. Tsukii could feel that ever since Danzo became the temporary Hokage agent and saw the possibility of his rise, he has started to get out of control. And so, the only option she has is to speed up things. When Tsukii was considering her next set of plans, Orochimaru suddenly raised his eyes, and without showing any weakness while facing Danzo, he shook his head with a chuckle and said, Shimura Danzo, you seem to have forgotten that I am Konoha's rogue nin, have been for a very long time, so, your Hokage's identity, oh, I am sorry, that was my mistake, your identity of temporary Hokage agent cannot control me, and your orders are useless on me, if you want Hyuga Kuroto's resignation, go ahead, and ask him yourself. Danzo stood up abruptly and while releasing killing intent towards Orochimaru he shouted in anger, Orochimaru. Orochimaru was not perturbed by Danzo's killing intent or anger-filled shout, he was still sitting on his seat and while casually looking at Danzo, he licked his lips and asked with a smirk, so, now you want to kill me? It's understandable, I don't blame you. Go ahead and try your best. But the question is, can you do it? Are you capable enough? Not to mention without alerting anyone in Konoha? After all, it would be very troubling for the temporary Hokage agent if anyone were to find me and Homuzubi in your base, right Homuzubi-san? Tsukii was speechless, she didn't particularly want to get involved in this fiasco, however, now that Orochimaru has thrown the dice towards her, she had no choice but to speak something and she could only warn Danzo as a member of Amatsukami, Shimura Danzo, I know that defeating the former Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who has been suppressing you for decades has given you some inexplicable self-confidence, but I want to tell you that this self-confidence is of no use in front of the two of us. I also want to remind you that the ones sitting here are neither your enemies nor your friends and neither are we your subordinates nor are we your superiors, we are working here based on a cooperative relationship, so, your orders in the name of Hokage are useless here, moreover, the name and identity of Hokage has never meant anything in my eyes. Not to mention, you have neither been appointed as the Hokage at this time nor do you have any qualities or strength to match a Hokage as of yet. You. Danzo glared at Homuzubi. He really wanted to teach her a lesson, but upon remembering the identity of the other party as a member of Amatsukami and the unfathomable strength that she and her organization seems to have, he could only force himself to restrain. Of course, he didn't forget to swear to himself in his mind, whether it is the Amatsukami organization, the Akatsuki organization or Orochimaru's Otogakur, wait until I complete the ritual, after that, I will destroy each of you one by one like stepping on lowly bugs, and then sat back with gloomy aura enveloping his body. Ignoring the cold killing intent on Danzo's body, Tsukii said, let's get back to the topic, has the task of capturing the candidates with selected Kekii Genkai completed? Danzo replied with a humph, how can such a simple task be difficult for me? Tsukii nodded slightly and said, since all the targets are captured, so all the preliminary preparations for the ritual are completed, and now we can move to the next step, and that is to choose the location where you want to perform the ritual. Considering that this matter is extremely important for him, Danzo put away the gloomy aura and killing intent and asked, do you have any suggestions? Tsukii ignored Danzo's behavior and directly said without playing around, since the Kekii Genkai selected by having a higher concentration of water chakra nature, so we have to choose a location that can balance the excessive water chakra nature, and we don't have many such locations as option. Either the location can be inside an active volcano, or in the middle of a scorching desert. If you choose an active volcano, it would have a maximum balancing effect on excessive water chakra nature, but make note that if you do choose an active volcano, then you wouldn't be able to draw energy from a planetary phenomenon as Hiriko did. Of course, you can also choose desert, and as long as the altitude of the sand dunes is high enough, you will be able to draw energy from the planetary phenomenon. However, the balancing effect on the excessive water chakra nature would decrease. Danzo nodded, and asked again, and which is safer and has higher chances of success? Inside an active volcano, answered Tsukii, and then explained, for the success of ritual, balancing of all chakra natures is more important, so I'd suggest performing the ritual inside an active volcano. Personally, I would suggest that you perform the ritual inside an active volcano because the balancing effect is more important. Orochimaru also added, Hiriko used the planetary phenomenon to supply chakra because he lacked resources that would supply him chakra. Now that you are Hokage, this problem can be solved quite easily. Orochimaru was talking about the chakra transmission technology. Chakra transmission technology is not too high-end for one of the 5 great shinobi villages, and is used quite often in many things. One of the examples would be the chakra cannon of Kumigakur. That chakra cannon draws chakra from a group of shinobi. If Danzo also deploys the chakra transmission technology for his ritual, then the problem of insufficient chakra can be solved quite easily and he will get a continuous chakra supply. Danzo nodded slightly and took out a map of the shinobi continent. All the active volcanoes that can be used for the ritual have been marked on the map with a red pen. This shows that Danzo has already considered this far and has been searching and screening out the locations for his ritual accordingly. Pointing at one of the active volcanoes marked on the map, Danzo said, I have personally surveyed this volcano. Everything is up to standards. Moreover, this volcano is in the land of fire, so moving a lot of manpower would be convenient and wouldn't attract the attention of any other nation. Hearing Danzo's words, Tsukii thought to herself, humph, so he has already thought this far. It seems that I can't let my guard down against him for even a single minute. Orochimaru had the same thought. But neither of them said anything, for they understood that this rule applies to all three of them. As even Danzo hasn't completely let down his guard against Orochimaru and Homusubi. And it doesn't even matter, as this is only natural. In fact, whether Homusubi or Orochimaru, they won't intentionally disrupt Danzo's ritual, because even if they do their best and take care of everything, the probability of Danzo succeeding and surviving is very low, so there is actually no point in disrupting the ritual. Both Orochimaru and Homusubi understand this, and as such, they only want to collect as much data and information as possible for their own purposes. Regardless, if Danzo is vigilant, let him be, it doesn't matter. Danzo didn't know Homusubi's thoughts, and went on to say, in 2 weeks, I will be able to complete all the arrangements of the ritual ceremony. After that, I will perform the ritual. Homusubi nodded. At this time, Orochimaru licked his lips and said, if you want to further increase the success rate of your survival, then I would recommend you to undergo body modification. That white arm that you showed me a few days ago should also be used to replace that current arm of yours. It will stabilize the Sharingan and Mokuton inside your body. Adat novel bin adat. However, Danzo was hesitant and said, I will think about it before giving my decision. Then you better think about it and decide as quickly as possible, said Orochimaru, and added after a pause, after the body modification, your body would need a period of rest to adjust to the changes, so the sooner the transformation is completed, the better and safer for you. Since Homusubi also didn't want to let Danzo delay the ritual any more than he already has, she added, you'd better complete the ritual before Akatsuki organization makes their next move, otherwise, the position of Konoha's Hokage would slip from under your butt and you will keep looking around. When the position of Hokage came into question, Danzo's nerves tightened. He immediately stood up, then turned around, and while walking towards the exit, he said, I will give you my answer within 2 days. After Shimura Danzo walked out, Homusubi and Orochimaru also got up from their respective seats and left the meeting room. While walking side by side through the gloomy passages of the root base, both of them remained silent, and only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the quiet and empty passage. A while later, the two of them came out of the root base, then by using a secret passage that both of them were quite familiar with, they made their way towards the forest not far from Konoha. After confirming that no one was following them now, Orochimaru licked his lips, and while continuing to jump from one tree to another, he said, I now fully believe that Nidame Hokage-sama had a very good eye for judging someone's character, and he made the right choice by not making Danzo Hokage. Shimura Danzo is really not suitable for that position. Ever since he has gained some political power and identity that is not even Hokage, he has started to lose himself. I won't comment on other matters, but it worries me that he has started to get out of our control too. While continuing to jump from one tree to another, Homusubi turned her head towards Orochimaru, and said, a dying person who won't live for very long, just bear him for a while. As long as we are careful, nothing will happen. Listening to Homusubi's words, Orochimaru stared at her with interest and said, it's really surprising that you, who is not only an Uchiha but also a member of the overbearing Amatsukami organization, can tolerate him to this extent. This further makes me believe that someone in your organization really wants to become a god. Tsukii did not deny Orochimaru's guess, this is not a secret. Is it your leader Yama? He asked quickly, then for some reason paused and continued in a confused expression, but Yama already seems to have such great power, isn't he already a god? Tsukii asked, what do you think? Orochimaru shook his head and said, it's a pity that I have no idea whether your leader has stepped in the domain of God or not, then paused and continued again, in fact, I have always been curious, what exactly is your leader pursuing? Why did he create an organization such as Amatsukami, and how exactly did he manage to gather such shinobi under him? Tsukii denied answering this question, and simply stated, you have too many questions. Orochimaru smiled lightly, and while licking his lips, he said, my curiosity has always been very deep. Tsukii said, I am sure you must have heard the idiom, curiosity killed the cat. Make sure to restrain your curiosity. Orochimaru chuckled, and said, but I am not a cat, I am a snake, so that idiom doesn't apply to me. Tsukii too chuckled, I guess I can't deny that, so let me ask you, how are you able to tolerate Shimura Danzo to this extent? Being able to participate in this plan of creating a god is something I want to be part of, hence I can do everything necessary for that. Tolerating just a Shimura Danzo is not a problem. He said, then looked towards Konoha village not far away with a melancholic expression, and said lightly, until a few months ago, I wanted to destroy Konoha, the cherished village of my sensei right before his very eyes, and I was making various plans for that, but, when I witnessed Konoha being crushed by Tendo pain, I lost interest in doing that. Now, I have only 2 goals, first is to learn all the jutsu in the shinobi world, and the second is to gain eternal life so that I can fulfill my first goal. For these two goals of mine, I can do anything and everything. Tsukii nodded lightly. I see. She neither denied Orochimaru's goal nor did she accept it, she just remained silent and did not comment on it. Orochimaru too remained silent as they parted their ways and went their individual ways. A few days later, the office of the principal of Ninja Academy, Hyuga Kuroto, while controlling the Sujin clone disguised as Kuroto, was leisurely sitting on his comfy chair and sipping hot green tea all while studying the scrolls of the secret ninjutsu of the Hojiki clan that he got from the ninjutsu archives of Kirigakure at Novel Bin at. Sometimes his face would have a deep frown, other times it would have a look of understanding then an exciting smile. These changes in his expression meant that he was making progress in what he was studying. Right now, all of Kuroto's plans are moving forward in an orderly manner and steady pace. Even if Shimura Danzo has ascended to the position of temporary Hokage agent and has started to get out of control, Kuroto is not that worried, because in doing so, Danzo has offended the entire Hokage faction that is led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, so Danzo is completely isolated at this time and there is no one trustworthy enough present around him who can monitor his actions and keep a check on them to make sure that Danzo doesn't make a mistake. Moreover, considering Danzo's character, it is nothing strange that he has chosen not to trust anyone, so all the preparations of the ritual ceremony are handled by him alone. Others can't get involved and he won't even allow anyone whose life is not in his control to get involved either. Of course, because of the presence of Naomi on Danzo's side, Kuroto has all the real-time updates of Danzo's movements, so he is not worried that Danzo will do something that might affect Kuroto's plans in the future or catch him off guard, so he is not all that worried. As for Deidara, well, this kid is sort of trouble. The Kirigakure Umbu are searching for him, but this unpredictable kid is wandering all over Shinobi world with no purpose or goal, so tracking his movements have become sort of difficult, especially because he has very high maneuverability. Even if getting Deidara's cell tissues is urgent for Kuroto for creating the next clone, he can only wait for the news from Kirigakure Umbu. As such, he has no choice but to remain patient. Considering that he no longer has to be extremely busy with Umbu duties and secret missions, and he also doesn't have to worry about funds for the time being, so he is not doing any black market mission at this time either. Therefore, it can be said that Kuroto is quite free and relaxed these days. Kuroto decided to use this free time to do something productive, and as such he is now studying all sorts of water-style secret ninjutsu that he has managed to gather. His main objective is to master all the secret water-style ninjutsu of the Hojiki clan. Oh, and the reason Kuroto is studying the water-style ninjutsu is to balance the average strength of his Sujin clone with the other clones. The Fujin clone that has mastered 5 Kekii Genkai is much more powerful compared to Kuroto's Sujin clone. Even the wind nature chakra of Fujin clone is extremely potent. As such, its strength is higher compared to the other two clones. This difference can cause a lot of problems for Kuroto during the final ritual, so he is left with no other choice but to work on the other two clones and balance all three of them. Among the two clones that he has to balance, he finds working on Sujin clone to be easier, and as such he chose this clone. This is not only because the affinity of Sujin clone with water chakra nature is extremely good, but also because Kuroto has developed some future plans for this clone. It is no secret that Sujin clone has already mastered the secret technique of hydration of the Hojiki clan. Having used it for quite a while, Kuroto feels that this jutsu has very high potential that has not been exploited up until now, and Kuroto believes that he can do it. Of course, what Kuroto has thought up is only valid for him, and not anyone else, because there is no one other than Sujin out there who has mastered both hydration technique of the Hojiki clan at the same time also possesses the ice release Kekii Genkai of the Yuki clan. Only when someone has both of these abilities with them at the same time will they be able to create the effect that Kuroto has thought of. If Kuroto is able to successfully create that effect, the strength of Sujin clone will shoot up, and undoubtedly reach the upper domain of Super Cage class. Well, anyhow, his short-term goals are very clear and Kuroto is working on them. As he was busy studying the jutsu recorded in the scroll before him, suddenly, knock knock knock. The door of the principal's office was knocked on by someone. He put the secret scroll in his hand inside the drawer of his table, then said, "Please come in." Following Kuroto's call, Iruka and Mizuki together walked inside the principal's office. Kuroto looked at the two, and noticing the helpless expression of Iruka, he asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Iruka handed a report to Kuroto, then said, "Principal-san, this is already the 9th time today. Please blame me for my ineffective supervision and carelessness that has affected the normal teaching progress of the class." Kuroto raised an eye after hearing Iruka's words. He took the file from Iruka's hand, then read the report and said, "Uzumaki Naruto challenged Uchiha Sasuke 6 times in the middle of the class. Rock Lee challenged Uchiha Sasuke twice, Akimichi Koji also challenged Uchiha Sasuke, and even Sai also challenged Sasuke. Without a doubt, this is the result of Sasuke's declaration in front of everyone at the grand entrance ceremony. After the classes started, there were many students who wanted to defeat the arrogant kid, and as such, a lot of kids challenged Uchiha Sasuke. However, all of them were easily defeated by Sasuke. Among all the students, Naruto is the one who has challenged Sasuke the most, and each time he was defeated miserably without even being able to counterattack or defend. This continuous streak of loss made everyone clear that Naruto has not mastered Senjutsu. He was just bragging to draw attention to himself. Of course, the ones who know the truth knows, Kuroto didn't comment on it and allowed things to play out as they are. Back to the present. Seeing that Kuroto was looking at the report quite intently, Mizuki also added from the side, Principal, Irika isn't the only one who bears the responsibility for this, I too am. Kuroto raised his head and glanced at Mizuki with a smile. Quietly standing by the window of the principal's office, Kuroto looked at the playground below with a thoughtful expression. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke's class is on the playground. At the center of the crowd, two kids are present. One is Sasuke, who is standing with his arms folded over his chest and a proud smile on his face, while opposite to him is Naruto, who is sitting on the ground, rubbing his butt in embarrassment, and muttering something in confusion that perhaps only he can understand. For the ones who haven't figured out what exactly is going on, the answer is actually quite simple. Naruto again challenged Sasuke, and the result is also obvious. He was easily defeated by Sasuke. This kid Naruto, he really is something. Despite losing again and again, and embarrassing himself in front of everyone each time, he hasn't given up. Muttered Kuroto with a smile. He really admired Naruto for his spirit of not giving up. Earlier Irika had reported to him that the students are frequently challenging Sasuke in the middle of the class, and this is disturbing the teaching environment as well as the decorum of the class. Kuroto did not blame or scold Irika for his ineffective supervision. On the contrary, he instructed Irika to not restrain the kids too much in this regard. After all, Ninja Academy is meant to train ninjas, so allowing the students to have a certain competitive relationship against each other is not a bad thing. Not only will this prompt them to improve themselves, it will also allow the teaching staff to find the weak points of the trainees so that the students can further work on those points. Kuroto believes this will increase the overall quality of the graduates, which is very important considering that the current shinobi is not as stable as it was in the canon at this time. In the canon, at this time, there was no trace of a Matsukami, no movement from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The Akatsuki organization was in a dormant state and were busy performing missions and recruiting members. Additionally, the Third Great Shinobi War, as well as the later feud with Kumigakure, had just ended. There was no tension on any border of the Land of Fire, so no major conflict was going to occur in the near future. As such, it won't be wrong to say that the shinobi world was quite stable with no large-scale conflicts. Therefore, the atmosphere of Konoha was quite relaxed. The Ninja Academy was naturally affected by this relaxed atmosphere, and it was affected to such an extent that the number of enrolled trainees was decreasing each year and the teaching progress was also extremely slow. However, this is not the case in this world that has completely deviated from its original course because the butterfly effect occurred because of Hyuga Kuroto's presence. Konoha village had just experienced a major catastrophe and survived only with the help of a foreign party. Moreover, the culprit is still hiding somewhere in the shinobi world, and considering their intentions and objective, the threat of war is on Konoha, so a sense of crisis has enveloped Konoha as well as the entire shinobi world at Novel Bin Adat. The environment of Ninja Academy will naturally be affected by this. That's why all the children must understand the cruelty of the shinobi world as soon as possible. This is necessary for them to be prepared for the battlefield, lest there will remain greenhorn, and freeze in front of a stronger enemy, which will definitely lead to their death. Kuroto doesn't want the students of Ninja Academy to face such a situation, because this way most of them will die useless death, and lose their lives for nothing. Therefore, such measures are necessary, and this is just the first part of his plan. He has obviously planned how to train these kids into proper shinobi. Unquestionably, he will do everything very carefully, and after taking proper measures. Feeling excited over how much fun he is going to have, Kuroto's eyes landed on Sasuke. The scene where Sasuke knocked down Naruto just now was within Kuroto's gaze. Whether Sasuke's speed, agility, physical strength, or overall body coordination and timing, everything was perfect, such that he didn't have to put any effort and he knocked down Naruto. Sasuke has really become impeccable at this age. It's amazing. Even if I was in Naruto's place or someone else was in Naruto's place from my peers except Kakashi, they would suffer the same fate. Such a level of skill is rare to have at this age. Kuroto didn't have it, nor did most of his peers. Even Asuma didn't have it. The only one who had it was Kakashi, but Kakashi was already a Chunin at that point. Of course, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi also had such skills at this age, but let's not talk about them for now. Among his peers, Sasuke is without a doubt the most dazzling, and his progress is really exceptional. While Kuroto was thinking about all these, the match on the playground had progressed, as Naruto again got up and faced Sasuke. Immediately as Naruto got up, the cheering and cooing voice of most of the girls present on the playground resounded throughout the school. Come on Sasuke-kun, kick Naruto's ass. Yes, defeat him, defeat him. It's a pity that the one they were cheering for wasn't Naruto, but Sasuke. Sasuke's attractive appearance, extremely high strength, coupled with the Uchiha temperament and background of a major shinobi clan has made him an eye candy for many girls his age. Of course, he is one of the many eye candies. Others include Neji, Shikamaru, and Sai, but Sasuke is currently the most popular one in the market. The fact that Sasuke was attracting the attention of so many girls incited the anger and hatred of many boys. They were jealous, they wanted Sasuke to lose and embarrass himself in front of everyone, so they cheered for Naruto, in an attempt to vent out their dissatisfaction. Oh, Hinata was also cheering for Naruto, it's just that she wasn't open about it and silently praying for Naruto to win, so nobody except for Shin, Kiyomi, and Yakumo realized it. Of course, not everyone was part of this fiasco. There were some kids who were standing quietly. These included Niji, Shikamaru, Sai and Shin, then, Kiyomi, Shin, and Yakumo. Observing all the kids for a while, Kuroto had a rough assessment of each of their strengths. At this moment, Kuroto's gaze shifted, and he noticed that Elder Koharu along with 3 children had entered the campus and was making her way towards the building. As he noticed them, Kuroto couldn't help but narrow his eyes and noted that one of them was a young girl, wearing a white-colored kunoichi gear. She had short, layered mint green hair, orange eyes, and a slightly darker skin tone. Realizing who she is, he couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't she?" He didn't have to wait too long as Elder Koharu soon led the 3 children towards Kuroto's office. After arriving at the gate of his office, she made the 3 kids wait at the gate of Kuroto's office and came inside alone. Kuroto respectfully greeted Elder Koharu. She nodded, then passed a scroll to Kuroto and spoke, "From today, these children will also be attending the Ninja Academy. The 3 of them are exchange students from the allied nation Takigakuer, so you must take good care of the 3 of them. Additionally, among the 3 kids, the girl has a special identity. This matter is extremely confidential, only you can know it, and you must not disclose this to anyone else." Kuroto nodded lightly. "I understand, Koharu-sama." In fact, even before Elder Koharu entered his office, Kuroto had already guessed it, and now that she revealed with such a solemn expression, Kuroto didn't even need any more information to determine the identity of that girl. Undoubtedly, she is Fu from Takigakuer, and her other identity is the current Jinchuriki of Nanabe. It's just that Kuroto is slightly surprised that the Jinchuriki of Takigakuer has come to Konoha's Ninja Academy as an exchange student. But if you think about the current situation of the shinobi world, this matter is not that hard to understand. Seeing Kuroto's calm reaction, which was much better than she had initially expected, Elder Koharu nodded in appreciation and then told him the entire story of how and why Fu has come to Konoha. The fact that the Akatsuki organization is after the 9 Baijuyu is not a secret in the shinobi world. Other than the 5 great shinobi villages, only Takigakuer has a Baijuyu. However, they don't have enough strength to protect their Jinchuriki. Elder Hiruzen was worried that in this way Nanabe will fall into the hands of the Akatsuki organization, which would be very disadvantageous for the 5 great shinobi villages and the shinobi world. To make sure that such a situation doesn't happen, and Jinchuriki of Nanabe doesn't fall in the clutches of the Akatsuki organization, the former Hokage sent Elder Koharu to Takigakuer. The objective was very clear and simple, and he requested the leader of Takigakuer to hand over the responsibility of protecting Nanabe and its Jinchuriki to Konoha village. Regarding Elder Koharu's request, the leader of Takigakuer was initially hesitating. But considering the great threat that the Akatsuki organization posed to the shinobi world, and how the entire Takigakuer might also suffer the fate of annihilation if he didn't do something, he agreed, and sent 3 children from Takigakuer as an exchange student. Fu is obviously among them. Obviously, only Fu's identity is important, the other 2 are just orphans who are sent with her to cover up her identity. After pondering for a while, Kuroto asked, "Is the state of Nanabe's Jinchuriki stable?" Unstable Jinchuriki is no different than a ticking bomb. Gaara also used to like that, and he lost control several times and caused heavy losses to Tsunagakuer. If Fu's state is unstable and she loses control, then... Elder Koharu was also aware of this problem, and she reassured Kuroto, "Don't worry, child Fu is very talented. She has never once lost control over Nanabe. So, it shouldn't be a problem as long as we are careful." Moreover, Uchiha Shisui is also in school. If due to any unforeseen reason, she does lose control, then instruct Shisui to control the Nanabe with his Mangekyou Sharinon to restrain him, and then Nanabe can be immediately sealed back inside Fu. Kuroto said, "All right, I'll see that no issue occurs." Elder Koharu nodded, then left the school. Somewhere in the land of fire, a Kirigakuer Umbu pointed at the distant sky, and said, "Captain, is that guy on that clay bird our target?" The captain of the quad next to him nodded, and said, "Height, age, hair color, hairstyle, skin tone, as well as character matches the description written in the scroll Mizukage-sama handed us. That guy is definitely Deidara of Iwagakuer. Finally, we are able to find him," the Umbu said with a somewhat excited tone. The captain nodded lightly, then asked the other subordinate, "Where is he going?" The other subordinate looked at the map, and then said, "In the direction he is flying. His destination is most likely the Fire Temple." The first Umbu immediately said, "Captain, what should we do now? Should we follow him, or?" The captain thought for a while, and said, "Let's follow him from long distance to make sure that he doesn't sense us and we don't lose track of him. Also, send the message to Mizukage-sama that we have found the target, and he is headed towards the Temple of Fire in the Land of Fire." The second Umbu nodded, and immediately passed the message to the Mizukage. After that, the 3 of them followed Deidara from a distance. Late at night, Konoha. Kuroto, who has just finished the dinner served by Yui, received the scroll from the Summon Crow. He unfolded the scroll and grinned. Yui, who was cleaning up the dishes, noted the change in his expression, and asked, "Did something good happen, Kuroto-kun?" Kuroto shook his head. "Nothing major." "Oh." She nodded in understanding. Kuroto didn't tell her, which obviously meant that she didn't need to know this matter. As such, she didn't pry any further. Kuroto thought about it a little, then said, "Yui, I'll not be present at home tonight. So, today, you should sleep at your parents' place." Yui nodded. In that case, I'll go after I finish the dishes. With that, Kuroto gave Yui a good night kiss, then created a shadow clone whose role is to drop Yui at her parents' house, and also to act as Kuroto's cover in his absence. After making sure that everything was checked, he secretly left Konoha holding a lantern in his hand. A monk in training questioned, "Did you hear the sound just now?" His companion, who is also a monk in training, carefully looked at nearby surroundings, but finding nothing, he said, "Perhaps it was just a small animal." "Is that so?" the first monk muttered doubtfully. "Yes, there are a lot of them in the surroundings. Squirrels and cats can always be seen here," answered the companion monk with a nod, then said, "Anyway, it's getting late and it's time to change shifts. Let's go back and rest. I am sleepy." "All right, let's go back." The first monk nodded, and then, the two monks left the area. They walked for a while, and arrived at the Buddha statue seated at the main hall of the temple, respectfully bowed towards it, then gently left the main hall and proceeded towards the monks' sleeping quarters to retire for the day. When the two monks in training left the main hall of the temple, when the light of the lantern started to dim, and when the sway of the candlelight lit in the hall had returned to normal, at that time, a shadow that was hiding between the wooden beams of the roof jumped down and gently landed on the ground. Looking at all the structures in the hall, he couldn't help but admire them. So this is where the art of this temple was hidden. Undoubtedly, he, who has sneaked inside the Temple of Fire and is currently admiring the art of this ancient temple, is Deidara. He has been wandering all over the shinobi world for a few years now, and if it is said whether he has a purpose or not, then without a doubt it is the pursuit of art all over the shinobi world. Not long ago, Deidara heard somewhere that the sculptures of the ancient Temple of Fire are masterpieces of art, so here he is. Stroking all the bronze sculptures, Deidara was amazed. While admiring these pieces of art, he suddenly thought of something, then quickly put his hand inside the shinobi bags tied around his waist, and took out white clay. It was undoubtedly his detonation clay. Carefully matching all the details, Deidara shaped the detonation clay in his hands in the same structure and appearance as the sculptures in the hall. After he was done with this, he held the sculptures made of detonation clay in his hand, then again looked at the sculptures before him and said with a smile, "Any art that cannot explode is imperfect. It can never be called true art. Let me sublime you all with my masterpieces." And the very next moment he threw the sculptures made of detonation clay on the bronze sculptures in the hall. Although the white sculptures looked very good and they drew beautiful arcs in the air, under the dim light of the candle, they projected shadows on the wall that looked like flurrying demons. And as these flurrying demons approached the bronze sculptures, Deidara's smile widened, then without hesitation, he weaved the hand sign, and shouted, "Katsu." Boom 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 boom. Immediately as he shouted, several explosive roars sounded through the peaceful and quiet night sky, and the violent explosions shook the entire main hall. In the midst of the blazing flares that were soaring through the sky, the entire Temple of Fire fell in chaos. What happened? Did an enemy temple attack us? There's a fire in the main hall. Then why are you shouting around? Hurry up and extinguish the fire. All of a sudden, rapid screams resounded through the temple, and one after all the sleeping, resting, and meditating monks were disturbed. As a result, the entire Temple of Fire suddenly fell into commotion. All the monks rushed out of their houses and sleeping quarters like panicked animals in a drove. Some picked up batons to patrol the surroundings to watch out against the enemy, while others picked up wooden barrels and buckets and tried to put out the fire. In the crowd that was coming and going, Chirika, the current head monk of the Temple of Fire, looked at everything with a frowned expression and scanned the surroundings of the area affected by the explosion with sharp eyes. He was quite sure that such an explosion couldn't have occurred naturally, so there must have been someone here who caused these explosions. Because it hasn't been very long since the explosion took place, there was a possibility that the suspect has yet to leave the Temple of Fire. And if that's the case, then his search was indeed fruitful, and soon enough he was able to find a few footprints in an inconspicuous place of the temple. As expected, someone did manage to sneak inside the temple, and this explosion was created by that person. But there was a problem. Is it a shinobi? Chirika could be sure that these footprints aren't of the monks in the temple because the monks either remain barefooted, or they wear wooden sleepers, but these footprints were the result of shinobi sandals, which is something only ninjas wear. Chirika has served as one of the 12 guardian ninjas for a few years, therefore, he was sure of his guess, but he wasn't sure of why would a shinobi destroy the main hall of Temple of Fire. This just doesn't make sense with how shinobi work in general. Unless this is just a diversion, he muttered in realization and quickly followed after those footprints. His figure flashed and disappeared from the Temple of Fire. Whoosh! In the forest outside the Temple of Fire at Novel bin Adat. Looking back at the soaring flames, Deidara, who had already left the temple, smiled narcissistically, and was still immersed in joy. Whoosh! But his joyful moments were soon interrupted as Chiriku appeared before him with a quick body flicker. Chiriku observed Deidara for a few moments, then asked, "Who are you and what was your purpose of sneaking inside the Temple of Fire?" "Purpose? I am just admiring art, huh?" Deidara answered with shrug. Admiring art? Chiriko was taken aback, then questioned angrily, "If that's the case, then why did you cause an explosion in the main hall? Was it because of art too?" Deidara nodded in an "isn't it obvious" manner, and said, "Of course. It was for art. Because true art is an explosion." Chiriko looked at Deidara's face that had no trace of guilt or tension with a shocked expression. From the manner the other party was speaking, it's obvious that he is extremely serious, but, with the way Deidara is behaving, Chiriku felt uneasy in his heart, and declared, "You are a dangerous person. You may not be lying, but you are psychologically disturbed and your tendency to create explosions in the name of art is extremely dangerous for innocent people. I cannot allow a dangerous person like you to walk away. Either you will become a monk in training at the temple and repent for all your sins, or your body will be buried in the cemetery of the Temple of Fire." Deidara shook his head, and denied, I don't want to stay here. I have already seen all the art that this temple has to offer, and it is nothing compared to my art. In that case, you leave me no choice. As the head monk of the Temple of Fire, I cannot allow you to leave without paying for your sins." As Chiriku declared this, he put his hands together and exuded extremely powerful chakra. But Deidara wasn't perturbed. He calmly put his arm in his shinobi bag and said with an excited smile, "I see, you want to fight, huh? I am all game." Welcoming approach, thousand-armed murder. As the jutsu started to take form, Chiriku said, "I don't have complete control over the power output of this jutsu, so there are chances that you might not be able to survive. If such a thing happened, I reassure you that I will bury you in the forest of the back mountain of the Temple of Fire, and pray that your soul ascends to the Pure Land after death." Accompanied by Chiriku's words, a terrifying chakra exploded out of him and took the form of the spirit of the thousand-handed cannon. The spirit was golden in color and it looked calm, angelic, and peaceful. Feeling the tranquil and peaceful chakra that he has never felt or experienced before, Deidara, who was about to start his offensive, suddenly came to a halt, and muttered with a surprised expression, "What kind of ninjutsu is this? It is so beautiful." Chiriku saw that Deidara has stopped his movements because of being impressed by his jutsu. This presented him a very good opportunity. However, instead of taking advantage of this opportunity, he stood in his position and calmly explained, "This is the ultimate technique of the Fire Temple that is only taught to the ninja monks, and it requires a special chakra called the Gift of the Hermit Group. Of course, you too can learn it if you were to surrender now and become a monk in training at the Fire Temple. How about it? Are you interested?" Chiriku didn't want to kill Deidara. If possible, he would much rather recruit Deidara into the fire. This way, not only the problem before him will be solved, but the Fire Temple will also gain a talented monk in training. To achieve his purpose, Chiriku introduced the Gift of the Hermit Group to Deidara, hoping that this unknown and mysterious knowledge draws Deidara's interest. Of course, Chiriku didn't deceive Deidara. The Gift of the Hermit Group is a unique chakra that the monk of the Fire Temple can learn. There is a secret method of training that allows people to learn this method, and only the monks of the Fire Temple know this method. The Gift of the Hermit Group is a unique technique of the Fire Temple. In actuality, its essence is just senjutsu, to a certain extent, at least. Perhaps, it would be more correct to say that the Gift of the Hermit Group is a relatively superficial approach to using the natural energy dispersed in the heavens and the earth that the monks of the Fire Temple have been able to learn through years of rigorous training. Although the Gift of the Hermit Group is less efficient and far backward and weak compared to the senjutsu applications of the three mysterious realms, it is still better than nothing. And this is one of the reasons why the Fire Temple has been able to survive for the past millennia and has always been valued by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Be that as it may, it didn't interest Deidara enough that he would go as far as to surrender here and become a monk of the Fire Temple. So, to answer Chiriku's question, he shook his head and said, "Although the real art of the Fire Temple is really good, it is still missing something." "Huh? What are you saying?" Chiriku's frown tightened. He felt that whatever he said up to now didn't go through Deidara. It is as if the two are on a completely different channel, and cannot communicate at all. Deidara didn't answer immediately. Instead, he put back his hands inside his two shinobi bags and took out a lot of explosive clay, and then answered, "You have already shown me your ultimate art. How can I be left behind? Let me show you too, and teach you the real meaning of art. As for joining your Fire Temple, no thanks. I am not interested. The only aim of my life is the eternal pursuit of art." Seeing that the kid before him directly denied his offer, Chiriku understood that words won't work anymore, and only fists can talk now. But one thing Chiriku wanted to confirm before starting the battle. "Let me ask you one more question. Are you Deidara, the Ronin of Iwagakur?" Deidara asked in surprise, "Have you heard of me?" Chiriku didn't answer, only his expression became more serious. Understanding that the monk had no intention of answering his question, Deidara shrugged, and without caring about it anymore, he threw the figurine in his hands that is made of the special explosive clay. The clay figurine of white color landed on the ground, then it instantly swelled up weirdly and turned into a big insect, then leaped towards Chiriku. Seeing that Deidara had started, Chiriku also no longer hesitated or waited, and started the offensive from his side. Welcoming approach, thousand-armed murder. Instantly, the golden cannon spirit around Chiriku changed its color from golden to red, which symbolized anger, indicating that Chiriku was extremely angry, and the result of this anger is that countless fists flew towards Deidara. The fists detonated all the insect figurines as Chiriku stated, "These puppets are useless in front of my ultimate jutsu. Give up, you have no escape here." Deidara chuckled, "Don't be so sure." As soon as Deidara's words fell, the ground beneath Chiriku's feet cracked, out of which a centipede made up of white explosive clay crawled out, and instantly entangled around Chiriku's body. "Damn it, when did you?" Chiriku exclaimed in shock and surprise. He didn't see Deidara creating any figurines other than the insects he destroyed a few moments ago. Moreover, with the speed with which the centipede entangled his body, Chiriku didn't even have enough time to react fast enough to dodge or distance himself from the centipede. As a result, he was instantly trapped and his jutsu was released without being able to cause any damage to Deidara. Seeing that his plan worked, Deidara had a triumphant smile on his face as he said, "You were saying something." Chiriku gritted his teeth. Deidara chuckled and started to weave hand signs for finishing up the monk by the means of his true art, that is explosion. But just as he brought his hands together to explode the centipede that entangled Chiriku's body, his body became numb, and a scary scarlet eye covered his vision. What the hell? What is this? At this moment, Deidara's vision changed. The original dark night sky that was filled with countless stars and a silvery crescent moon now turned into a scarlet world with no stars and only a full moon of red color with 9 black tomo on it. A genjutsu. Deidara finally realized with a shocked expression, and immediately wanted to weave the hand signs to disrupt his chakra flow in order to break free of the genjutsu, but was again taken aback as he felt the sensation of several spikes driven through his body that took away his body's freedom. Therefore, he couldn't move at all. Well, that wasn't too hard. Unexpectedly, it went quite well if I must say. While muttering these words, Uchiha Tsukii wearing the Homusubi disguise walked out of the woods. After receiving the message that Deidara has headed towards the fire temple, Tsukii immediately sneaked out of the village and came all the way towards the fire temple. It took her a complete day of travel to reach the fire temple, and she had consumed much of her chakra reserves in doing so. The moment she sneaked inside the back mountain of the fire temple, she happened to stumble upon the scene of Chiriku confronting Deidara just now. Fortunately, she was here on time, otherwise, the body of this former member of 12 Guardian Ninjas would have completely disappeared in the splendid fireworks of art. Chiriku, who was bound by Deidara's explosive centipede, used this opportunity and broke free of it. Then, he looked towards the third party who has suddenly appeared at the battlefield, and when he noticed the mask on the other party's face, he was taken aback and asked with a vigilant expression, You are Homusubi of Amatsukami. Tsukii glanced at Chiriku and said, "You are welcome." He was reminded that if not for Homusubi he would have died, so he lightly bowed towards Homusubi and said, "Thank you for saving me just now." Tsukii nodded lightly, then curiously looked at this ninja monk who is worth 30 million ryo. From her basic analysis, Chiriku is not weak. His strength should at least be Jonin class, and coupled with the gift of the hermit group that he has mastered, his strength should surpass the Jonin rank, thus reaching the rank of an elite Jonin. This is not too strange if one thinks about it. After all, Chiriku was selected as one of the 12 Guardian Ninjas, so his strength is not questionable. In fact, if Tsukii remembers correctly, in the canon, Chiriku had the complete upper hand against the zombie combo of the Akatsuki organization in the early stage of their battle. But after all, a monk is a monk. Even if he is considered a ninja monk, he is still not a pure shinobi, so he is rigid in his fighting style. Not to mention the abilities of the zombie combo of Akatsuki were too weird, and it wasn't too strange that he wasn't able to figure out a way around their abilities and died in the end. But all of this doesn't matter to Tsukii, so not caring about Chiriku anymore, she lightly said to him, "Get out of here. I will handle this guy, you don't have the ability," and then withdrew her gaze towards Deidara. Chiriku hesitated a little but finally chose to compromise, and returned back to the fire temple to manage the overall situation and calm down the chaos. With Chiriku gone, the focus shifted towards Deidara, and at this moment, Deidara's voice reached Tsukii's ears. "Hey you, what kind of genjutsu did you use on me? Why can't I move? Move, damn it." As Deidara said these words, Tsukii's expression under the Homusubi mask was filled with surprise. She didn't expect that Deidara's mental fortitude is strong enough to be able to resist the painful and tormenting sensation of having spikes driven through his body, and yet be able to speak. In fact, there are even signs that he has started to break free of the genjutsu. Seeing this, Tsukii's gaze flickered. Kuroto believes that Itake and Shisui, who are extremely proficient in genjutsu, are the best candidates to deal with Deidara. In the canon, not only did Itake subdue Deidara with just a single gaze, he even left a trauma on the young Deidara's mind that he wasn't able to overcome no matter how he tried. Therefore, originally, Kuroto wanted Itake to deal with Deidara, but considering that his main objective behind finding Deidara is to collect his cells and tissues, therefore, he hesitated a little, and finally chose to do the task himself. After all, the matter about the collecting cells and tissues has to be kept a secret. If possible, Kuroto doesn't want to involve any third party in between. Therefore, he dispelled the idea of contacting Itake and Shisui and came himself, or rather, herself. As for the reason why Kuroto used the Tsukii clone for the task, well, it wasn't without consideration. He feels that directly dealing with Deidara would be a hassle, so he wanted to use the same method as Itake used in the canon and subdue Deidara in just a single attempt without any needless battle. This is definitely the best method, and it would also allow Kuroto to collect Deidara's cells quite easily. And if everything went well, Kuroto also planned to use coercion and intimidation to recruit Deidara into a Matsukami or make him the second undercover spy in the Akatsuki organization, at novel bin at. This is because Kuroto admires Deidara quite a lot, the weird obsession with art, the tendency to create explosions in the name of art, and the eternal pursuit of art even in death is something not many people have in this shinobi world. Moreover, Deidara's abilities are also very good, so he is a good candidate to become a member of the Amatsukami. But Tsukii is not sure whether it will be possible to recruit Deidara. This is because the first impression she has left on Deidara is not intimidating enough. The genjutsu she used on Deidara was weaker compared to the genjutsu atake used on him. As such, Deidara was able to resist it to a certain extent, and there are even signs that he is about to break free of it. The first impression is very good. If in the first impression Tsukii had shown her true intimidation, then Deidara would have definitely lost the will to resist her, but because it is not very good, so not only did Deidara not lose his will to resist her, but he was even shouting and yelling at her, "Hey, are you deaf? I am talking to you, answer me." TCH, Tsukii clicked her tongue upon seeing the plan failed, and couldn't help but slander in her heart, "It seems I really can't be as good as Itaki or Shisui when it comes to genjutsu." After studying all sorts of ninja arts, Kuroto has found that his talent is worst for time and space jutsu, as well as genjutsu. And mastering these ninja arts requires a lot of effort, and even when he is able to master them, the effect is still not that good. This is also the reason why he rarely uses genjutsu even when controlling the Homusubi clone. Forget it, even if the plan failed, it doesn't matter all that much. I can at least collect Deidara's cells and tissues, she thought to herself, then took out a kunao from inside her cloak and hurled it towards Deidara. Whoosh! The kunao, glimmering with cold light, instantly cut through Deidara's shoulder and nailed a piece of his flesh and blood on the trunk of a tree behind him. As the piercing pain reached his senses, Deidara was somewhat frightened. "Damn it, you despicable guy." Tsukii ignored his painful cry and glanced at the kunao nailed at the tree trunk. The kunao has cut off several muscles of Deidara's shoulder, and it carries both blood and his muscle tissues. "This much should be more than enough for me to clone Deidara's cells," she muttered with a thoughtful expression. The main objective of the finding Deidara has been completed, so Tsukii breathed a brief sigh of relief. Then for the second objective, she coldly looked at the golden blonde-haired kid in front of her and said, "Deidara, I will give you two choices, either join Amatsukami or die. How about I chose the third?" Deidara roared in struggle. With this roar, he finally managed to bring his hands together, then immediately weaved the hand signs, and shouted, "Now witness my art, huh?" Seeing Homusubi looking at him, the clay clone of Deidara stepped back with a frightened expression, and questioned, "Hey, I have had no business with the Amatsukami before, nor have I done anything to offend your organization, so why are you people looking for me?" Tsukii again used the Susanoo, and as the armor of the golden Susanoo took shape around her, she said in an indifferent tone, "Oh, would you please stop with the act? Your stupid acting won't fool anyone the second time." After speaking such words, she didn't wait even a single moment and directly flicked her fingers, the golden lotus of hell. Whoosh! And as soon as she did so, instantly, golden flames started to rise all over their surroundings and rose up to several hundred meters of height. Instantly, the surroundings were filled with high-temperature golden flames that seemed to engulf and dissolve everything into oblivion that was unfortunate enough to be within the immediate range effect. The Golden Lotus of Hell is Tsukii's new ninjutsu, and what's special about this ninjutsu is that it does not require hand signs, so, casting it takes close to no time, and as soon as it is used, it will instantly create a sea of fire within 100-meter radius around Tsukii. Deidara's clay clone was within the range that Tsukii's ninjutsu covered, and under the extreme heat of the golden flames it instantly melted and deformed into a slime-like substance. At the same time, its ability to explode was also lost. Far away, the real Deidara, while hiding in the ground, dementedly looked at the golden Susanoo bathing in the golden flames, looking like the golden god of war and fire, and couldn't help but think, can fire and burning also be so beautiful? But as soon as this thought came into his mind, he hurriedly covered his eyes with both hands like a shy girl and scolded himself. "No, Deidara, what are you thinking? You cannot admire someone else's art and something that has nothing to do with the explosion. In the world, only explosions are true art." Adat novel bin adat. However, even if he tried to stop himself from admiring the beautiful scenery before him, he still couldn't help but peek through the gap between his fingers and exclaim while looking at the golden goddess of war and fire with a blush on his face, "She is so powerful. Perhaps only the members of Amatsukami are so powerful. She really is worthy of being called an artist. However, even if that is the case, I will not lose. Today I accept my defeat, but this is not the end. Damn it, just you wait, I will make you witness the true ultimate art." After making such an affirmation to himself, and a secret declaration to Homusubi, Deidara looked at Humsuspy once, then retracted back inside the ground, and fled the area in panic while using the hiding like mole technique. Back at the battlefield. "Humph, I'll spare you this time because I am using your cells to create a clone, but the next time we meet, I swear I will make you cry," Tsukii muttered with a cold snort, then dispersed the Susanoo as well as extinguished the golden flames. For her, collecting Deidara's cells was the highest priority task, and that has already been completed. Other matters are all secondary, and they are not so important. Moreover, Tsukii also knows that if she were to drive Deidara into an extreme corner, then there is a very good chance that he might do something extremely crazy, the consequences of which even she might have to suffer. As the saying goes, the cornered rat will bite the cat, and if Deidara is also driven into an extreme corner, then the consequences might not be so pretty, and Tsukii is unwilling to take unnecessary risks if it is not required. One must know that in this accursed shinobi world, there are thousands if not millions of things that can overturn the ship into a gutter, therefore, one must always remain composed and cautious. With this understood, after Deidara escaped the battlefield, Tsukii looked at the cell sample in her hand, then nodded to herself and she too left the battlefield. A few days later. It has already been a few days since Deidara was bullied by the female Homusubi of Amatsukami, and after escaping from that battlefield near the fire temple, he carefully and slowly traveled towards the border of the land of fire, and after days of travel, he finally reached the border while using the hiding like a mole technique. After crossing the border, Deidara crawled out of the ground, and while making sure that he wasn't followed, he dusted his body as well as clothes and muttered to himself, if only Homusubi was so powerful, then I can't even imagine the true strength of the entire Amatsukami organization, and in this way, the Akatsuki organization that can rival the Amatsukami organization should also be equally powerful and is probably not easy to mess with. If I want to remain alive and continue to pursue my art, it would be best to avoid these difficult people. Although Deidara said this, the Lady Luck wasn't on his side this time, and as fate would have it, just as he convinced himself to stay away from the Amatsukami organization and Akatsuki organization, 3 people, each wearing the turtleneck black cloak with red cloud prints and a wooden hat with 2 bells walked in front of him. These people are none other than the members of the Akatsuki organization, and looking at their faces, one can identify them as Uchiha Shinichi, the Roguenin from Konohagakure, the immortal Kakuzu, the Roguenin from Takigakure, and finally, the Sandame Kaze Cage Killer, Sasori of the Red Sand. Walking in front of Deidara, Shinichi took off his hat to reveal his Sharinon, and then while looking at Deidara with them, he said with an annoyed and lazy expression, "Hey kid, you are Deidara, the Roguenin from Iwagakure, right? Now that I look at you so closely, I must say, you are a real piece of work, and such a troublesome guy, it took us so long to finally locate you. Now if you don't join the Akatsuki the dash." Before Shinichi could even finish his words, Deidara in front of suddenly expanded like a balloon as if it was about to burst out. What the hell? Seeing such a scene, whether it was Shinichi or Kakuzu or Sasori, each of the 3 of them was taken aback, and at a complete loss. They didn't have to remain stupefied for very long, as suddenly the expanding Deidara before them exploded. Boom boom boom! The explosion shook the entire forest, and the resulting shock waves made the surrounding forest a mess. The after effects felt as if an extremely terrifying storm had just passed through the forest. After a long time, the shockwaves caused by the explosion subsided, and the smoke cleared to reveal the miserable situation of the 3 members of the Akatsuki organization. Shinichi was kneeling on the ground, and panting heavily. As the semi-destroyed green Susanoo started to disperse, he got up and cursed, "Fuck. Does that guy has some problem with his brain? Why did he explode as soon as we met him?" I hadn't even finished my words. Sasori crawled out of the Hiriko puppet, and said coldly, "Don't complain, and start searching for Kakuzu. I just hope that he is still alive, otherwise we will be answerable to Nagato. The surroundings are destroyed, and everything is a mess, how do you expect me to find him?" said Shinichi in annoyance. Sasori was also not in a very good mood, and said with an unhappy expression, "I don't know, you have the Sharinon, and Mangekyou Sharinon, don't you? Get it to work." TCH. Shinichi clicked his tongue and then started to look for Kakuzu with the help of the inside of his Sharinon. Sasori too started to search for Kakuzu, and while doing so, he muttered with a doubtful expression, "The information about Deidara said that he has some weird obsession with art and explosion. Zetsu said nothing about him being unable to even communicate. It's strange." Crack. Crack. At this moment, the ground cracked, and Kakuzu with an embarrassed appearance climbed out of it. Kakuzu's appearance was most miserable among the 3. Shinichi only suffered from slight chakra exhaustion, while Sasori was also safe. It's just that one of his puppets was destroyed, and now he would have to work on it again to repair it. But Kakuzu had no such way as Susanoo or puppet to defend himself. As such, he suffered the most under the effect of the explosion. His Akatsuki cloak had turned into rags and barely hung on his body, and among the 4 masks on his back, 3 were completely destroyed, while the last one was more than half cracked, which meant that he was pretty close to death. Shinichi looked at Kakuzu in surprise. You aren't dead yet." Kakuzu snorted, and said viciously, "That kid Deidara, his heart is mine. Sasori, and I'll keep the body. There is no need to recruit such a lunatic into the organization, it would save everyone the trouble if we directly deal with him." Shinichi chuckled, "Now we are talking." Far away from the site of an explosion. Having escaped the site of explosion by once again using the cover of the clay clone, Deidara again crawled out of the ground with a speechless expression, and couldn't help but mutter to himself in doubt, "What the hell is going on? Why are such people coming after me one after another?" Deidara completely understands that if he hadn't directly used body replacement jutsu with an explosion clone, he would have had to face those 3 members of the Akatsuki organization, and the result of the battle need not be guessed, it would have been his defeat. And considering the possibility that those 3 of them might still be after him, and hadn't given up, Deidara quickly created another clay bird, and hurriedly jumped on it and left the area. Currently, he is extremely nervous and frightened and continued to watch the surroundings alertly to make sure that no one is coming after him, otherwise, he would be done for. At this moment, Deidara just wants to get as far away from this damned country. TCH, the shinobi world is becoming more and more dangerous now. It's no longer safe enough to wander around alone. Let's go back to the village to live peacefully, and apologize to the old man. With this in mind, Deidara changed his next course and went in the direction of the Land of Rock. After obtaining the sample of Deidara's cells, Tsukii returned to a nearby location with no one present in the immediate vicinity. There she transferred the soul back to the main, and then Kuroto, after making sure that no one was watching him, activated the Tenseigan chakra mode, and quickly made his way towards Anchor Vantian, the floating fortress, Amatsukami organization's current unofficial base, and Kuroto's main laboratory. Oh, and Gaara and Karen's current home. Kuroto-sama, welcome back. As soon as Kuroto returned to the fortress, he was greeted by the excited Karen and cheerful Gaara, both of whom greeted him respectfully. Noticing the two kids, Kuroto's thoughts halted for a moment. Immediately his figure disappeared from his position, and as it secretly arrived in front of Gaara, he threw a punch on Gaara. Gaara instinctively leaped back. At the same time, sand around him gathered and took the form of a small sand shield that tried to block Kuroto's fist. Bang! Lo and behold, it actually succeeded. Kuroto's fist met the small sand shield and came to a sudden stop as a low muffled sound echoed in the passageway. It felt like I am hitting an iron wall. That's progress, he muttered with a surprised expression. His words were genuine as he was really surprised that the momentum that his fist carried completely disappeared as his hand struck the sand shield. In the punch just now, although Kuroto had used only about 5 to 10% of his physical strength, that too without using any chakra amplification, without a doubt, even this much strength is higher than the best punch of a typical mid-rank shinin. And for Gaara, who is only a kid at this point, this punch was still quite heavy, yet he was able to block it with perfect reaction and timings, speaks volume of the hard work he is doing and the improvements he has done. What surprised Kuroto more is that Gaara's sand controlling ability has also improved. Therefore, the amount of sand he is able to easily lift, and the speed with which he can move all the sand around him has also increased. It must not be forgotten that the Shokaku in Gaara's body has been completely sealed by Kuroto, so no form of communication or help or guidance is possible through it, and even in this situation, if Gaara is now able to control sand to this extent without feeling any strain, it can only mean that he has been training really hard in the past few months. For doing hard work, the least he deserves is praise, and Kuroto didn't want to take away this right from Gaara. Therefore, he did what he should do. He smiled, then retracted his hand and praised Gaara. Very good. From your reaction and the perfect time at which you blocked my fist, I can see that you haven't been lazying around in my absence. Gaara, who has rarely been praised by anyone, blushed in embarrassment, and said while scratching his hair shyly, Kuroto-sama, you are praising me too much. I haven't yet done anything praiseworthy. Kuroto smiled slightly, and said nothing in reply. Internally, he was evaluating Gaara's current strength in comparison to other kids his age. Since Shokaku has been sealed, so losing control over himself is no longer a possibility, although this increases the chances of dying in the worst situation. Nonetheless, his analysis ability and dependence on Shokaku has also disappeared. And from the speed and with which he is reacting and defending against the attacks, his current strength should be at the level of a low-level Chunin, which is not much different from the strength of Uchiha Sasuke, now that I think about it. But, if a battle is conducted between the two, the chances of Sasuke winning the battle are slightly higher. This is obviously because of Sasuke's Sharingan, and better battle analytical ability, which Gaara's mind has yet to develop. Even without the power of Shokaku, Gaara is one of the most talented children in this era, so there shouldn't have been much difference between Sasuke and Gaara's strength. It's just that Sasuke has experienced the humiliation of losing to Kimimaru in the presence of the entire village that resulted in the awakening of his Sharingan, and later he has also undergone Shinichi's brutal combat training that gave him quite a lot of combat experience, so he might be able to outwit Gaara and manage to win against him at this point in time, but otherwise, both of them should have the relatively same strength, and it would be a tough toe-to-toe battle. But all of this doesn't matter now. What's important is that Gaara is making progress, and improving at a faster speed compared to what Kuroto had expected and planned, and that's all that matters. After reviewing Gaara's progress, he turned his head and looked at Karen, who was standing on the side. Seeing that Kuroto's attention was on her, Karen hurriedly said, Kuroto-sama, I have mastered all the seals you have taught me until now. I have also finished my homework, and you can see for yourself, I have also lost a lot of weight. Kuroto held his chin, and nodded after observing Karen's body. That's true indeed. Karen proudly folded her hands over her chest, and said, you see, I am also not lazing around, and I too am training extremely hard so that I can be useful to you. Kuroto nodded towards her. Very good, I have high expectations from you. Yes. Karen nodded excitedly. There was no need to think much about Karen. Amongst all the kunoichi in the training of her age, she is undoubtedly the strongest at this point. No one, almost no one can match her. In fact, even in the history of all the kunoichi, perhaps only Tsunade Hime might have had such strength when she was so young. So, Kuroto wasn't all that worried about Karen's growth. At novel bin at. Karen's Uzumaki background already gave her ample potential, now all she has to do is realize it, and she would undoubtedly become one of the strongest kunoichi in the history of the entire shinobi world. Kuroto smiled, then thought of something, and said, "Both of you, train well. After I feel that both of you have good enough strength, I will take the two of you to gain practical experience, and also let both of you understand what a real genius is like." Both Gaara and Karen nodded. "We will do our best to not let you down." With that, Kuroto left the two kids to their devices and the Kaze cage puppet watching over them and made his way towards his laboratory. As soon as he entered his main laboratory, Kuroto looked at the neatly arranged new devices and machinery with an excited expression. This is the result of his hard work. Recently he has used a lot of funds from his pockets in buying new equipment. The hundreds of millions of ryo that a person can't even spend in his lifetime, Kuroto spent it all in just a few days. Previously almost all the machinery in his laboratory was second-hand, but now, that's no longer the case. Since Amatsukami has become the strongest organization in the shinobi world, a lot of secret channels that weren't previously open to Amatsukami have now opened up, and Kuroto used all these channels to completely upgrade his laboratory. The result of doing all this is that today, Kuroto's laboratory is no inferior to that of Danzo's laboratory, and he is going to use all these machines to complete his project Godhood. Kuroto went to the cell incubation chamber to start preliminary processing of Deidara's cells after admiring his freshly updated laboratory for a while. He then gathered the processed cells and began the activation phase for Deidara's cells in the newly purchased incubator. Kuroto changed the cell fusion process after a lot of research and practice. Instead of performing the cell fusion process directly, he added a few extra steps before the final cell fusion to improve the viability of the cells, and only performs the cell fusion when the viability of two cells is the highest. Using this approach offers various advantages, including an increase of at least 3% in cell fusion success. Don't underestimate this 3% boost in success rate. It may appear insignificant at first, but as the number of experimental efforts approaches thousands or hundreds of thousands, there will always be some successful cases, no matter how diametrically opposed two cells are in nature. And that's not all. This 3% increase in success rate not only saves money and time, but it also enhances the overall grade of the cell generated after the fusion, which has a number of benefits, including improved physique, increased chakra reserves, greater Byakugan quality, and so on. Kuroto would have an easier time developing the clone if the grade was higher. Kuroto's Fujin clone is an example of this predicament. The Fujin clone he now employs suffered from genetic mutation and regression. As a result, it outperformed Kuroto's expectations, and there was no need to further develop or train it. In fact, it exceeded Kuroto's expectations to the point where he had to continue developing the Sujin clone and the Homusubi clone in order to keep all of the clones balanced. As a result, the new stages that have been included are extremely advantageous to him. Let's get back to the task at hand now that we've clarified the improved method. According to my estimates, the final success rate of the cell fusion is 4%, mumbled Kuroto, frowning as he examined the computed result in front of him. The additional stages he has included can boost the success rate by 3%, but the final success rate calculated is only 4%, which is far too low, and this low result clearly indicates that Deidara's cell tissues are incompatible with Kuroto's cells. Kuroto's cell tissues and Deidara's cell tissues are only marginally more compatible than Kuroto's cells with the Uchiha clan's cells. This is also quite understandable. Kuroto's cells reflect the Hyuga clan, which has a mild and tranquil chakra nature, but Deidara's cells represent a very violent and unstable chakra nature, hence it's only natural that their cells aren't particularly compatible. Fortunately, he has improved the technique so that the fundamental success rate of the fusion has increased, and he no longer has to struggle in an infinite circle of failure, as he did with the Uchiha clan cells. Deidara's cell tissues are already highly vigorous and don't need to be cultivated for very long because his body is in a developmental stage. As a result, after setting the incubation duration on the cell incubator, Kuroto gently exited the cell incubator room. Kuroto's gaze instinctively fell on the long row of brand new huge nutrition troughs in front of him as he walked out of the cultivation chamber. He recently purchased all of these big nutrient tanks. These new nutrition tanks have higher performance and are more stable than previous ones. Because he had so much money, Kuroto got rid of all the old large-scale nutrient tanks in the lab and bought 16 of the most modern large-scale nutrition tanks in the ninja world all at once. 6 of them will be utilized to store the clones of the 6 chakra natures. He prepped the remaining 10 for the cultivation of the other clones. He won't have to cultivate 2 clones at a time like in the past. With these 10 new huge nutrient tanks, he will now be able to complete 10 clones at a time, and the larger the base, the more likely fine products will emerge. In the future, he will be able to carefully select among 10 clones and chose the best clone for further development. With these thoughts in mind, Kuroto proceeded to check the condition of the Sujin clone and the Fujin clone. The Sujin clone is stable and there are no abnormalities, and the deterioration of the Fujin clone has been controlled after exchange transfusion treatment, but the effect of exchange blood therapy will become more and more poor based on the analysis of the data detected by the instrument. One blood change may last a month the first few times, but after a few times, one blood change may only last 20 days or even less, and this duration will continue to decrease with each change. In other words, the Fujin clone has its limits, even if the cost of exchange blood treatment is vigorously spent to preserve it. It's difficult for Kuroto to estimate how long this limit will last at the moment. It could be 2 to 3 years or even 4 to 5 years. In other words, his wind chakra nature clone will always remain in danger of becoming a piece of scrap before his biotechnology advances further. Sigh. He can only sigh helplessly because he has no alternatives to provide in this situation. Kuroto left the laboratory and returned to the village after a long day. Back in Konoha, after quietly replacing the shadow clone in the principal's office, Kuroto briefly recalled the shadow clone's memories of the past 2 days. Everything went as usual during his absence of 2 days, and nothing major occurred at Novel Bin at. As usual, Naruto challenged Sasuke in the academy but was defeated by Sasuke. Sasuke's adversary has an extra face, which is the only difference. This new adversary is not someone else, it is the Jinchuriki of Nanabe, Fu from the Takigakuer who has recently arrived in Konoha, and the outcome is self-evident. Fu has not gained control over the Nanabe, and considering the fact that she isn't allowed to reveal her status as a Jinchuriki, without the help of Nanabe, she, like Naruto, was easily defeated by Sasuke. Fu, on the other hand, has a demeanor that is quite similar to Naruto's. She has a carefree and laid-back personality. Therefore, even if she was defeated by Sasuke, she wasn't all that sad about it, and after becoming a loser who challenged Sasuke, Naruto, Rock Lee, Sai, and other kids became friends with her. As a result, she too became an official member of the Losers League. Kuroto grinned after reading all of the memories of his shadow clone. He shook his head with a chuckle, then put his hand on his chin in a thoughtful state. In actuality, because there are so many skilled faculty and staff in the academy, the principal, Hyuga Kuroto, is simply accountable for making general decisions and doesn't have any major role. Some of the things he has to do on a daily basis as a teacher are unimportant to him. In addition, he has already planned for a number of emergency circumstances. Preparation is key, therefore leaving a shadow clone in the school is sufficient to handle the majority of the ninja school's everyday operations. He stood up and walked up to the window, where he gazed at the raucous playground below and the students frolicking in it. For a brief while, Kuroto grumbled, then he thought of something, and as a result, a group of faculty members were assembled in the faculty room and held an impromptu meeting. Faculty room. Kuroto gave the staff a sidelong glance and added, I believe that educational advancement is still too slow. This isn't a playground, it's a ninja school. We need to work while keeping this in mind. When the instructors gathered around the meeting table heard the remarks, they were taken aback. Kuroto has actually advanced the teaching progress of this batch of kids a while ago. The course will be completed shortly if they continue to enhance the teaching progress. After all, the ninja school simply teaches the most fundamental techniques, as well as some basic ninja skills like tracking, patrolling, and hunting. Ilika inquired, Kuroto-san, with our current teaching speed, the course that has to be completed in the entire duration will be completed within 2 years, which is already quite early, and if we further speed up the teaching speed, this duration will only decrease. So, what will the children do after that? Would they just graduate and become genin? But, that is a bit. Some children are indeed capable of becoming genins at such a young age, but not everyone is. What about them? Ilika's words were not just his. All of the faculty members' doubts were directed at the Hyuga mirror, and they looked at him for an answer. With a wave of his hand, Hyuga Kayamai said, don't be concerned about these. I'll approach Hokage-sama and the other elders about adding some D-rank and C-rank ninjutsu to the Ninja Academy's scope. What? Everyone was caught aback by these words of Kuroto. Even in great shinobi villages like Konoha, there are few opportunities to learn ninjutsu. The majority of ninjas practice ninjutsu taught to them by their families and clans. This is why the ninjas from the ordinary villager background generally have no such resources with them. They have to fight multiple life and death battles and earn the right to learn a jutsu through merit. Aside from this, they can only learn ninjutsu from masters who are willing to teach their disciples. In short, on the basic matter of learning ninjutsu, ninjas with ordinary backgrounds have been far behind the ninjas with clan or family background, and that's why the starting line for two parties become different, and so does future achievements. Several generations of Hokage have built a mentoring structure for all the children who aspire to be shinobi, and this is still the case. The civilian ninja will have no chance to acquire any ninjutsu if there is no mentoring structure created by multiple generations of Hokage. All of the clans agree on suppressing civilian ninjas and monopolizing ninjutsu resources. This is why just the most fundamental 3 basic ninjutsu is taught at the ninja school. If the ninja school allows children to learn D-rank and C-rank ninjutsu, it will have an impact not only on the affluent clan's interests but also on the village's reward and punishment system. After all, several D-rank or C-rank ninjutsu are awarded to deserving village residents. These benefits will be less appealing if the institution teaches them for free. Will the village agree? Shisui wondered. Shisui knows how strongly Kuroto's idea will be resisted as a member of the Uchiha clan. Shisui is concerned that many people within the Hyuga clan, much alone the other shinobi clans, will resist this plan. You don't have to worry about this because I'll take care of it. Kuroto said after a brief pause, I'd like all pupils to study one of the 3 body techniques this month. The evaluation results will be posted on the bulletin board outside the school at the end of the month. In the future, this will be standard procedure. A test will be held once a month, and the results will be posted on the notice board outside each time. Guy's expression shifted as he considered something and said, "Is it essential to be that strict? If these students don't want to be the last of their class and session," Kuroto said with a smile, "they'll have to work hard, which is precisely what I expect from them." Guy approached Kuroto after the meeting and said, "Kuroto, are you taking revenge?" Kuroto seemed somewhat perplexed as he questioned, "What do you mean?" "I won't say anything about the test next month." "That's good," Guy remarked. "But what about the method of announcing results, which is to post them on the school's bulletin board? Isn't it going to be too much? The entire village will be aware of the results using this way." Kuroto's perplexity persisted, and he said, "So, once more, have you considered the feelings of individuals who rank last and are not very talented?" Guy asked, nervously. "No one knows better than us about the feelings of people who rank last," Kuroto stated, placing his hand on Guy's shoulder. "However, I also believe that this is the only way to strengthen these youngsters. How will they survive in conflicts if they can't handle such modest pressure? Where would their incentive to develop come from if there is no pressure on their shoulders?" Hearing Kuroto's explanation, Guy felt that it was reasonable, although you are right, however. He used to rank among the top few from the downward order when he was a student in the ninja academy. He felt pressure at the time, but he was never overwhelmed, and he worked harder because he wanted to overcome Kakashi, the kid who used to rank at the very top from the upward order. It was this notion that he worked harder and trained more arduously than everyone else. At the end of the day, all of his hard work and sweat paid off, and he is now who he is. As a result, he acknowledges that being under pressure isn't always a terrible thing. But, at that time, the Second Great Shinobi War had just finished, significant battles between nations were raging, and the Third Great Shinobi War was about to begin, thus the pressure was required to motivate the students at the academy, Guy said, shaking his head. "So, you appear to be perplexed about something, Guy?" Kuroto interjected before Guy could finish his sentence. "Isn't it also wartime? Is it possible that the Akatsuki organization does not pose a threat to Konoha and the shinobi world in your eyes?" "Well, if you phrase it that way," Guy was rendered speechless. When Kuroto noticed Guy was silent, he got up from his seat, came up to the window, and stated gently, "I can tolerate these youngsters cursing me for making their life tough, and I can accept these children cursing their trainers for being hard and unkind to them. But I can't accept that these youngsters are dying in vain on the battlefields. These children are innocent, and they have yet to see the harshness of this world, but that day will come, and when it does, I want them to be prepared. I want these children to have strong minds so that they do not break. I don't want these kids to wind up like the majority of our friends." Guy's emotions shifted as he listened to Kuroto's reasoning. He's been through the dangers and sorrows that come with combat. He and his genin companions would have perished in the Third Great Shinobi War if not for his father's sacrifice. "You must constantly remember that we are all shinobi, and as shinobi, we will all travel to the battlefield at some point," Kuroto remarked calmly. "If they can't endure even this small strain, it's better to be a civilian." "Now I get it," Guy nodded seriously, then stood up and walked out of the meeting room, his face solemn. Kuroto smiled and murmured, that was too simple," after Guy had left. A few days later, the Ninja Academy's new laws were promptly promulgated thanks to Kuroto's aggressive promotion. The trainees sobbed bloody tears as they read the notification, realizing that everyone was now in danger. Even the eldest Naruto has been diligently practicing the three-body techniques, which will be evaluated later this month. No one, including Naruto, wants to be the crane's tail in the eyes of the entire village. As a result, the daily pattern of challenging Sasuke on campus has dwindled, and the playground is no longer the same. At the same time, after some intellectual wrangling, Danzo finally agreed to Orochimaru's proposal and permitted him to carry out a complete transformation of his body. Danzo issued an invitation letter to the Amatsukami organization, inviting Homusubi to observe this transformation process, maybe to offset Orochimaru's presence. Kuroto, or rather, Homusubi, naturally accepted the invitation after receiving it. He has long yearned for Orochimaru's human body modification technique, but he also understands that learning the essence of Orochimaru's body modification technique only by viewing the operation in real time is tough. Kuroto transferred his soul into the Homusubi clone and came to the root base on the day of the operation. After all of the preparations were finished, the remodeling work began right away. In addition to Danzo on the operating table and Orochimaru in charge of the procedure, there is also the Root's chief research officer, Uchiha Tsukiai in her Homusubi guise, and 2 Danzo guards in this makeshift operating room. The presence of these bystanders appeared to have had no effect on Orochimaru's ability to operate the scalpel in his hand, as he skillfully controlled numerous surgical equipment and began the remodeling procedure. The fact that Danzo's physique is aged can't be denied. As a result, Danzo's physical metamorphosis should not be too drastic. Otherwise, given Danzo's physique, one would either die from a lack of control over the Hashirama cells or from organ failure. With this in mind, Orochimaru injected a huge amount of fusion fluid into Danzo, attempting to strengthen the union of the Hashirama cells and the Sharingan he had implanted in his body. Because his body will only be really strong when the Yang chakra of the Hashirama cells and the Yin chakra of the Sharingan he has implanted in his body are truly united. Although Orochimaru hasn't seen the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Path in the Naka Shrine, this doesn't stop him from appreciating the significance of Yin and Yang harmony on the basis of chakra equilibrium. Danzo abruptly screamed in pain after receiving a heavy dose of fusion fluid. The two Danzo guards in the surgery room were anxious and glared at Orochimaru with homicidal intent. They were stopped by Homusubi. Don't get worked up over it, that's a normal human reaction. Although Homusubi is unsure of Orochimaru's fusion fluid's exact composition, the fluid's purpose is to suppress the body's rejection reaction and speed up the merging of transplanted cells, flesh, and blood with the person. The human body's biological impulse is rejection. The body will naturally suffer some harm and discomfort if one's instincts are forced to be suppressed. This can't be avoided. It was, after all, a natural reaction. Danzo's crying gradually diminished over time, and his body changed as well at novel bin at. The portion of the body where the Hashirama cells were transplanted is the most noticeable. The creases on the surface of that hand have begun to fade, the skin has smoothed out, and the entire body appears to have aged several years. Tsukiyai's everlasting kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes have been triggered under the mask of the flame pattern, and because of the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes, she can see all the small changes in Danzo's body. This is the power of creation of all things, and it can't be wrong. Homusubi sighed, clearly moved. Although Homusubi is unsure of Orochimaru's fusion fluid's exact composition, the fluid's purpose is to suppress the body's rejection reaction and speed up the merging of transplanted cells, flesh, and blood with the person. The human body's biological impulse is rejection. The body will naturally suffer some harm and discomfort if one's instincts are forced to be suppressed. This can't be avoided. It was, after all, a natural reaction. Danzo's crying gradually diminished over time, and his body changed as well. The portion of the body where the Hashirama cells were transplanted is the most noticeable. The creases on the surface of that hand have begun to fade, the skin has smoothed out, and the entire body appears to have aged several years. Tsukiyai's everlasting kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes have been triggered under the mask of the flame pattern, and because of the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes, she can see all the small changes in Danzo's body. This is the power of creation of all things, and it can't be wrong. Homusubi sighed, clearly moved. The pair of eternal Mangekyou Sharinon in Tsukiyai's eye sockets created a mild pulsing like a heartbeat without warning at this precise instant. This sensation, she quietly extended out her hand to grip her brow and try to sense it. This alive aspect was probably the origin of the pulsation that occurred without warning just now. The feeble power of creation of all things emerging in Danzo's body was most likely the cause of this sensation. When Danzo began to develop this ability as a result of the yin and yang chakras unification, the eternal Mangekyou Sharinon within Tsukiyai's eyes most likely triggered an innate resonance. This is the typical effect after the Hashirama cells truly unite with our body, Orochimaru declared triumphantly at this point. When Danzo's chief researcher and the two guards witnessed the alterations in Danzo's body, they screamed, this is wonderful. The power and vitality of the elderly and sluggish bodies have returned. And no one could help but be amazed as they observed this event. Other people in the operating room, unlike Tsukiyai, can't genuinely feel the yin-yang or the creation of all things, but they can see the amazing changes in Danzo's body with their naked eyes. Tsukiyai observed the various instruments on the side of the operating table, temporarily suppressing the restlessness of the pair of the eternal Mangekyou Sharinon in her eye sockets, and discovered that after the fusion of the yin and yang chakra, in addition to the heartbeat, all other values such as pulse rate, blood pressure, respiration rate, cell division rate, and so on were returning to the normal range at novel bin at. Orochimaru's fusion fluid appears to be better than the fusion fluid I made. Tsukiyai scowled. Danzo's physique is worse and more degraded than Shishui's, but even in this situation, the yin-yang chakra in Danzo's body began to undergo preliminary yin-yang fusion as soon as the fusion generated by Orochimaru was put into his body. This fact alone demonstrates that the fusion fluid generated by Orochimaru has a far superior effect than the one made by Kuroto. Cough. Danzo on the operation table eventually regained consciousness amid a flurry of coughing. Hokage-sama, are you okay? Inquired Danzo's two guards as they hurriedly stood up. Danzo braced himself to sit up, fully ignoring the two guards' concerns, and sought to feel the changes in his body for a long time before saying to Orochimaru, very well, Orochimaru, you have lived up to my trust. How do you feel? Orochimaru asked, chuckling. Danzo's stinking face broke into a rare smile, better than ever, I feel like I've aged 30 years. Don't get too excited, Homusubi cautioned, this is only the result of the preliminary fusion. Everyone who has successfully transplanted Hashirama cells should experience the same impact. Don't get too excited, everyone who has successfully transplanted would feel this effect. The reason you didn't is simply that you didn't correctly transplant the Hashirama cells, and your technology isn't advanced enough, Homusubi's statements imply. When Danzo heard Homusubi's comments, the joy on his face vanished instantly. Danzo had truly wanted to turn his face away from Amatsukami and kill her right now if he hadn't remembered that he was still on the operation table and would still need Homusubi's help to keep Orochimaru in control. While Danzo was deflated, Orochimaru went inside the surgery room's freezer and removed a pure white arm. Kuroto hacked off one of those special Zetsu clones' arms not long ago, and this pure white arm is surely the same arm. Kuroto enlisted Naomi's assistance to ensure that this arm made its way into Danzo's hands. Of course, Danzo was dubious when Naomi gave him this one-of-a-kind limb, but after his researchers conducted some tests on it, he was surprised to discover that it not only had the Hashirama cells implanted in it, but it also has a peculiar material. The particular drug indicated here has a very effective relaxing effect on the implanted Hashirama cells, as well as the ability to restrict the Hashirama cells' uncontrollable vitality. In short, it is extremely beneficial to him and is created using cutting-edge biotechnology. These facts increased his suspicions regarding this arm, but despite scanning Naomi's mind for memories and further research into the origins of this arm, he has not been able to locate any information that can assist him in this area. With a pause, he looked at the severed limb in Orochimaru's hand. He's a little hesitant right now. What Homusubi said just now is definitely correct, Orochimaru replied with a smile. Only the first stages of fusion have been completed in your body. You have no choice but to replace that rotting arm with this arm if you truly wish to exploit the powers of Shodaime Hokage-sama's cells and further study them. The yin and yang chakra in your body will be partly balanced after you replace that arm with this one. Hearing Orochimaru's explanation and his mesmerizing voice, Danzo paused for a moment, then stretched out his withered right hand studded with countless Sharingan and asked, "Can you make sure that Shodaime-sama's cells don't get out of control during the transplantation process?" Uchiha Shin's arm must be amputated in order to transplant the Josutsu clone's arm, but Shin's arm, which is studded with many Sharingan, is what suppresses the Hashirama cells in Danzo's body. The suppression of Sharingan on the Hashirama cells will be eliminated if that arm is removed, and if that happens, the Hashirama cells in Danzo's body will become uncontrollable and totally engulf him. I understand your concerns, but you don't need to be concerned about that. Shodaime Hokage cells Samas have achieved primary integration with your body, so even if you temporarily lose Sharingan's support, as long as you don't overdraw chakra, there will be no problem. I can assure you of that. Orochimaru spoke in a calm and gentle manner. Orochimaru, as long as I succeed, Danzo stated after a moment's thought, you will have all your wishes fulfilled in the future shinobi world. Orochimaru, as long as I succeed, Danzo stated after a moment's thought, you will have all your wishes fulfilled in the future shinobi world. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, I look forward to that day. Let's get this party started. Danzo said softly. Orochimaru stopped speaking gibberish and began removing the transplanted arm from Danzo's hand. On the surface, this operation appears to be complex, yet it is actually quite simple. Even an Irionin from Konoha Hospital can perform it. There is no risk of rejection, and the success rate is extremely high because Danzo already has Hashirama cells implanted in his body. During the operation, Homusubi noticed that only 7 of Shin's 10 vacancies were filled with Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, while the remaining 3 vacancies were left empty, most likely because Danzo lacked the necessary number of Sharingan after Obito stole many of his inventory, and the Uchiha clan was not annihilated. If the Sharingan embedded in his eye is counted as well, he now has a total of 8 Sharingan. He has a total of 9 lives, and he can use Izanagi a maximum of 8 times. Orochimaru just required roughly 30 minutes for the complete arm transplant operation, which apparently included implanting all of Danzo's Sharingan in his new arm. The skill, speed, and ability are so impressive that it astounds everyone including Homusubi. Orochimaru poured the fusion fluid into Danzo's body once again once the transplanting and implantation were completed, and Danzo's agonizing cries echoed throughout the operating room. Ah! When his 2 guards saw Danzo rolling and shouting in anguish on the operation table, they wiped the cold sweat from their brows. As his most trusted followers, they are too familiar with Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, the previous route commander and current acting leader of Konoha village, is a precise, somber, and dark figure in their minds. He would never act in such a manner, and they never imagined seeing him in such a position one day. The fusion fluid made by Orochimaru doesn't seem to have any bad consequences that would cause Danzo to howl and roll in anguish. Tsukii, wearing the Homusubi mask, narrowed her eyes as she watched Danzo's condition. The pain he's in appears to be natural, and it's something that most people can't stand. Well, I suppose he can be commended for his endurance in the face of such adversity. After a long time, Danzo's roaring subsided and he reverted to his regular state. Orochimaru strained to restrain his laugh as he questioned, "How do you feel?" Looking at Danzo, whose nose was red and tears were flowing down his face, Orochimaru asked, "How do you feel?" "Damn it, why is the reaction so big this time?" Danzo grumbled. "Didn't you say the procedure would go off without a hitch? Any subversive cell fusion will be accompanied by the degradation and death of numerous ancient cells," Orochimaru explained in a mournful tone of voice. "Your old cells, which are far weaker than the Shodaime Hokage-sama's cells, are gradually dying since the Shodaime Hokage-sama's cells have been transplanted in you and are fusing with you. This is a natural occurrence. What does this mean?" Danzo inquired, frowning. "In the last 45 minutes, 99% of the cells in your body have experienced violent disintegration and division," Orochimaru remarked. "In some ways, you're not the same person you were 45 minutes ago. In other words, you've just finished a cellular replacement of yourself, replacing your original body with one more akin to Shodaime Hokage-sama's." Hearing this, Danzo became enraged. "All of my body's cells have been replaced in less than 45 minutes. Why didn't you properly explain this to me earlier? There's a major risk here. Why didn't you explain it to me earlier? If I had told you, the chances of getting beyond the fusion would have lessened," Orochimaru shrugged. "I don't want such a thing to happen again," Danzo said coldly to Orochimaru, his malicious purpose visible in his eyes. "Orochimaru, do you get what I'm saying? Do you feel the changes in your body?" Orochimaru asked, unconcerned about Danzo's intimidation. My chakra reserves look to have increased, Danzo said, shaking his fist slowly to feel the changes. And the growth isn't insignificant, however. With a serious face, Danzo shaded his right eye. But what? Orochimaru inquired hopefully. Your visual prowess has also risen, right? Homeuse Yubi, who was standing off to the side, whispered softly. How do you know? Danzo inquired, suspiciously looking at Homeuse Yubi. Homeuse Yubi grinned, uninterested in responding to Danzo's question. Josutsu cell tissues are without a doubt capable of boosting Sharingan's visual prowess. Obito, whose visual prowess had also increased significantly after he was discovered and saved by Madara, is the best example of this condition. Homeuse Yubi is aware of all of this information, thus when Danzo covered his eye for a brief moment, she was able to deduce that the Sharingan in his eye had changed. And the most likely possibility is that his visual prowess has improved, making it a little more difficult for him to adjust for a while. Naturally, his visual prowess did not improve significantly, and the Sharingan in his eye is still a 3-tomo Sharingan. After a moment of adjusting, Danzo restrained his excitement and murmured to Orochimaru, "Excellent. I am quite pleased with the outcome of this procedure. What makes you think the operation is already over?" Orochimaru licked his lips, then remarked with a peculiar smile. "Is there still something else to do?" Danzo inquired, surprised. "No, it's not that there aren't things to do, rather, I've only just started. The basic goal of this procedure is to change your body. It hasn't even gotten started yet." Orochimaru responded, his visage becoming more and more fanatical and excited with each word. Danzo's demeanor changed when he saw Orochimaru's madness. Could it be that the prior procedures were all just preparations before body modification? Even Homeuse Yubi on the side shook when she saw Orochimaru's look, not to mention Danzo on the operation table. Soon after, the core transformation operation began, making it difficult for people to look at it directly. Orochimaru's methods directly influenced the minds and hearts of the bystanders in the room, not to mention others. Even Homeuse Yubi, a biotechnology expert, felt her scalp tingling. Nobody knew how long it took, but the nightmare operation was finally over, and when it was, Danzo was encased in layers of sutures and bandages and looked like a mummy on the operating table. Homeuse Yubi exited the root base when the operation was completed. She then returned to the ninja academy, changing her soul back into her normal body. Kuroto recorded everything and examined the alteration operation when he returned to the principal office. Kuroto had to concede that he had underestimated Orochimaru's body modification and transformation abilities. Shimura Danzo's body had two fundamental flaws. The first was his body's age and lack of cell vitality, making it difficult to integrate other people's cells into his body, and the second was the yin and yang chakra's unstable balance due to the existence of Hashirama cells and Sharingan from the Uchiha clan at Novel Bin at. But now that the yang chakra has nourished Danzo's body, his entire cellular activity has surged. The yin and yang balance has also been maintained as a result of the Hashirama cell's absorption into his body. This signifies that both of his body's ailments have been resolved. Well, now that Danzo's body transformation operation is complete, all he needs is some rest before moving on to the next step, which is to execute the ritual. "I've put so much effort into this ritual," he grumbled. "I only hope Danzo can remain longer in the ritual so that I can get as much data as possible." "Niji, you did a fantastic job, and your grade is an A+. Iruka smiled and complimented Niji, giving him an A+ in the grade book. On the podium, Niji released the clone technique he had just utilized, bowed Iruka calmly, and then slid back into his seat at Novel Bin at. Niji has long mastered this level of ninjutsu. As a result, the stressful assessment for other students poses no challenge for him, and to be honest, he did not feel the least bit proud of Iruka's compliment just now. "Sigh, Niji-kun is a true genius," Iruka grumbled to himself as she observed Niji's placid expression. In Iruka's opinion, a student like Niji is perfect in every way. "Next is Uchiha Sasuke," Iruka said, turning past the page containing Niji's information. "Sasuke-kun, it's your turn. Please, Sasuke-kun. You've got this. Sasuke-san, you're the best." The podium was quickly covered by a chorus of applause from the spectators. Without a doubt, all of Sasuke's cheers came from the academy's girls who had a crush on him, which accounted for more than 90% of the girls. Sasuke stepped up from his seat, his hands in the pocket of his trouser, and walked towards the platform with a cool smile on his face. Trousers. "Damn, why does Sasuke get all the attention?" said Naruto in the audience, looking at Sasuke with an envious frown. "TCH," snorted Kiba from the side. "This guy, Sasuke, is incredibly arrogant. Just wait, I'm getting my Ninken shortly, and as soon as that happens, I'm kicking his arse." As Sasuke approached the stage, the students fell silent, and Iruka asked Sasuke, "Sasuke-kun, according to the topic of the assessment, you must demonstrate one of the 3 basic ninjutsu. Which one do you want to demonstrate?" While provocatively staring at Niji, who had just returned to his seat, Sasuke ignored Iruka's query and rapidly weaved the hand gestures and exclaimed, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Poof! Another Sasuke appeared next to Sasuke, with the same appearance and features as Uchiha Sasuke, thanks to a flash of white smoke. How did Sasuke-kun decide on the Bunshin no Jutsu? Amazing. He and his Bunshin have the same appearance. It's impossible to distinguish between them. And, as soon as Sasuke finished the jutsu, the girls in the audience became active again, discussing the jutsu he used and how great he is at it. The majority of the boys were dissatisfied, but they couldn't bring out any flaws, so they had no choice but to remain mute while clenching their teeth. Iruka, on the other hand, was different. He had a dignified expression, unlike adulation or jealousy, because he could see that the jutsu Shizuke used was not the Bunshin no Jutsu that he should have possessed, but rather Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, which is an extremely difficult jutsu for an academy student to learn and master. And Iruka could clearly see that Shizuke has excellent mastery and control over this jutsu by the ease with which he accomplished it. Aside from Iruka, there were a few other pupils who realized something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint what it was, with the exception of Niji. Only Niji, other from Iruka, knew the jutsu that Shizuke had just used. But, unlike Iruka, Niji was unfazed and unconcerned about it. After all, he, like Shizuke, has mastered the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, it's just that he doesn't want to flaunt it like Shizuke is doing right now. As Niji snorted, sparks shot between the eyes of Shizuke, who was standing on the stage, and Niji, who was seated in the audience. Since the day Kuroto single-handedly crushed 8 jonins of the Uchiha clan, Shizuke and Niji's bond has changed. They are no longer just friends, but rivals, shouldering the reputations of their clans. Of course, their friendship continues, but they also have a rivalry. They've both landed the first spot of the year. Shizuke-kun, Iruka said sincerely as he stepped closer with a worried gaze. Isn't it Kage Bunshin no Jutsu that you used? This jutsu, while extremely valuable, comes with a risk. As a result, you should avoid utilizing it for the time being, at least until Yo-dash. I'm aware of the danger. You don't have to be concerned, the Uchiha clansmen have stronger chakra reserves than the general public. Now that it's out of the way, sensei, what's my score? Iruka's remarks were lodged in his throat, and he shook his head in frustration before grading him. What the hell, Shizuke-kun just did Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. That's ninjutsu at the B level. To learn it, you have to be at least a chunin, right? Is this the Uchiha clan's talent? Iruka and Shizuke's chat made the already boisterous classroom much noisier. This time, not only the girls, but also the members of the League of Losers, which comprised Naruto, Kiba, Fu, and others, idolized Shizuke. They were also taken aback at this point. Only Rock Lee stood out from the crowd. He had both hands on the table, his eyes were whirling in circles, and he was muttering, it's over, in a terrified tone. Lee, what are you scared about? Shikamaru, who was sitting next to him, remarked casually. Shizuke's use of Kage Bunshin on Jutsu has no bearing on us, and it has no bearing on our grade. If we use one of the just Bunshin no Jutsu, we can still get a good grade. But I can't. Rock Lee shook his head, tears in his eyes and a runny nose. In that case, utilize one of the other 2 jutsu, Shikamaru suggested casually. Substitution jutsu can be used. It's a lot less difficult than Bunshin on Jutsu. The 3 basic ninjutsu are the most fundamental aspects of shinobi training. As a result, these simpler and life-saving jutsu are taught to shinobi clan youngsters at a young age. And because these jutsu are so simple to learn, most of the children from the great clans don't even bother. As a result, children like Shikamaru have long mastered them and are unconcerned about this evaluation. However, this is not the case for children from non-military families. Rock Lee has had a particularly bad run of luck. As a result, he sobbed miserably and added, I can't utilize substitution jutsu either. What about the transformation jutsu? Shikamaru inquired, slightly astonished. Can't use it either, said Rock Lee, shaking his head. Then don't worry, Shikamaru said, blinking twice before smiling slightly and patting Rock Lee on the shoulder. Wait. Why? Says the narrator. Lee looked perplexed. You can't employ either of the 3 fundamental ninjutsu, therefore you'll undoubtedly fail and finish last, Shikamaru stated. It's pointless to worry about the outcome because it's already been determined and can't be changed. Remain calm and relaxed. Tenten on the side smiled and covered her mouth. Shikamaru-kun. Do you truly have no idea how to console someone? Shikamaru was perplexed. Why? Tenten didn't have to respond since Shikamaru's answer was given by the unexpected sound of thump. Lee had collapsed on the ground and his eyes had lost focus, he had apparently passed out. I see. I believe I was a tad too direct. He muttered with a helpless expression, then turned away from Lee and gazed at the podium. On the stage, Uchiha Shizuke, the result of the assessment is A+. Iruka sighed as he saw Shizuke return to his seat casually. The assessment continued after a round of applause from the trainees. The evaluation was eventually completed after a hard day, and the booklet containing all of the kids' grades arrived in Kuroto's office. Kuroto-san. As he delivered the booklet to Kuroto, Iruka stated, the assessment is finished, and this booklet reflects the results. It's a tad too blunt. He muttered with a helpless expression, then turned away from Lee and gazed at the podium. Kuroto grinned slightly after taking a quick look at it. As expected, Shizuke and Niji are momentarily tied for top place in the grade with an A+, while the other shinobi clan students have also performed admirably. Iruka, noticing Kuroto's smile, tentatively inquired, do you really want to post the findings of this assessment on the bulletin board, Kuroto-san? Isn't this inequitable to the trainees who come from a civilian background? Rock Lee was the student who finished last in the class. He comes from a civilian background, therefore it's understandable that he couldn't learn any of the 3 bodily procedures. However, posting the results on the bulletin board in this manner, this did not sit well with Iruka. Of all, restrictions are regulations, and no one is exempt. Kuroto nodded honestly. And having Rock Lee go through this isn't a negative thing. I'm concerned that he might, remarked Iruka. I am aware of your concerns, Kuroto nodded. I'm concerned that he might, remarked Iruka. I am aware of your concerns, Kuroto nodded. Then why? Iruka inquired. You don't have to worry about that, Kuroto said calmly. I have my plans. But to display the test results on the notice board outside the academy, won't it? Iruka was still a little irritated. Kuroto locked his gaze on Iruka, then sighed and asked, Answer me, Iruka. You have learned the 3 basic ninjutsu, and you have been teaching them to other children for quite a while. How long do you think it takes a beginner to learn one of the 3 basic ninjutsu? This. 1 month, I guess. Iruka tentatively said after a little pause. If someone can't learn one of the 3 basic ninjutsu in a week, it means they don't have any ninjutsu talent. Kuroto said, shaking his head. This criterion is actually somewhat ambiguous. If Orochimaru's standards are to be followed, anyone who cannot acquire one of the 3 basic ninjutsu in a single day can be labeled as an idiot who has no qualifications to become a shinobi or kunoichi at all. Furthermore, geniuses like Suzuki, Niji, and Kimimaro may learn the 3 basic ninjutsu in as little as a few hours. Kuroto gave trainees a full 2 weeks of time, which is more than enough to learn one of the 3 basic ninjutsu techniques. Within 2 weeks, even children from a civilian background who had never been exposed to any type of ninjutsu and knowledge should have mastered one of the 3 basic ninjutsu. Even so, if someone still fails to learn even one ninjutsu, they clearly do not have a ninjutsu talent. This is an undeniable reality. You mean Rock Lee has no skill for ninjutsu? Iruka asked, his expression darkening. Do you want him to be kicked out of the ninja academy? I indicated a while back that I have plans for him. Kuroto shook his head. True, he's a ninjutsu failure, but that doesn't mean I'm going to throw him out. Rock Lee is a unique breed of genius. Rock Lee, even if he failed and finished last, is still a very gifted child in my opinion. It's only that his talent is different from that of his contemporaries. But, won't doing this be too harsh for him? Iruka wondered, relieved that Kuroto had no plans to remove Rock Lee. Kuroto cast a glance out the window. Warmth and sheltered shinobi are not tolerated in today's ninja world. If someone wants to be great, he must bear everything and march forward with his heart full of it. Iruka sighed and walked away. He's powerless. Kuroto is the principal, and he can't refuse the principal's orders, therefore he'll have to follow them. Kuroto set the gradebook aside and got a copy of the test data from his desk drawer, which he continued to review attentively after Iruka had departed. Kuroto was not idle during Danzo's recovery after the transformation operation. He was concentrating on cell fusion experiments and the Earth Chakra nature clone. The experiment's outcome was also the same this time. Because Kuroto's and Deidara's cells are incompatible, the success rate of the fusion is extremely low. Despite that, he was able to get a large number of eligible samples thanks to his superior technology, of which he selected the most active ones and began to produce 10 Earth Chakra nature clones with the support of 10 nutrition tanks. And the test data in his grasp right now comes from the 10 Earth Chakra nature clones. The development of these 10 clones appears to be normal, with no deformity or mutation, according to the statistics. As a result, Kuroto has a hard time deciding which clone to develop and train further. I think I'll have to wait a while to decide which of these 10 clones is the best. The clone with the best overall stats will be picked. However, it will take some time to choose that clone. Even with updated technology, clone culture will still take 2 months, thus Kuroto predicts that Danzo should have a result before this batch of Earth Chakra nature clones develops. Hokage Building, Elder Hiruzen's office. Are you sure of it? The former Hokage asked Kakashi, holding his tobacco pipe in his hand. According to my investigation, Danzo-sama has transferred over 1,000 shinobi, Kakashi said, nodding, and practically all of them have left the village in stealth. Elder Hiruzen's brows furrowed. Did you manage to figure out where they were going? Unfortunately no, I haven't tracked that as of yet, Kakashi said with a shake of his head. Danzo has mobilized over 1,000 shinobi at once. What precisely is he trying to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen was concerned. The news that Danzo surreptitiously mobilized over 1,000 Konoha shinobi may be kept from the rest of the world, but not from Elder Hiruzen, who has ruled Konoha for decades. But the problem is, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen has deduced this, he is stumped as to why Danzo did what he did. According to the feedback I've gotten, more and more shinobi are being ordered by Danzo-sama, Kakashi said, concerned. In fact, a large number of Irionin have lately been relocated from Konoha. Sandaime pondered for a moment before muttering, does he intend to start a war? It doesn't take over 1,000 shinobi to start a war with a small country, so this option is indeed possible, especially with Danzo's personality. However, due to the existence of the Akatsuki organization and the Amatsukami organization, nearly all shinobi villages have signed a covenant stating that no war will be started until the threat posed by these two organizations is eradicated. As a result, Hiruzen is quite concerned. He doesn't want Danzo to make a mistake that will make Konoha seem bad. What should I do now? Kakashi inquired hurriedly. We need to find out where the ninja Danzo surreptitiously transferred went and what they're doing. Hiruzen instructed, pausing for a moment before adding, you should also pay attention to your own safety. Understood. Kakashi gave a quick nod before disappearing from Elder Hiruzen's office. Whoosh! Elder Hiruzen got up from his seat and strolled back and forth in the office after Kakashi had departed. The more he considered it, the more concerned he was. Go and convene all the members of the advisory board for an emergency meeting, he commanded the Umbu guards after some thought. Inside an active volcanic cave in the northern portion of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru smiled from the corner of his mouth as he stood atop a cliff, gazing at the massive volcanic cave that smelt like burning sulfur. The volcanic cave in front of him is undoubtedly the location where Danzo will perform the Kekii Genkai absorption ritual, and hundreds of shinobi from Root are currently busy making various preparations here. According to the plan, these Root shinobi are constructing a ritual altar in the cave's center, fortifying the cave's walls, and a sophisticated chakra transmission line is set up for the chakra transmission array. Orochimaru was ecstatic when he saw this scenario and smiled to himself. Will the ninja world change as a result of what's going to happen tonight? Hey, it's something I'm really looking forward to. Orochimaru was enthusiastic about the approaching Kekii Genkai absorption ceremony, and why wouldn't he be? After all, he has put in just as much effort as Kuroto at Novel Bin at. If he were, to be honest, Orochimaru has no regrets, even if the person undergoing the rite is Shimura Danzo, whom he despises. Every cell in his body is ecstatic at the prospect of taking part in a god creation project of this magnitude. Orochimaru has always despised the idea that a person's bloodline determines the upper limit of their strength. What he despises, even more, is the fragility of human existence. Orochimaru has a deep desire to break free from the two cages that imprison all humans in this shinobi world. And now such things are about to happen right in front of his eyes. Something he has always wished for is about to become a reality. Tonight, he's curious to see how the shinobi world will evolve from here. He's curious as to what will happen if this ceremony is successful. Following the sound of crutches on the ground, Homuzubi turned around to find Danzo approaching them, still costumed as a sickly old man with a bandage wrapped over his body and a cane in his hand. She sneered, "Stinky old man." Danzo has totally transformed after undergoing the body modification operation at the hands of Orochimaru. His current body outperforms 99% of the shinobi world's ninjas. Not only does he no longer have any disabilities in his body, but his cells have also gained a tremendous amount of vigor. Danzo's current physique is far more powerful than it was when he was younger. Furthermore, his strength has surpassed both his and Sarutobi Hiruzen's peak. So, in terms of strength, it wouldn't be inaccurate to state that the present Danzo has the qualifications to be the Hokage of Konoha in the genuine sense. He is really careful, Orochimaru remarked with a sarcastic smirk when he saw Danzo's appearance. Despite the presence of hundreds of Root shinobi in the area, Danzo continues to portray himself as a frail and handicapped elderly man. From this, it is clear that Danzo trusts no one but himself. Danzo approached Homuzubi and Orochimaru a few seconds later and inquired, "How are the ritual arrangements?" All of the arrangements inside the cave are nearly finished. As for the arrangements outside the cave, the basic arrangements were designed by us, the rest was all up to you. In that matter, we can't help, Orochimaru replied after a brief pause. Homuzubi and Orochimaru's ritual is broken into two parts, inside the cave and outside the cave. The ritual altar and related Fuinjutsu arrangements are located inside the cave, while the chakra conveying array is located outside. The Kekii Genkai absorption ritual necessitates a massive quantity of chakra, which a normal shinobi will never have in his entire life. To overcome the difficulty, Hiriko devised an amazing plan to relocate the ceremony to the top of a mountain, utilizing the celestial phenomenon's power. Because Danzo needs to use the unique environment of a volcanic cave to suppress the presence of excessive water chakra in his body, therefore, he couldn't copy Hiriko's method. Thus he chose to mobilize a large number of Konoha shinobi to serve as temporary chakra batteries for his rituals at Novel Bin at. There wouldn't be a problem in that respect, Danzo stated indifferently. I've brought around 1,500 shinobi and kunoichi. With a shocked expression on his face, Orochimaru whispered, "There are more than 1,500 people outside? Bringing such a large group is no laughing matter. It's important to recognize that surreptitiously gathering nearly 1,500 ninjas, even for a strong shinobi village, is no easy task. Not to mention the fact that these ninjas have been brought in as chakra batteries. As a result, the fraction of ninjas with a small chakra reserve should be low, implying that among the 1,500 Konoha ninjas present outside the volcanic cave, a considerable proportion is ranked higher than or equivalent to a high-class chunin, which isn't a joke. This is a full-fledged army. An army capable of easily annihilating a small nation? Even Homuzubi was taken aback when she heard Danzo's statement. Only Danzo, Konoha's current temporary leader, is capable of drawing such a formation. Anyone else, at least in Konoha, doesn't have that kind of power. And it's for this reason that Homuzubi is delighted she chose Shimura Danzo as her pawn. Homuzubi would have had a significant problem if someone else had been used instead of Danzo. Of course, this subject concerns the life and death of their commander, as well as the destiny of the entire shinobi world, Danzo said with a nod, much to Orochimaru's amazement. It's a privilege for them to be allowed to take part in this ritual. Orochimaru was taken aback and couldn't help but think to himself with a sigh, what an idiot. Although building a chakra transport array is not a difficult task, it is quite impossible to guarantee stability without repeated testing in advance. Have you taken this into consideration? Homuzubi said at the time. The chakra transport array outside the cave was set up after 47 trial runs. Everything is in line with the specifications set by you, Danzo said nonchalantly. Nothing should go wrong as long as there isn't an issue on your end. As long as the chakra conveyance array remains steady, a total of 1,500 Konoha shinobi should be enough to meet the chakra needs during the Kekii Genkai absorption ritual, Homusubi said lightly, then questioned, when will you begin? Danzo glanced at Orochimaru. Anytime you want, Orochimaru said with a smile. When Danzo heard Orochimaru's comments, he slammed his crotch to the ground and said, in that case, let's get started. 5 gaps erupted in the ritual altar as a result of Danzo's remarks, and 5 people who had been caught by the root shinobi were extracted from those gaps. Danzo had never shown the captured targets to Homusubi and Orochimaru before, so both of them were intrigued and glanced over. These victims were tethered to the 5 crosses, and it was clear that they had been horribly tortured based on their appearance. Because they appeared to be administered with hefty sleeping doses, all 5 targets tied to the torture frame were in a coma. Based on their clothes, it can be seen the 3 of them appear to be civilians, while the other 2 are shinobi from Kumigakure and Kirigakure. Homusubi was able to roughly recognize each of their Kekii Genkai with just a single glance. Danzo turned back and proceeded slowly towards the altar as the 5 crosses came to a halt. With a dismal and chilly smile, he first stared at the 5 targets tied to the crosses, then turned around and looked at Orochimaru and Humsuspy. Danzo has covertly arranged for labor to bury the exploding tags on the molten cave's supporting points. He'll detonate these exploding tags once the ritual rite is completely finished, erasing all evidence of his crime. Danzo also intends to dispose of Homusubi and Orochimaru in addition to all of the evidence of his crime. As for the follow-up inquiries from Amatsukami, Danzo is unconcerned about it. He believes that once the ritual is completed, he will have sufficient strength and will no longer be terrified of Amatsukami, therefore he intends to blame Homusubi's death on an accident. Of course, Homusubi and Orochimaru also sensed Danzo's coldness, but they opted to ignore it and didn't give it any thought. Danzo, in Homusubi's opinion, is nothing more than a lousy pawn who will not live for very long, thus she doesn't give a damn about Danzo's intentions. The same can be said for Orochimaru, who seemed fully oblivious to Danzo's murderous intent. With such complex thoughts running through their heads, the 3 gazed at each other and waited for the ceremony to begin. Kakashi slowly pulled aside the bushes that were obscuring his eyesight, revealing a distant scene. The spectacle in front of him astounded him. It was a massive army. On a rough count, Kakashi counted over 1,500 shinobi gathering outside the volcano, implying that all the shinobi who were surreptitiously transported outside the village by Danzo had assembled here. However, this makes no sense. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with a reason why over 1,000 shinobi would meet here of all locations. This is in the middle of nowhere? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Kakashi pulled a monocular telescope from his shinobi pack and peered towards the volcano. Although Kakashi is significantly benefited in the sense that he is no longer concerned about low chakra reserves as a result of losing the Sharingan, the insight and vision advantage that he had as a result of the Sharingan is also no longer available. As a result, he must now rely on equipment like binoculars and monoculars. Kakashi was taken aback when he discovered the patterned array beneath the assembled shinobi's feet. This isn't your typical assembly? There appears to be a funjutsu drawn beneath their feet. What on earth is Danzo doing? He wondered inwardly, his heart pounding. Despite the fact that Kakashi had no idea what Danzo had planned, his instincts told him it would be a terrible thing, so he instantly wrote down all he observed in a scroll and sent it to Sarutobi Hiruzen via a summon. The answer to all my doubts should be in that volcano, he said as he followed the funjutsu network that connected roughly 1,500 shinobi all the way to the volcano's entrance. The security at the volcano's entrance, on the other hand, is extremely strict. On the positive side, there are 4 teams watching the entrance, and in the dark, there are over a dozen root shinobi watching the entrance. When Kakashi saw this, he scowled and said, "How do I go in?" On the ritual altar inside the volcano, 3 persons exchanged a strange smile and then silently diverted their gazes as the steps leading up to the ritual's start were accomplished. Danzo tossed his crutch to his attendant and sat cross-legged on the ritual altar as he proceeded towards the altar's center. On Homusubi and Orochimaru's side, Homusubi drew a storage scroll from her cloak and extracted an observation tool. According to logic, she should be able to observe the entire ritual with the help of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, but just to be safe, she carried this observation equipment with her to keep a close eye on the ritual. This Kekii Genkai absorption ritual is, after all, one of a kind. She just has one chance, and she wants to get as much useful information out of this ceremony as possible. In this case, no mistakes will be accepted. As a result, observation equipment is required. Orochimaru gave Homusubi a long, thoughtful look before asking, "Are you the only one from Amatsukami who is going to observe this ritual?" At the very least, I anticipated Fujin to show up. Our objective is only to collect data, Homusubi replied casually. I am more than sufficient for this, others are not required. It appears that Fujin's condition is far worse than I had previously imagined. Danzo seems to have some other notions too, Orochimaru said, then silently peered at the root shinobi encircling them. Homusubi nodded and cast a sly glance around the room. Many root shinobi gathered around Homusubi and Orochimaru, and she deduced that they were all elite shinobi based on their chakra reserves. But that was the end of it. Homusubi had lost interest in them. All of Danzo's acts are worthless to her as long as she achieves her goal. Furthermore, Homusubi was unsure whether Danzo intended to kill them or if he was simply taking precautions to avoid Orochimaru and Homusubi. Anyway, she doesn't care what Danzo's intentions are. Soon after, the root shinobi who had been assisting Danzo stepped away from the ritual altar, and Danzo softly closed his eyes. He straightened up and yelled, "Begin," in a grandiose tone after taking a few deep breaths. Orochimaru followed this instruction and moved towards the Funjutsu formation's starting point, weaving a sequence of hand signs before slamming both hands on the ground and shouting, "Kai! Whoosh! Adat novel bin adat." A red brilliance suddenly enveloped the ritual altar as Orochimaru finished the key, and a swirling air current appeared inside the volcano. The targets who had been comatose until recently regained consciousness together with the swirl of hot air current. What am I doing here? Who are you people, and why did you bring me here? Please. Please don't kill me. People from a civilian background who had not had any formal shinobi training were clearly crying and begging. They are just fortunate individuals who were born with unusual Kekii Genkai, but their good fortune did not endure long. Despite having the potential to become great shinobi in the future, they became Danzo's target and are now victims of this ritual. Clearly, Danzo, Orochimaru, and Homusubi felt no sympathy for those three, and they didn't even blink when they heard their pleas. And, unlike the three crying targets with civilian background, the shinobi from Kumigakure and Kirigakure who were also tethered to the torture posts carefully studied the situation, and upon noticing the person at the center of the ritual altar, they yelled at him, "Shimura Danzo, do you know the consequences of what you are doing? You traitor, you have broken the alliance, Mizukage-sama will not forgive you," yelled a shinobi from Kirigakure. Danzo sniffed angrily at the remarks of Kumigakure and Kirigakure shinobi. "Humph, as if I care. Your sacrifice is for the greater good of the shinobi world." Danzo snorted coldly. Kumigakure's shinobi recognized the gravity of the situation after hearing Danzo's icy remarks and seeing the mystery ritual altar. He cried in terror, "You want to be like Hiriko of the Five Style and take in our Kekii Genkai." As the Akatsuki organization grew in popularity among shinobi, Hiriko, and the Chimera Jutsu he created has become a nightmare for all Kekii Genkai-bearing shinobi, as anyone who carries a Kekii Genkai is at risk of becoming prey. When the shinobi from Kirigakure heard the words, he shuddered as well. "You son of a bastard. You are unworthy to be the leader of a shinobi village." Danzo was unconcerned with the remark of the soon-to-be-dead and clasped his hands together after giving them an apathetic glance. Clap. Snap. With a snapping sound, the bandages wrapped around his body were torn apart by the thunderous clapping, and the glue that had been wrapped around his body with the bandages was quickly strewn on the ritual altar. This glue is Homusubi and Orochimaru's recently produced Chimera Bud. There are various reasons why the Kekii Genkai absorption ritual is held inside this volcano. The qualities of the freshly generated Chimera Buds are taken into account in addition to balancing all of the chakra natures in Danzo's body. Temperature affects the activity of the newly formed Chimera Buds. It increases under high temperatures and generates a stronger and better fusion effect than the previous Chimera Bud, which is why the volcano is the favored place. Reikage-sama will seek retribution. What the hell is this? Don't come here. Please forgive me. I didn't do anything. Woo. As they saw the Chimera Buds rushing towards them, all 5 targets chained to the cross cursed loudly, begged for mercy in terror, or wailed bitterly. With a frigid smirk, Danzo stared at these poor people. Danzo has always yearned for the power of Kekii Genkai as a shinobi who did not inherit it. He has tried a variety of harsh experiments over the years in order to achieve this, but he has never succeeded. The closest he's ever come to realizing his ambition is transplanting Uchiha Shin's arm and implanting Sharinon and Hashirama cells in it. But even he understood deep down that this wasn't the true way to get a Kekii Genkai. As a result, he was never satisfied and continued to conduct more research and experiments in order to satisfy his desire for power. Only now, with everything he'd always wanted right in front of him, Danzo couldn't help but feel superior. In his heart, he believes he is superior to others and looks over all living beings as if he were a god. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and licked his lips with a frigid smile as he watched Danzo's arrogant and ignorant attitude. For a brief moment, a greedy spark flared in his eyes. In Orochimaru's eyes, the current Danzo is nothing short of a piece of art that will soon belong to him. On the other side, Homusubi turned on the observation equipment she had brought with her and was observing everything that was happening on the altar with the help of her eternal Mangekyu Sharinon and observation equipment. The Chimera Buds sprouting from Danzo intertwined the 5 targets and tore them off the frame one by one amid a cacophony of screams and roars. The 5 targets sobbing and crying became less and less audible as they were swallowed one by one by the transparent Chimera Buds, and the altar gradually fell silent, filled with fear and anxiety. The Chimera Buds squirming and the whistling sound of high-pressured hot air were the only sounds left. Uchiha Tsukiai's originally tranquil face gradually revealed subtle changes under Homusubi's fire-patterned mask. Homusubi had predicted that the newly improved Chimera Buds' swallowing and devouring powers would be better than Hiriko's Chimera Buds in a high-temperature environment, but she hadn't expected it to be this strong. This is a ridiculously high level. Danzo hasn't even tried to urge the Chimera Buds up until now, and yet the swallowing procedure is this good? What a fantastic discovery! Tsukiai exclaimed to herself as she gazed in awe at Orochimaru. Tsukie's brows creased as soon as she stared at Orochimaru. Only now has she realized that Orochimaru's expression is completely erroneous. His eyes exhibited a range of emotions, including but not limited to expectancy, covetousness, and even avarice. What is Orochimaru planning? She wondered, frowning. Before she could think too much, a plop sound resounded in the volcano. At this moment, the Chimera buds have completely swallowed the bodies of the 5 targets. The Kekii Genkai absorption ritual has now reached the most critical point, and Tsukiai did not dare to get distracted. She would deeply regret it if she misses any detail. Therefore, she suppressed the anxiety in her heart and focused all her attention back on Danzo on the altar. The Chimera buds consuming the bodies of the targets is merely the first phase of the ritual. The next step, which is fusion, is more complex and complicated. Danzo's visage became clouded and doubtful when the Chimera buds returned to his body after swallowing the bodies of all 5 targets. It was as if his face represented a plethora of feelings at the same moment. Ah! Danzo yelled, his chakra exploding with frenzy. Boom! A vast amount of chakra visible to the naked eye engulfed Danzo in an instant, and the fusion immediately strengthened with the outbreak of this chakra. At novel bin at. His chakra, it's gotten this big. Hyuga Koji exclaimed with a frown. Even she was taken aback by the amount of chakra that burst from Danzo at this precise instant. This chakra volume has surpassed that of a typical shinobi and has only just surpassed that of a Jinchuriki. Yes, watching such a scene feels pretty wonderful, Orochimaru muttered on the side, smiling. Hearing such words from Orochimaru's mouth, Homusubi suddenly realized that the body transformation surgery performed by Orochimaru on Danzo was not as simple as she had initially imagined, but she couldn't separate the energy to think about it at this point, so she pushed all doubts to the back of her mind and focused her attention on the altar. On the altar. Not enough, not enough. This is simply not enough, shouted Danzo. Orochimaru, activate the chakra transmission formation. Even if such a large amount of chakra was released by him, it was insufficient for fusion, and as a result, the fusion speed did not meet expectations. Therefore, Danzo didn't think twice about ordering Orochimaru to activate the chakra transmission array outside the cave. Orochimaru nodded and pushed his hands on the Funjutsu configuration that governs the entire ceremony after weaving the hand signs. More than 1,500 Konoha shinobi gathering around the volcano felt their chakra being dragged by the Funjutsu formation beneath their feet in a second. Don't worry, this is simply a regular chakra transmission test that we told everyone about. Dozens of root shinobi, who were patrolling the area, assured all of the Konoha shinobi. The pressure on Danzo immediately decreased in the volcano after receiving chakra from over 1,500 Konoha shinobi, and the rate of fusion also quickened. As the fusion process progressed, Homusubi increased her concentration on the ritual to ensure that no detail was overlooked by the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sherinon in her gaze. She instantly realized that the intensity of Danzo's yin and yang chakra began to rise at this time. The 3 Tomo Sherinon in his one eye began to alter as the yin chakra and yang chakra in his body ascended higher. The 3 Tomo in his Sherinon in his eyes began to rotate faster and faster, and it wasn't long before they began to merge and turn into something completely else. This. Homusubi gasped in horror and disbelief. This. Homusubi gasped in horror and disbelief. But she didn't have time to be astonished before the next stunning event occurred. Homusubi recalls that only Danzo's right eye was grafted with the Sherinon of the Uchiha clan, while the other, the left eye, remained a normal eye. This fact was not altered by the preceding transformation operation. This truth, however, has changed at this time. The left eye, which was supposed to be a regular human eye, has grown into a scarlet red Sherinon with 3 Tomo. Even individuals who are utterly inexperienced with the Sherinon of the Uchiha clan would notice something unusual about the circumstance, let alone Homusubi, who has an excessive amount of knowledge and in-depth research on Sherinon. As such, she couldn't stop herself from exclaiming, "What the hell?" And it wasn't even close to being over. The 3 Tomos of both the Sherinon in Danzo's eyes were swiftly swirling and showed hints of evolution. Is it really what I think it is? Is Danzo truly on the verge of awakening the Mangekyo Sherinon? Homusubi's thoughts shifted sharply as she struggled to come up with a rational explanation for such a shift. Danzo's left eye was his own, not the Uchiha clan's Sherinon or the eye of an Uchiha shinobi, hence it shouldn't have evolved into a Sherinon, let alone a 3 Tomo Sherinon. However, if you think about it, what's actually needed to awaken the Sherinon are Uchiha clan genes combined with the Yin chakra, which has unique properties that only Uchiha clan shinobi have. If both of these conditions are met, then the Sherinon can be awakened, at least theoretically. According to the same idea, during the last struggle against Otsutsuki Kagaya in the canon, even Kakashi briefly awakened both the Mangekyo Sherinon. So, how did that happen? The answer is straightforward and consistent with the hypothesis. Kakashi did have certain Uchiha characteristics in his body after bearing Obito's Sherinon in both eyes for over a decade, and after Obito's death, Obito gave Kakashi his chakra, allowing Kakashi to awaken the Mangekyo Sherinon in both eyes, allowing him to use Kamui in both eyes as well as the ultimate body Susanoo at novel bin at. As a result, it may be inferred that to awaken the Sherinon, genes and Yin chakra with Uchiha characteristics are sufficient. This also explains how Danzo's left eye can transform into a 3 Tomo Sherinon. Danzo's left eye has changed into the Sharingan, indicating that he is currently in a state of fusion and possesses a high-intensity yin chakra akin to an Uchiha shinobi who has awoken the 3-tomo Sharingan. And this isn't the end of it. The fusing of chakra with many distinct characteristics progresses as the ceremony progresses, and the intensity of yin chakra in his body gradually increases, which explains why the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eye socket is showing indications of turning into the Mangekyo Sharingan. After figuring out all of this, Homusubi discovered something else. Homusubi discovered that she no longer requires the observation equipment she is now employing. She believes that as the fusion of various Kekkei Genkai occurs, she will be able to accurately discern the physical and spiritual changes in Danzo's body if she continues to monitor the changes in Danzo's eyes. And, without a doubt, this procedure will yield the most accurate findings. If Homusubi can figure out all of this, Orochimaru will obviously not be left behind. He was instinctively aware of the aberration in Danzo's eyes, which had evolved into a Sharingan and was showing symptoms of further evolution. His face erupted into a crazed expression. It was a mix of longing, expectation, covetousness, adoration, and even shock. The snake-like vertical pupils' greed totally burst, leaving no room for concealment. Homusubi was definitely taken aback by Orochimaru's ugliness, but she didn't let it distract her from her task of closely observing Danzo. Whatever scheme Orochimaru has concocted isn't as vital to her as gathering data. The new Chimera Bud's devouring and swallowing effect is better than predicted in a high-temperature setting. The chakra is the real key to the advancement of the fusion after the ritual enters the fusion stage. Even the Baijuyu class chakra may not secure the smooth completion of the ritual. This is an area where more attention should be paid. The Sharingan of the test body has shown an evolutionary trend in the presence of ample chakra, indicating that the fusion of multiple chakra natures in the test subject's body is proceeding smoothly. This fact also ensures that the ritual created by Orochimaru and myself is as effective as we hoped. And, as long as all requirements are met, achieving Kekkei more is not an unrealistic goal. Homusubi summed up the situation. After around 3 minutes, both Sharingan in Danzo's eyes had shifted from the 3-tomo state to a new pattern and a more powerful condition. The design in both of his eyes resembles gears. Mangekyo Sharingan. Homusubi exclaimed, staring at the newly awakened pair of eyes in front of her. Although she had expected this shift a long time ago, she took a deep breath in amazement and surprise when she saw a non-Uchiha awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan directly in front of her eyes. And, like Homusubi, Orochimaru was caught off guard. Simultaneously, the greed in his eyes grew even more. Danzo, who was standing at the altar, appeared to be conscious of the changes in his eyes, and his face had a relaxed expression. However, a weird expression appeared on Danzo's face at this point, which appeared to be fear and fury, as well as a trace of imperceptible sluggishness. Is this it? Homusubi mumbled, frowning. He was able to detect that something was awry on the altar because he is used to utilizing his soul to control multiple clone bodies. Boom! Danzo's body burst, accompanied by a muffled sound. He, who had previously kept practically all of the Chimera Buds in his body, was unable to retain it any longer, and the Chimera Buds exploded explosively. All of the Chimera Buds spread out over the ritual altar once more in an instant. Chimera Buds are out of control. Orochimaru was taken aback and mumbled. The obvious peculiarity of Danzo on the altar alarmed not just Homusubi and Orochimaru, but also the other root shinobi present inside the volcano. When the top research officer at the root saw Danzo had lost control of the Chimera Buds, he rapidly triggered a massive device that had been put on the altar. Poof! When the instrument was turned on, freezing mist inundated the altar, and the out-of-control Chimera Buds immediately lost their vigor and withered owing to the mist's rapid cooling. The aberration in Danzo's spirit did not go away even when the Chimera Buds lost their vigor. He knelt before the altar, his countenance changing all the time. Homusubi was unsurprised in this regard. Danzo's chances of succeeding in this ritual were quite slim from the very beginning, therefore what's going on right now is nothing out of the ordinary. Damn! With each passing second, Danzo's countenance on the altar became increasingly contorted. He appeared to be drowning, frantically grasping at anything he could find in the hope of finding a life-saving straw that did not exist. He shouted loudly, and his roar was like a low-pitched roar that didn't sound like a human voice, but rather like the roar of an evil spirit in the netherworld, which caused the hairs on the backs of others next to stand on end. Danzo stumbled when it came to the evolution of the soul, and as a result, the fusion of all the Kekkei Genkai in his body came to a halt. Observing the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye sockets reveals this fact. Sharingan is the dojutsu that represents the soul, and the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in Danzo's eye sockets also represents the ritual's progression at this time. The presence of different chakra natures in his body, the efficiency of fusion of all those different chakra natures, and the speed of fusion of all those different chakra natures are all directly reflected by the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and it wouldn't be incorrect to say that that pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes is the most accurate indicator of the ritual's progress. And, based on Homusubi's observations on the newly evolved pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, the merging of all the chakra natures in his body has actually ceased. Is it the end? She sighed as she realized this. At this point, even she isn't sure whether the sigh is one of disappointment or one of relief. Homusubi couldn't decide whether she should be relieved that the ceremony had come to an end or if she should be disappointed that it had come to an end. After all, Danzo's chances of succeeding in the ritual were as low as 2%, yet that little chance did exist. If Danzo had gotten extremely lucky and managed to successfully absorb all of the Kekii Genkai in this ritual with the goddess of luck's blessing, he would have posed a significant threat to Amatsukami and the shinobi world, especially since he now has a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon with unknown and mysterious abilities, as well as Hashirama cells and the other 5 Kekii Genkai in his body. With so many powerful Kekii Genkai, if Danzo does not die, he will undoubtedly cause difficulties that Amatsukami does not like to deal with at this time. Homu's Yubi, who had been frightened up until now, began to conclude the complete procedure after inhaling a choking breath at novel bin at. Let's see. Chimera Jutsu has improved, and the ceremony's intended features appear to be in good working order. This time, the preview was more successful than I had anticipated. However, the issue of Chimera Bud's unexpected hostile behavior and Danzo's loss of control over it is something to consider. Maybe I should conduct some investigation on this. To be honest, Homu's Yubi is rather content with this practice. The first and second stages of the ritual, which comprised devouring and fusion, went off without a hitch. Everything virtually went according to Homu's Yubi's expectations, and the entire process was exceedingly seamless, which was a huge relief. This clearly indicates that the advancements in Chimera Jutsu, as well as the ritual ceremony's arrangement, are quite good and that Kuroto may employ a similar design for his own ascendance. Homu's Yubi came up with these ideas while standing calmly in the same spot, waiting for Danzo to die entirely so she could get her hands on the pair of Mangekyo Sharinon in Danzo's eyes. Not everyone, however, was as peaceful and quiet as Homu's Yubi because of the failure of the ritual. When the root shinobi inside the volcano realized Danzo was likely to perish, they were concerned. Orochimaru, do something, Danzo's chief researcher exclaimed as he hurried towards Orochimaru. You must come up with a plan to rescue Hokage-sama's life. Just wait and watch, murmured Orochimaru, who didn't blink for a second and kept his gaze fixed on the ritual altar. Homu's Yubi grimaced as he heard Orochimaru's comments. Anyone with perceptive eyes can see that Danzo's situation is dire and that saving him is nearly impossible. Orochimaru, on the other hand, stated these remarks with such serenity. This is unusual. Homu's Yubi could think of 2 reasons for Orochimaru's composure when speaking such statements. To begin with, Orochimaru, like her, knows exactly why Danzo faltered and failed. As a result, he is unsurprised and has calmly accepted the reality. Second, Orochimaru is likely to have something up his sleeve that he hasn't used yet. Homu's Yubi believes that the first possibility is not the case here, implying that the second option is more plausible and that the ritual has not yet been completed as she thought initially. And her hunch turned out to be true. At this point, Danzo, who was urgently attempting to stay alive, came to a halt, looked disoriented, and whispered, what's going on? Can you tell me where I am? Homu's Yubi frowned and whispered in amazement as she gazed at Danzo. Is it what I believe it to be? Danzo's soul was defeated by the other souls in his body, and he now has no control over it. Homu's Yubi can be certain that these words were not spoken by Shimura Danzo because the tone of voice and the way of speaking were both different from what she was used to. Orochimaru grinned, then swiftly weaved the hand gestures and screamed, Kai, as Homu's Yubi was stunned. A series of black symbols erupted out of Danzo's flesh in an instant, and they spread all over his body in the blink of an eye. Curse seal? When did he put it in Danzo's body? Is it possible that it happened during the transformation process? Homu's Yubi expressed her skepticism with a whispered remark. These sign markings are plainly familiar to Homu's Yubi. This is Orochimaru's curse seal, which he created utilizing his own chakra and Yugo's DNA makeup that has the power to absorb natural energy dissipated in heaven and earth. And, as far as Homu's Yubi could tell, Orochimaru's sole opportunity of implanting the curse on Danzo's body was during the transformation procedure. Because neither Homu's Yubi nor the chief researcher of Root has as much knowledge in the field of body transformation as Orochimaru, effectively supervising all of his actions was a difficult task. Additionally, Danzo's guard was a little down against Orochimaru during the transformation operation, so that was the ideal opportunity for Orochimaru. And, in retrospect, he did make the most of that perfect opportunity. Now back to the ritual in front. New alterations occurred once the curse seal implanted on Danzo was activated. The pair of Mangekyo Sharinon in Danzo's eye socket began to transform, even though his expression remained a little lethargic. The black inner circles of the metallic gear-like pattern in the scarlet wheel began to gently rotate again, indicating that the fusion of several chakra natures has been re-established. Homu's Yubi screamed in disbelief. She glanced at Orochimaru in astonishment and clicked her tongue in annoyance. TCH, I underestimated him. It appears that he devised a solution to the problem of soul fusion. Orochimaru's implanting of such a seal on Danzo is proof of this. However, Orochimaru's approach to solving the problem is barbarous. Destroying everyone's souls isn't the way to go, she reasoned. Orochimaru's strategy is to use natural energy's erosive tendency to dissolve the souls of others by eroding the chakra that bears a person's soul signature. If that particular chakra vanishes, the soul will inevitably vanish as well. Although this strategy works, Homu's Yubi believes it is terribly barbarous and will undoubtedly cause future difficulties. And the ritual's next phase unfolded exactly as Homu's Yubi had predicted. All of the souls in Danzo's body began to erode as natural energy invaded. As a result, the conflict between different souls reduced, and the sluggish ritual progressed once again. As the ritual advanced, the pair of Mangekyo Sharinon in Danzo's eyes began to evolve even further. The pattern changed a little, and the black sections got a little bigger. Those eyes have evolved yet again. Those are the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, muttered Homusubi, from a pair of Mangekyo Sharinon to a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, this time. And, after seeing this sight, Homusubi, who had been able to retain her equanimity up until now, could no longer do so. Never in her wildest dreams could she imagine such a dramatic change of events tonight. The ritual ceremony has now veered off into unpredictable territory. Even Orochimaru was taken aback. He glanced at the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon with a desperate look in his serpent-like eyes and whispered in shock. It turns out that Mangekyo Sharinon isn't the final phase of Sharinon evolution. There's still another level above. Mangekyo Sharingan's existence is a well-kept secret in the shinobi world, even inside the Uchiha clan. Only a few people are aware of it, let alone outside the Uchiha clan. As a result, despite Orochimaru and Danzo's thirst for the power of Sharinon and Mangekyo Sharinon, none of them is aware of the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, the ultimate dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. Because Orochimaru is exceedingly vulnerable in front of an Uchiha after the Mangekyo Sharinon is awakened by an Uchiha, so, their research and understanding have been confined to the level of a 3-tomo Sharinon, and they know little to nothing about the Mangekyo Sharinon, let alone the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. But now that Orochimaru has directly experienced Sharingan's transformation into the Mangekyo Sharinon and from the Mangekyo Sharinon to eternal Mangekyo Sharinon in front of him, he has discovered that Sharinon may evolve again after developing to Mangekyo Sharinon. This discovery astounded and delighted him considerably. Unlike Orochimaru, who was startled and happy, Homusubi, who knew more about Sharinon and its latter stages, was concerned at this time. The problem of soul fusion is Danzo's major roadblock to completing the Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual. Homusubi was certain that Danzo would never be able to get through this stumbling block. But, thanks to Orochimaru, that barrier has been overcome. Although Orochimaru's way of solving the problem was exceedingly violent and might produce additional problems in the future, the problem was solved for the time being, and this has substantially boosted Danzo's chances of succeeding in the ritual. And, given that Danzo has also awoken the eternal Mangekyo and possesses the Hashirama cells in his body, along with the 5 Kekkai Genkai, each representing a chakra nature, as such, the chances of him achieving Kekkai Mora are no longer zero, which is a major headache for Homusubi. As Tsukii was becoming increasingly concerned, she began to see changes in Danzo's body, and upon noticing these changes, the anxious Tsukii felt a flicker of hope in her heart. Within Danzo's flesh, the power of creation of all things is growing stronger. Is it conceivable for those eyes to evolve even after they have evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon? The process of unification of different chakra natures in his body can be seen in the alterations in his eyes. For the time being, it can be assumed that because he has awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon and eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, the level of yin chakra in his body has greatly increased, and now that Homusubi has felt an increase in the power of creation of all things in his body, the yin and yang chakra in his body has begun. If the current yin-yang chakra nature fusion continues, Danzo's eyes will most certainly evolve further, and transform from the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon to the Rinnegan. And if Danzo awakens the Rinnegan, he will be qualified to attain Kekkai Mora if all of the prerequisites are completed. Homusubi's heart swelled with excitement as she realized this. She is not concerned about the immense problems that will ensue if Danzo achieves Kekkai Mora at this time. Rather, she is relieved that achieving Kekkai Mora in this manner is indeed achievable. This is exemplified by the scene on the ritual altar. If all of the prerequisites are met, the upgraded Chimera Jutsu combined with the Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual designed by Orochimaru and her can create real gods. Previously, Kuroto had been working tirelessly to achieve Kekkai Mora through Chimera Jutsu, but he was always unsure if it was truly attainable. After all of his intentions are theoretical, and there hasn't been a precedent to verify whether or not that theoretical possibility is genuine. As a result, he was constantly worried about whether or not he would be successful at novel bin at. But now that Kuroto has seen Danzo evolve in front of his eyes, he is convinced that achieving Kekkai Mora through Chimera Jutsu is conceivable. Because Kuroto possesses the Tenseigan, his chances of succeeding in the ritual are significantly greater. While Homusubi was relieved and excited, not everyone felt the same way. As Danzo recovered control over his body, he clenched his teeth in rage and growled, "Orochimaru." As he gazed at Orochimaru, his face was filled with anger and murderous purpose. When confronted with Danzo's murderous purpose, Orochimaru grinned and remarked, without a hint of fear or anxiety in his eyes, "Danzo, you should be grateful to me. You would have died by now if it hadn't been for me. What the hell did you do to my body?" Danzo exclaimed violently. "Something that helped you get out of that one-way road to hell," Orochimaru said, licking his lips with delight. Danzo's brows narrowed as he considered Orochimaru's statements. And now that he thinks about it, he only regained control of his body after Orochimaru did something. Despite the fact that Danzo doesn't fully comprehend what Orochimaru accomplished, it did assist him. As a result, Danzo kept his cool and said, "Orochimaru, please assist me in completing this rite successfully. I'll pardon your mistakes and lavishly reward you if I succeed." The strength of Danzo's soul has increased greatly as a result of the Mangekyo Sharingan's awakening, and the invasion of natural energy via Orochimaru's cursed seal has eroded some parts of the souls of other people in his body. Danzo was able to regain control of his body as a result of these two factors. But it wasn't a simple task. His soul hasn't totally suppressed the other souls that have melded into his body. Even now, he has opted not to pursue the topic precisely because he is at the most vital moment of the ritual. Alright, Orochimaru answered, his grin widening. As Orochimaru responded, Danzo pressed his hand on the ground, panting violently, and yelled, "Chakra! I'm in desperate need of more chakra. The more chakra is necessary to move forward in the ritual process, the more chakra is required." Because the eyes in Danzo's eye sockets have evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, the chakra supply that had previously sufficed is no longer sufficient. As a result, Danzo's chakra requirements have grown, and he now requires more chakra. Hokage-sama, the supply is already at the maximum power, Root's top researcher replied blankly in answer to Danzo's order. If the supply is not boosted further, the shinobis on the outside will. Fool. Danzo interrupted the chief researcher before he could finish his sentence. I am the Hokage, the village's leader. Any sacrifice made in my honor is a sacrifice made in the village's name. Furthermore, expand the supply right now. The principal researcher has no choice but to carry out Danzo's instructions. He was well aware that doing so would result in a large number of casualties, but he did it nonetheless because it was Danzo-sama's command. Outside the volcano. With the abrupt surge in transmission power, several shinobi's chakra reserves were quickly depleted, resulting in their instant death, startling all other shinobi in the area. He passed away. How come you're still absorbing his chakra? Didn't you guys say this was merely a demonstration of a new technology? Then why are people dying here? You scumbags. What the hell are you guys up to? The Konoha shinobi questioned the Root shinobi after witnessing their colleague's terrible demise. When confronted with the furious and enraged questioning of all the Konoha shinobi, the patrolling team's leaders exchanged glances before weaving hand gestures and activating a cursed seal. The bodies of approximately 1,500 shinobis were imprisoned in place as a result of the activation of this new cursed seal, and they were unable to escape the chakra transmission array or take any action in retaliation. I apologize for what you people are going through, the head of the entire patrol squad remarked, looking at the angry and scared faces of over 1,500 Konoha shinobis. This, however, is all for Hokage-sama. I can only sacrifice you all for his sake. More than 1,500 Konoha shinobi were bound to the chakra transmission array without being able to put up any opposition, and as a result, they became human-formed chakra batteries under the control of the cursed jutsu. Only a handful of the shinobi connected to the chakra transmission array, those with strong chakra reserves, was able to keep it going for a time, but the rest all suffered terrible side effects. Because the essence of chakra is the fusion of spiritual and physical energy, shinobi can draw out more chakra at the cost of overdrawing vitality and overconsumption of spiritual energy, which is why continuously extracting chakra from their bodies is equivalent to extracting their spiritual and physical energies. And death is the outcome of excessive physical and spiritual energy consumption. And so it came to pass, plop, plop. One by one, shinobis began to falter and fall to the ground not long after the chakra transmission array began to pull out chakra without concern for the lives of the people. Some were simply fatigued, while others had succumbed to their afflictions. The expressions on the alive shinobi's faces darkened as they continued to observe the travesty right in front of their eyes while powerless to stop it. Something's obviously not right within that cave. Kakashi, who was monitoring the chakra transmission array from afar, saw the shift and scowled. Inside the volcano. There isn't enough. This is still insufficient. I'm in desperate need of more chakra. As the ritual progressed, Danzo continued to growl like a beast in despair as he demanded more and more chakra. When the Root's chief researcher saw Danzo like this, he was terrified and crouched on the ground, apologizing. Hokage-sama, this is the maximum limit. The chakra surrounding Danzo is as dense and fierce as that of a Baijuyu right now. Its concentration is so intense that it can be seen with the naked eye. The last time he saw so much chakra was during the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha. But, despite the abundance of chakra surrounding him, Danzo is unsatisfied and demands more chakra like a beast. He is really terrified by this scene. Quickly, raise the power of the transmission array. Danzo screamed once more. The researcher went completely still. He was at a loss for what to do. Homusubi, on the other hand, maintained a serene demeanor as she observed the events unfolding in front of her at Novel Bin Adat. She recognized at this point that she had seemingly forgotten a critical issue, the high chakra requirement of the Kekei Genkai fusion ritual. Homusubi only realized now that Churka's criteria for the ceremony are far higher than all her previous expectations. Danzo's chakra reserves have increased greatly as a result of Orochimaru's transformation procedure, plus the chakra collected from over 1,500 Konoha shinobi. This is an excessive amount of chakra. This much chakra should have been more than plenty, according to Homusubi's expectations, at least. However, it turns out that this isn't enough. The chakra supply was more than ample when his simple eye evolved into Sharinon, and when the pair of Sharinon in his eye sockets evolved into the Mangekyo Sharinon. However, as the chakra fusion in his body advanced, and the pair of Mangekyo Sharinon in his eyes evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, the need for chakra escalated to a point where the chakra transmission array, which consisted of over 1,500 shinobi, couldn't keep up. And this is the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, which represents the yin chakra's pinnacle. The Rinnegan follows, which is a merger of the yin and yang chakras. After that, there's a much higher level. The union of the 7 chakra natures is known as Keki Imora. Obviously, this level of chakra supply will not be able to meet those standards. Homusubi's brows furrowed as she considered this. And if Homusubi is correct, Danzo won't be able to awaken Rinnegan or achieve the Keki Imora. She's come to one basic conclusion based on her examination of the ceremony thus far. That is, as the ritual progresses through each level, the amount of chakra required for the following level increases exponentially. When Danzo achieved the level of Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, the demand for chakra exceeded the supply, and the possibilities of his Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon evolving into the Rinnegan were little to none. This fact also helped her realize something else. Until now, we were all mistaken. When it comes to ascending, the true challenge is not the issue of soul fusion, but rather the necessity of too much chakra, which virtually no one can organize. As a result of her realization, Homusubi was able to let go of her anxiety. It is impossible for Danzo to achieve Keki Imora. Whether he can successfully complete the Keki Genkai absorption ritual or not is entirely dependent on his luck. Although she felt relieved after coming to this decision, she was also made aware of a severe dilemma. The chakra supply from more than 1500 shinobi is insufficient to meet the requirement for the total fusion of yin and yang chakra, thus if Homusubi wants to achieve Keki Imora, she'll need tens of thousands of shinobi. The matter of chakra needs will have to be handled as well, otherwise, achieving Keki Imora will be a pipe dream. She sighed helplessly. She returned her gaze to Danzo after the helpless sigh. Seeing Danzo's plight, Homusubi felt a little sympathy for him, regardless of how harsh his acts were at the time. Back to the ritual. When Danzo noticed the principal researcher hesitating, he did not issue an order. Instead, he established fleeting eye contact with the scientist. And then, the next thing you know, my body. The top researcher had lost control of his body after just a few seconds of eye contact, as the potency of chakra transmission was amplified past its maximum limit. Whoosh! Danzo's Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon began to spin erratically as soon as the transmission power exceeded the maximum. Homusubi also shielded her eyes with her hand at the same time. The pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon in her eyes had begun to tingle for some reason she didn't fathom. With a somber gaze, Tsukei whispered, "What the hell is going on?" The pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon now in Homusubi's eye was nourished with yang chakra of Hashirama cells while Shisui was undergoing the Hashirama cells implantation operation. As a result, they developed some ability of creation of all things, and got a little alive characteristic. Homusubi has sensed this lively character on several occasions, but never to this magnitude. And now that this pair in her eyes is acting erratically, it can only mean that something has piqued their interest, or, more accurately, something has enticed them into becoming restless. Homusubi realized what was going on when she gazed at the test subject on the altar. But even if she understood everything, she couldn't let the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon in her eyes get out of hand, as that would be a bad idea and complicate things further. So, without hesitation, she utilized her chakra reserves to calm her restless eyes at Novel bin at. Back on the altar, as the chakra transmission was increased beyond its maximum chakra transfer limit, a massive amount of chakra entered Danzo's body for the first time, suppressing the numerous negative consequences of the fusing of several bodies into one. Despite the fact that Danzo's figure was stumbling on the altar, his condition was progressively improving, and the curse markings on his body had gradually receded, allowing him to regain control of his body. The chakra fusion and Keki Genkai integration in Danzo's body is developing smoothly as the ritual progresses, which is why Danzo's strength is increasing with each passing second. Danzo's control over his body is stabilizing as his power grows, especially his spiritual strength, to the point where the curse mark surreptitiously implanted in his body by Orochimaru is no longer effective on him. Danzo grinned contentedly to himself at this point, standing in the midst of the altar. He can sense the unfathomable power hidden within his eyes, and it intrigues him, making him want to utilize it. He's eager to see just how powerful he is right now. But Danzo also saw that the ritual wasn't finished yet, so he stopped himself, even though he was ready to put his strength to the test. Even if Danzo was restrained, he couldn't help but give Orochimaru and Homusubi furious eyes from a safe distance. Orochimaru dared to fool me. After the ritual, I'll show him what it's like to play with me. Homusubi, on the other hand, well, she too must be plotting something against me. But it doesn't matter any longer. All plans are fragile in the face of pure strength. For both of them, today is their last day. He pondered in his head. Danzo now regards Homusubi and Orochimaru like little fishes in the face of unlimited strength he has never felt before in his life. Both of them are now considered trash in his eyes. He has lost interest in both Homusubi and Orochimaru and believes that the shinobi world's future now rests entirely in his hands. This time, Orochimaru couldn't resist Danzo's malevolent look as he had in the past. Orochimaru hastily looked downward when Danzo gazed at him, terrified to make eye contact with him. Danzo was able to overcome the curse seal's suppression implanted in his body. This didn't surprise Orochimaru in the least. It's not that Orochimaru isn't surprised, it's just that everything he's seen in this god creation ceremony has eclipsed his first amazement. And, in comparison to Danzo's ability to avoid the cursed seal's suppression, Orochimaru is more attentive toward the pair of extraordinary Mangekyo Sharinon in Danzo's eyes. He notices and feels that those eyes are far more strong than any other pair of Mangekyo Sharinon he's ever seen. and this makes him even more concerned, and much more apprehensive about making direct eye contact with those pupils. Especially after Orochimaru saw Danzo use single momentary eye contact to manipulate his chief researcher. It's too late to learn humility, Orochimaru. When Danzo realized that Orochimaru didn't even have the courage to look him in the eyes, he remarked with a frigid snort and became smugger as he arrogantly diverted his focus to Homusubi. However, unlike Orochimaru, Homusubi's reaction was not what Danzo had anticipated. Of course, Homusubi sensed Danzo's undisguised murderous intent, but she didn't have the time to notice because she was in the midst of a far more pressing situation. The eternal Mangekyo Sharinon in Tsukai's eyes is becoming increasingly restless as the yin and yang unity within Danzo's body progresses. This restlessness has gotten to the point where she can no longer suppress these eyes. Damn it! Why are these eyes becoming uncontrollable now, of all times? Is it exactly the same as I imagined? Is it possible that these eyeballs are attempting to draw power? Homusubi frowned as she pondered. She wasn't sure, but she thought this was the most plausible cause. Homusubi became irritated as her control over her eyes deteriorated with each passing second. After some thought, she decided not to try to repress it any longer and let them do whatever they wanted. Tsukai's gaze joined Danzo's as soon as she let go of control. When Danzo saw Homusubi dare to look her in the eyes, he scoffed bitterly. I agree that you have the audacity, then what's the point? Danzo felt a lot of strain on him before he could finish his words. It was the stress of being scrutinized by Mangekyo Sharinon. What? Danzo exclaimed, surprised. There. He immediately realized that Homusubi's Mangekyo Sharinon is not ordinary Mangekyo Sharinon, rather, they are a level higher, just like his eyes. And before he could recover from his amazement, a golden chakra protruded from Homusubi's body, erupting in a beautiful, godlike cry, roar. The rumble shook the volcano and deafened everyone inside the cave. That wasn't all. The Susanoo grabbed Danzo who was standing on the altar and began to take the yin and yang chakra from his body at the same time. Everyone was taken away when they saw this unexpected turn of events. Except for Orochimaru, that is. I knew you had some other ideas, sure enough. I was right, he said as he gazed at Homusubi with an as-I-thought attitude. Damn it! Danzo exclaimed, taken aback. How dare you take my chakra, do you think you'll get away with it? Danzo urged the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon into his eyes, and a murky dark crimson chakra protruded from his body in the flash of an eye. The appearance of the massive red figure encircled the altar, and an awful chakra coming from the red figure instantly filled the cave. This terrifying crimson huge figure is none other than Susanoo, as everyone had suspected. Susanoo belongs to Danzo. Susanoo made by Danzo isn't like typical Susanoo. It doesn't have any weaponry like Shisui's drill sword or attack as Otoki. Rather, both hands were armed with terrible and deadly claws. And toxic red mist flowed from these horrible and corrosive hands. The volcanic cave became even narrower with the simultaneous arrival of two Susanoo one after the other. Almost every shinobi in the cave, even Orochimaru, kept their distance from the two Susanoo. They could feel the enormous godlike power the two Susanoo possessed after merely feeling the pressure flowing from the two Susanoo. As a result, they completely comprehended that they are powerless to intervene in this situation. Boom! Hence, the battle between the two Susanoo commenced with an explosion.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.